The Mage Job Advancement Tower could be likened to a nuclear-powered machine for harvesting these human sheeps for their gold. Because of its significance, it required enhanced security measures. Zhang Nu subsequently constructed a level 4 barrier tower near the Job Advancement Tower. The barrier generated by this tower was strong enough to rival the protective barriers of Craigie City. With this added layer of protection and more guards stationed, security should not be an issue. Using his level 3 and level 4 blueprints, along with level 3 building upgrade scrolls, Zhang Nu proceeded to construct level 4 defensive towers and detection towers in various directions around Craigie City. He planned to bring in another batch of archmages, entitled Knights. The archmages from the Darkness City, being summoned units, not only possessed formidable magical abilities but were also absolutely loyal. Each of them was a top-tier scholar, capable of enhancing magical civilization in the region. With these elite scholars and facilities like the Job Advancement Tower, Zhang Nu believed that, over time, Craigie City would evolve into a renowned city of mages. In the process, the foundation of the Demon King's rule would become increasingly robust. Deciding to give Craig City a new name, Zhang Nu settled on Alpha for the city's future designation. This name roughly translated to the City of Arcane Arts and Magic. In addition to the Mage Job Advancement Tower and various military defense towers, Zhang Nu had a pile of blueprints at his disposal. Among them was one remaining level 5 blueprint, the Imperial Hall, which was an auxiliary building. While it did not directly enhance the territorial strength or increase the population, it significantly improved the efficiency of internal affairs management. For example, once the Imperial Hall was constructed, all of the Demon King's subjects, regardless of their race or status, had their records, information, status, and residence compiled within the Imperial Hall. Even if Zhang Nu had not met someone before, he could retrieve relevant information through their identification number. Although he did not have the ability to see hidden information, including the identity of heroes, like his cheating ability would, he could access most of the basic information. Moreover, after the establishment of the Imperial Hall, each person's contributions and merits to the Federation were quantified into detailed data. This promoted transparency, clear rewards, and punishments. For instance, based on contribution points, individuals could exchange for medicines, equipment, materials, free trial opportunities, and even various baptisms. Under Zhang Nu's command, the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild and the Chaos Federation's Demon King Alliance could also establish encrypted special records. Heroes could exchange merits for skill stones, and the Demon King could exchange for soul quotas, among other possibilities. Furthermore, with the Imperial Hall, Zhang Nu did not need to painstakingly tally resources. The entire Chaos Federation's mining operations, the financial reserves of various cities, and the inventory of each warehouse were all at his fingertips. It could be said that while the Imperial Hall may have seemed like an ordinary building, its utility for Zhang Nu was immense. With a population under his management approaching 10 million and an increasing number of cities to oversee, administrative efficiency and internal affairs management had become challenging issues. With the appearance of the Imperial Hall, Zhang Nu could now address these challenges more effectively. The Imperial Hall came with a certain recruitment function. Imperial Administrative Officer, Level 2 Normal Unit. Costs 1,000 gold, recruitment limit of 5,000. These administrative officers might be low-tier in combat ability, but they were skilled administrative professionals. Zhang Nu could dispatch them to various cities to establish administrative halls, connecting the Darkness City's administrative hall with local administrative halls. With this, an efficient administrative network could easily be deployed. Having a level 5 Imperial Administrative Hall, Zhang Nu believed he would not feel administrative pressure in the short term. This would save him a lot of energy and time, making its significance even greater than that of a powerful functional building. In addition to this, Zhang Nu had blueprints for functional buildings such as the Imperial Training Ground, Imperial Arena, Imperial Workshop, Security Bureau, and Tower of Felony. These blueprints were rarely seen before, probably only obtainable from human cities. Imperial Training Grounds, Level 3 Building. A training facility. It could train ordinary civilians into militia with at least the combat power of a level 1 normal unit within a week and transform them into level 1 elite soldiers within 3 to 4 weeks. Imperial Arena, Level 3 Building. Designed for sparring and competitive virtual combat. Participants could go all out, showcasing their full strength without causing actual harm to each other. It served as a means to hone practical combat skills and expedite training. Imperial Workshop, Level 3 Building. A large and versatile production workshop that could engage in almost all types of production, significantly enhancing efficiency and quality. Security Bureau, Level 4 Building. A barracks-type building capable of summoning law enforcement officers, security soldiers, and other units. It possessed powerful identification, tracking, and investigation capabilities, substantially increasing the security level of the territory. Tower of Felony, Level 4 Building. An auxiliary building with a unique effect. It could sense events like murder, robbery, and theft within the territory, marking the targets as if providing a red name for those committing crimes. The combined use of the Tower of Felony and the Security Bureau will significantly improve the public security environment in the territory. Zhang Nu decided to place the Imperial Workshop in the city of Kolo, where it is convenient to obtain labor and materials. In the future, he plans to establish a production line for manufacturing magic equipment here. As for the arena, in addition to its effects on accelerating training and honing combat abilities, it also has considerable entertainment value and holds some intrinsic worth. After completing these operations, Zhang Nu used up all the blueprints, constructing the necessary buildings, and now awaits their intended functions. The next plan involves inspecting the city of Afa and the other 8 fully occupied cities. Zhang Nu is preparing to invest 100,000 draconian laborers and craftsmen to significantly improve the infrastructure and urban development in this region. Additionally, he is addressing some issues within the cities, including those related to heroes. After learning about the disastrous defeat in the Battle of Kolo, the hero guilds in Craigie and the surrounding areas have all retreated. However, there are always some who remain, either harboring illusions of luck or possessing great skill and boldness. After Long Yi breached the city, Zhang Nu conducted a round of cleanup, using the intelligence from Su Yan's Dragon's Shadow heroes to eliminate potential hero forces and those colluding with heroes. Following this cleanup, about 500 heroes were dealt with, primarily consisting of level 2 and 3 heroes, with approximately 10 or more level 4 heroes. Surprisingly, there were no top-tier level 5 heroes. However, when Zhang Nu took action again, he was astonished to find that 1550 warriors had been captured. Among them, over 921 were useless level 1 heroes, and around 345 were level 2 fodder heroes. Most of these heroes had already assimilated into local life, lacking the ambition to train or combat monsters. For individuals of this type, Zhang Nu could not be bothered to deal with them since the returns would be so low, essentially equivalent to worthless endeavors for him. How about letting them cultivate and fatten up a bit before slaughtering them? Alternatively, they could serve as reserves for the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild. This way, Zhang Nu could select some individuals with good character, aptitude, and abilities, or those with specific skills, to nurture as members of the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild or as peripheral assets. As for the rest, generally level 3s, with a few level 4 heroes, once they reach this level of strength, they would no longer be mere mediocre heroes. They had the capability to leave or escape earlier, but since they chose to stay, most likely, they were here for the Demon King or were spies left behind by other hero forces. In this regard, no mercy was shown, and they were all dealt with. During the conquest of the 9 cities, Zhang Nu harvested a total of 511 level 3 souls, and as many as 45 level 4 souls. He obtained various skill stones, totaling 412 skill stones under B rank, and 32 B rank skill stones. This harvest was incredibly rewarding. For the Demon King to rapidly become stronger, expansion, invasion, and conquest are essential. The hero's souls reaped from the 9 cities alone were enough for a big sacrifice, allowing Zhang Nu to exchange for around 100,000 talent points. This signified that Zhang Nu could finally activate the final level 5 talent and achieve a level up without even using the souls in his reserve. In fact, if Zhang Nu were solely focused on quickly reaching level 6, he would have already achieved it by now. However, he is not in a rush to ascend to the next level. Pursuing levels blindly would not hold much significance. The Demon King needed to consider the current situation and the overall strategy, seeking the optimal solution to maximize personal strength and territory development. After resolving matters, Zhang Nu delegated the remaining work to his subordinates. At the first opportunity, Zhang Nu returned to the Darkness City and began fervently sacrificing souls. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 201 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 214 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 204 talent points gained. In one go, Zhongnu sacrificed the entire batch of level 3 souls, totaling around 107,000 talent points. You've activated the level 4 talent Immortal Dragon God. All level 5 talents activated. Level up condition satisfied. Level up successful. MP plus 15,000, HP plus 7,500, Strength plus 750, Agility plus 1,500, Constitution plus 750, Will plus 1,500, Adamantite Dragon Body, Dragon King's Sanctum, Evil Dragon's Descent, Dragon God Bloodline, Space Manipulation, Time Control, Spatio-Temporal Dragon, Abyssal Divine Realm, and Immortal Dragon God have been greatly enhanced. Damn. Activating the last level 5 talent, Zhongnu smoothly felt the long-accumulated potential throughout his body being unleashed. This was the enhancing effect brought about by the level advancement, propelling his strength and abilities to skyrocket. Moreover, Zhongnu could distinctly feel that his physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. If activating the Dragon God bloodline had granted him a trace of divinity, just enough to suppress the influence of the evil god's fragment within his body, then at this moment, this divinity had grown exponentially, permeating his soul. Immortal Dragon God, Level 5 Talent. Maximum MP and HP plus 50%, recovery speed plus 500%, grants abilities such as Divine Soul, Infinite Regeneration, Curse Immunity, Poison Immunity, and Soul Possession. This was a passive skill that significantly boosted MP and HP. In addition, unlocking this skill endowed Zhongnu's soul with divinity. What's a Divine Soul? A Divine Soul could exist independently of the physical body. In simple terms, even without a body, the soul would not decay. Zhongnu's soul could exist entirely on its own. Unless the divinity was worn away over an extended period, the soul would remain intact. Though not reaching the level of a god, it possessed characteristics close to divinity. Even if his life force was depleted in battle, only his body would perish. The soul could persist and was impervious to conventional means of destruction. In summary, activating the Immortal Dragon God talent caused a qualitative change in Zhongnu's soul. His soul no longer relied on the body for existence and became extremely difficult to eliminate due to possessing divinity. Furthermore, having bound with the Demon King's resurrection altar, his soul could be instantly summoned back by the altar, making it nearly impossible to kill him. Of course, nearly impossible did not mean impossible. Gods were indeed immortal. This was why throughout history, when dealing with evil gods, people could only seal them away because evil gods were still gods. People could not find a way to eradicate them completely, so they had to resort to separating them into parts and sealing them. However, compared to true deities, Zhongnu still had a significant gap. He had merely just dipped his toes into this realm of power, giving his soul some divine characteristics. However, these divine attributes could be neutralized by special means or worn away through long-term sealing. Additionally, Zhongnu faced another issue. The Demon King's resurrection altar was a level 5 building, and he had now advanced to level 6. Although he could still resurrect at the altar, it would only restore a portion of his power. The rest would have to recover gradually on its own, posing potential challenges. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise for him to avoid unnecessary risks and not recklessly court danger. In addition to the divine aspect of the soul, the Immortal Dragon God also brought several special effects. One of them was infinite regeneration, similar to limb regeneration but more powerful. Essentially, as long as his head was intact, Zhongnu could regenerate his body. As for other effects like soul possession, curse immunity, and poison immunity, Zhongnu did not place much emphasis on them. Soul possession was used to seize a new body after the original body was completely destroyed, but this was irrelevant to Zhongnu since reshaping his body using the resurrection altar was more convenient than seizing someone else's body. Curse immunity and poison immunity were less significant due to his evil god talent Source of Corruption, which had similar effects. However, the evil god talent only worked actively when activated, making the effects of the Immortal Dragon God still relevantly useful. Besides these, the Immortal Dragon God had another hidden effect, basic immunity to soul damage. Soul-attributed attacks would essentially target the soul directly, and Zhongnu's soul, possessing divinity, was almost impervious to ordinary soul magic damage. Therefore, soul magic was rendered almost ineffective against him. With these newfound abilities, Zhongnu suddenly realized that he seemed almost invincible. He possessed incredible resistance and immunity to elemental magic, significantly reducing damage from elements such as wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and lightning. With 3 evil god talents, he could individually resist or even absorb damage caused by necromancy, psychic, curses, and poisons. His spatio-temporal dragon form allowed him to resist spatio-temporal obstacles, easily retreating from the chaotic time and space, making spatio-temporal magic almost ineffective. In his evil dragon of annihilation form, he could transform his body into pure elemental energy, rendering pure physical attacks ineffective. Now, with the addition of the immortal dragon god, even soul attacks were rendered ineffective. This made him nearly impervious to various forms of attacks. To deal with him, one would either have to resort to chi energy or divine magic. Other means were essentially futile. The situation could be described as daunting for his enemies. Zhang Nu checked his current status. Name, Zhang Nu. Level, 6. Race, Abyssal Dragon, Demon King Race. Base stats, excluding skill bonuses, 10,600 HP, 21200 MP, 1140 Strength, 2080 Agility, 1040 Constitution, 2080 Will. Level 1 Talents, Abyssal Draconian, Dragon Flame, Dragon Fear, Lightning Control, Beginner Anti-Magic. Level 2 Talents, Adamant and Dragon Body, Abyssal Devouring, Hell Thunderflame, Medium Anti-Magic. Level 3 Talents, Dragon King's Sanctum, Evil Dragon's Descent, High Anti-Magic. Level 4 Talents, Spatial Manipulation, Time Control, Dragon God Bloodline. Level 5 Talents, Abyssal Divine Realm, Spatial Temporal Dragon, Immortal Dragon God. Level 6 Talents, Chaos Dragon God / Primordial Dragon, Inactive, Void Dominator / Void Overlord, Inactive. Other skills, Rebirth from Within the Flames, S rank, Sword Forming Technique, A rank, Death Sacrifice, A rank, Spatial Turbulence, A rank, etc. Remaining talent points, 7114. All the stats experienced a significant surge. In Zhang Nu's draconian form, his HP reached a staggering 10,600, and his spirit soared to 21,200. These values were without considering any bonuses from talents, skills, equipment, buffs, or environmental factors. Even without accounting for the buffs from Demon King's Castle or divine blessings, and only considering a few talents and self-skills, his HP would easily surpass 25,000, and his MP would reach nearly 50,000. If he shifted to the true dragon form, the HP and MP values would reverse, with approximately 50,000 HP and 25,000 MP activating his divine realm, mythic domain and some other skill bonuses, or stacking a level 4 divine blessing from the Temple of Nature, could easily double these values. Aside from the stats enhancement, Zhang Nu gained access to the activatable level 6 talents. However, the level 6 talents seemed somewhat unusual. The quantity decreased to only 2, and there was a directional choice involved. For the first talent, Zhang Nu could choose to activate either Chaos Dragon God or Primordial Dragon, but only one of them could be activated. Primordial Dragon activation requirement, 1 million talent points. Chaos Dragon God activation requirement, 1 million talent points, plus 1 godhood. Choosing Primordial Dragon seemed straightforward, requiring only 10 times the talent points of a level 5 talent. The quantity was impressive, but within expectations. Conquering the craggy region already yielded him 100,000 talent points. If he puts in more effort and sweeps the entire southern border of the empire, there should be no problem activating this skill. However, the other option, Chaos Dragon God, was unique. Besides the 1 million talent points, it demanded an item called Godhood. Zhang Nu was unsure about the item quality of the Godhood, but its name hinted at it being a rare and valuable material. This unexpected requirement added an extra layer of complexity to activating the talent, making it seem challenging. Certainly, without the need for much consideration, it was evident that Chaos Dragon God was undoubtedly more potent than Primordial Dragon. The level 4 talent, Dragon God Bloodline, bestowed upon it a divine bloodline, while the level 5 talent, Immortal Dragon God, endowed it with a divine soul. Having established this groundwork, it became apparent that Chaos Dragon God would stand superior. If the speculations held true, opting for Chaos Dragon God would propel Zhang Nu onto the path of godhood. On the other hand, selecting the Primordial Dragon would grant dominion over all beings. The former might come with significantly higher difficulty but promised elevated limits and ceilings, while the latter, despite lower limits and ceilings, might offer a comparatively easier path to certain accomplishments. This, indeed, became a matter of making strategic trade-offs. Concerning the second talent, Zhang Nu had the option to activate either Void Dominator or Void Overlord. Void Dominator activation requirement, 1 million talent points. Void Overlord activation requirement, 1 million talent points plus 1 Void Seed. In a similar fashion, one was a talent that could be activated under normal circumstances, and the other was a super talent with a high level of difficulty of activation. When it came to how to activate them and which path to pursue, the decision rested entirely on the player. Without any hesitation, Zhang Nu made the resolute choice to pursue the best options rather than the easiest. Despite the challenges, he was determined to attempt the activation of Chaos Dragon God and Void Overlord. After reviewing his own stats, Zhang Nu accessed the Demon King's altar. Several units and functionalities were updated. Abyssal Dragon Elder, Level 6 Overlord Unit. Evolved from Abyssal Dragon, it gained access to more profound and powerful Dragonic Tongue magic. The upgrade cost was 30 million gold. Primal Earth Dragon King, Level 6 Monarch Unit. Evolved from the Earth Drake Sovereign. It had the potential to become a mythic unit. The upgrade cost 100 million gold, 10,000 dark gems, 10,000 soul gems, 10,000 gems of each of the 4 elements, and 8 level 6 hero souls. 9-headed Sky Dragon King, Level 6 Monarch Unit. Evolved from the Sky Drake Sovereign. It had the potential to become a mythic unit. The upgrade cost 200 million gold, 15,000 radiant gems, 15,000 soul gems, 15,000 gems of each of the 4 elements, and 12 level 6 hero souls. Only these 3 units were generated. The Abyssal Dragon Elder was a level 6 Overlord unit. The ordinary Abyssal Dragon evolution required an expenditure of 15 million gold. However, as Zhang Nu's Abyssal Dragons had been baptized by the Demon King, their strength had increased, reducing the upgrade cost. Although Long possessed a Monarch-level aptitude and could be upgraded normally, the upgrade cost through the Demon King's altar would be higher, and there was no guarantee of a smooth advancement. Nevertheless, upgrading was still necessary to acquire a plethora of new magic and talents. Among these new units, Zhang Nu was particularly interested in the Primal Earth Dragon King and the 9-headed Sky Dragon King. While both were still level 6 Monarch units, their descriptions indicated a considerable increase in strength and the potential to become mythic entities. The mention of having the potential to become mythics was not to be taken lightly. If they possessed such potential, there must be a way to cultivate them into mythic-level entities. However, upon glancing at the upgrade cost, the Great Demon King fell into deep silence. These gold and material costs totaled in the billions of worth. If it were just gold and regular materials, that would be one thing, but acquiring so many level 6 souls was not an easy task. Despite the high difficulty, he needed to figure out a way. How precious were subordinates with the potential to become mythic entities? Having a Primal Earth Dragon King in the territory would unlock 2 slots for ordinary Earth Drake Sovereigns. Similarly, having a 9-headed Sky Dragon King would unlock 2 slots for ordinary Sky Drake Sovereigns. This added up to 4 more slots for Monarch-level entities, significantly enhancing the territory. Apart from strengthening the Demon King's underlings, after Zhang Nu reached level 6, the Demon King's altar gained several new functions. Advanced Demon King's Baptism costs 10 million gold. This baptism provides 3 times the effect of a regular Demon King's baptism. Although it was 10 times more expensive and did not seem cost-effective at first glance. However, sometimes time was the most valuable cost as the regular baptism had a 10 days cooldown period. Demon King's Possession costs 5 million gold per use. The Demon King could bestow a small portion of his power onto any citizen through the altar, lasting for 15 minutes. Demon King's Teleportation costs 1 million gold coins per use. The Demon King could instantly teleport any citizen from their location to the altar, or vice versa. While these seemed like auxiliary functions, they could prove to be quite useful at times. Simultaneously, Zhang Nu noticed a change in his player interface. He could now simultaneously view 100 Demon King channels, covering almost all Demon King factions. This meant that the Demon King market had expanded again, making it easier to earn money and souls. However, just as Zhang Nu was preparing to study the various Demon King markets, the succubus Queen Han Kursen sent him a message. "Hey, do you have time to come to the Holy Tide City? We're facing some trouble here, and we might need your help." Zhang Nu inquired, what's going on? Did something happen to the White Sands tribe? I haven't received any reports from Shui Yao or the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild. Han Kurson replied, it's unrelated to the White Sands tribe. Last time we went shopping, did you buy a strange bead in the Sky Ocean Grand Market? Zhang Nu, knowing the situation, asked, is there an issue with that bead? Han Kurson explained, more than an issue. According to my investigation in the past few days, it has a significant background, seemingly related to the founder of the Azure Water Federation, that legendary empress. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that the sealing magic pearl had caused trouble? Zhang Nu draped himself in his cloak of disguise, causing a transformation in his physique and temperament. Simultaneously, he concealed his aura, skillfully using the cloak's abilities to make his strength appear level 5 at most. This disguise cloak was exceptionally potent. Coupled with Zhang Nu's innate ability to hide his aura, it was impossible to discern his true level and strength unless someone possessed an S-rank appraisal skill. Upon arriving in the Holy Tide City, he rendezvoused with Han Kurson. The succubus queen did not beat around the bush and delivered the news straightforwardly. The sealing pearl you acquired in the Sky Ocean Market is the key to open the Empress's tomb beneath the sea. This information was not new to Zhang Nu. However, his strategic focus remained in the north, and he had not diverted his energy to explore the Empress's tomb in the south. Han Kurson continued, a single sealing pearl won't suffice. To unlock the Empress's tomb in the Calamity Trench, you need to gather at least 4 sealing pearls. Zhang Nu immediately deduced, so, the recent investigation into my forces in the Holy Tide City was actually aimed at collecting these sealing pearls? Han Kurson nodded, not only that, but they already have 3 in their possession. Yours is the last, so they are determined to obtain it. At this juncture, Han Kurson paused, her expression turning solemn. She said, this force is not ordinary. It is likely composed of both demon kings and heroes. I've dealt with some of their subordinates and found that they are formidable opponents. So that's why. After absorbing the relevant information, Zhang Nu could not help but become more alert. Han Kurson, being a top-tier demon king, expressed a lack of absolute confidence in dealing with this particular force. This suggested that the opposing faction was indeed formidable. A collaboration between great demon kings and superheroes? Zhang Nu mused, intrigued. That's quite unusual. How can entities like demon kings and heroes, typically considered mortal enemies, find common ground? Han Kurson clarified, it's not as unusual as it seems. As long as there's enough benefit, even demon kings and heroes of equal standing can work together. Curious, Zhang Nu questioned further, so, what exactly are they after? Han Kurson responded, from my investigation, they suspect that the Azure Water Covenant might be concealed in the Empress's tomb. Their goal is to obtain this ancient covenant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu's expression shifted slightly. Now it made sense. The entire structure of the Azure Water Federation rested upon this covenant, making it highly enticing for both heroes and demon kings in the Azure Water region. Obtaining the covenant could be used to threaten the higher-ups of the Azure Water Federation, or, if destroyed, would yield considerable advantages. The Azure Water Federation was currently grappling with internal strife. Without a supremely powerful covenant to unite them, it would have already crumbled, fractured, and lost the ability to form any alliances. If the covenant were obliterated, leading to the disintegration of the Federation, the region would transform into a colossal chaos forest. Various factions would vie for supremacy, kingdoms, ancient tribes, indigenous groups all would inevitably plunge into chaotic mergers and battles. For a demon king, this presented an opportunity to thrive amidst the turmoil. For a hero, it provided a chance for more effective infiltration and control of various political powers, thereby fortifying their influence. It was precisely due to these circumstances that they had a compelling motive to locate the Azure Water Covenant. The problem was that for thousands of years, the whereabouts of the Azure Water Covenant had remained a mystery. No one knows where the covenant was hidden. The Empress's tomb? This was the widely accepted theory. Some believe that when the Azure Water Empress plunged into the depths, sacrificing her life to suppress the entire Calamity Trench, she also took the covenant with her, making it inaccessible for thousands of years. Zhang Nu inquired, what's your take on this? Han Kurson replied, Darkness City's strategic focus isn't on the Azure Water Federation, and my Gloom City is even more limited, relying solely on a teleportation tower. Deploying forces here comes at a significant cost. I think it's best not to complicate matters. Directly conflicting with this force doesn't align with our interests. Even if we eliminate this group, they will send others, and as the local power, they can easily manipulate native forces to besiege us. Instead, I suggest adopting peaceful means to resolve the situation. Zhang Nu nodded in agreement. He was not afraid of these individuals, but a direct conflict would not serve his interests. He proposed, let's arrange a meeting with them. We can sit down and talk. If things go well, I'm also interested in exploring the Empress's tomb. If negotiations fail, we can take action later. Han Kurson smiled slightly and said, I've already guessed that you would suggest this. I've already conveyed the relevant information to them. Tonight, we'll meet on an island near Holy Tide City. Qin Kurson's efficiency in handling matters was indeed impressive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nu took out the sealing magic pearl and tossed it to the succubus queen. Han Kurson immediately understood. She knew that Zhang Nu did not want to reveal the connection between the Dark Dragon merchants and the Darkness City. Moreover, he did not want to expose his identity as the Lord of the Darkness City, given the proximity to the Chaos Forest. If his identity was discovered, it could lead to complications. Han Kurson chuckled, haha, I'll handle the contact and negotiations with the other party. As for you, Mr. Potato, you'll play the role of my personal attendant named Mr. Long. Having the renowned Potato Demon King as a personal attendant was quite a delightful feeling for the succubus queen. Zhang Nu, hidden under the guise of another identity, could maintain a low profile, avoiding unnecessary attention and protecting the forces he controlled. It would also mislead the other party, making them underestimate the strength on both sides. On the same night, near St. Wave City, on a deserted island, the succubus queen, accompanied by the mysteriously cloaked Mr. Dragon, appeared. Within just a few minutes of their arrival on the island, the surroundings underwent a strange transformation. The once tumultuous sea now seemed frozen, and the ocean parted as a compelling aura emanated from the opened passage. Han Kurson furrowed her brows slightly, sensing a powerful monarch's presence. It seemed that among the visitors, there was at least one being of monarch class. As expected, this force was formidable, even bordering on terrifying. The first to emerge was a troop exuding a chilling aura. They appeared to be part human, part serpent, with fine scales covering their bodies. Their skin displayed a bluish-white hue, and they wielded tridents or crossbows. All of them were at least level 3 or 4 elites. These were the deep-sea Naga tribe. The Naga tribe was a highly potent and enigmatic aquatic race. They typically resided in the central depths of the ocean, constructing cities and palaces on the seabed. They rarely ventured into shallower waters or onto land, making their power largely unknown to land-dwelling races. In fact, within the Azure Water Federation, the power of the Naga tribe was comparable to that of the merfolk. Surrounded by this formidable Naga army, a female Naga with purple scales stepped forward. The overwhelming monarch aura emanated from her. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be in her early 30s in human terms. With purple scales, green multi-layered eyes, blue-white skin, and countless snake-like tendrils of hair, she exuded an eerie vibe. Accompanying the Naga queen were 3 other beings of different races, a shark folk and a sea drake folk. Zhang Nu glanced over the information and could not help but show a surprised expression. Ancient Naga Demon King, Aijin Shinju, Level 5 Monarch Unit. Description: a member of the mysterious organization Deep Sea Hermits Association in the Azure Water Federation, a powerful Level 5 Demon King. Commands tens of thousands of elite troops and 1 million aquatic inhabitants. Black Shark Grand Marshal of the Black Sea Kingdom, Kondo Kyohei, Level 6 Overlord Unit. Description: a member of the mysterious organization Deep Sea Hermits Association in the Azure Water Federation, one of the Grand Marshals of the Black Sea Kingdom in the Azure Water Federation. A naturally gifted black gold shark folk, an extremely powerful hero. Dominator of the Chaos Sea region, Seiki Deo, Level 6 Overlord Unit. Description: a member of the mysterious organization Deep Sea Hermits Association in the Azure Water Federation, the chieftain of the Sea Drake folk in the Chaos Sea region. All tribes in the Chaos Sea region, spanning 2,000 miles, obey his commands. An extremely powerful hero. The volume of information was considerable. There was a demon king and 2 heroes present. Judging by their names, they all seemed to be islanders. Furthermore, they all belonged to an organization called the Deep Sea Hermits Association. If Zhang Nu's deduction was correct, this Deep-Sea Hermits Association was a similar organization to the Thunderous Society in the Thunder Empire. However, its composition seemed to be even more complex. The Thunderous Society was a small circle formed by superheroes like Yen Qianjun, Xiong Nanfeng, and Hong Xia. The Deep-Sea Hermits Association appeared to not only have heroes comparable to the Thunderous Society but had even recruited some immensely powerful demon kings, making it truly perplexing. Nevertheless, one could not underestimate the strength of these three individuals. Especially the Naga demon king, Ijin Shinju. While her level might not have surpassed that of Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo, in terms of pure strength, she undoubtedly ranked above either of these two heroes. The two heroes would have needed to join forces to have any hope of contending with her. This highlighted the power gap between Monarch units and Overlord units. Evenzo, never should these two heroes be underestimated, they were likely on par with or even superior to figures like Hong Xia and Xiong Nanfeng. At that moment, both sides maintained a high level of vigilance. Ijin Shinju carefully examined the presence before her, the succubus queen Han Kursen. She discerned the opponent's identity. She was a great demon king with fame and strength likely surpassing her own. However, Ijin Shinju was not worried. This was clearly not the opponent's territory, as there were no succubi forces in the Azure Water Federation or its vicinity. Even if a confrontation had occurred in the oceanic environment, she might be able to match this opponent. Additionally, Ijin Shinju had two level 6 overlords by her side. As for the cloaked figure beside the succubus queen, Ijin Shinju's gaze lingered for only a second, not paying too much attention. She speculated that this should be the succubus queen's subordinate, with strength ranging from a level 5 overlord to a level 5 monarch. While powerful, this individual would not have significantly impacted the overall situation. Succubus Queen. You've killed quite a few of our subordinates these past few days. I advise you to obediently hand over the sealing magic pearl. Seiki Deo spoke with a deep voice. We have urgent matters to attend to right now, and we don't want to engage in conflict with you. Just hand over the magic pearl, and we can forget about what happened these past 2 days. Han Kursen sneered. What the hell do you think you are to talk to me like this? Kasama. Kondo Kyohei was furious, unsheathing a black golden battle knife. You have been hit by a mind control attack. Your body is under control. Originally, Kondo Kyohei had intended to intimidate the opponent, but unexpectedly, his body suddenly lost control. A vigorous chi gathered, slashing directly towards Seiki Deo beside him. Seiki Deo was caught off guard, having no time to defend himself, and was struck by the attack. Luckily, being a sea drake folk with tough skin, he sustained some injuries, but nothing severe. Kondo-kun, have you gone mad? No, it's not me. Damn it, I'm being controlled. Upon closer observation, they discovered nearly invisible blue threads emerging from the surrounding space, connecting to Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo on the other end of the threads. The other end of the threads was held in the left hand of the succubus queen. Han Kursen wore a slight smile, manipulating the threads like a puppeteer moving marionettes. Seiki Deo raised a spear, unleashing his chi, initiating a charging technique with astonishing momentum, rushing toward Kondo Kyohei as if in a fierce assault. People who witnessed this out of context might think they were fighting amongst themselves. Huso, I'm also being controlled. Ijin Shinju shouted angrily, enough. A highly sharp psychic wave, like a blade, cut the threads, and Kondo Kyohei regained control of his body. He quickly avoided Seiki Deo's attack. Not bad. The succubus queen, Han Kursen, showed no expression. She controlled the blue psychic threads with her left hand and released purple soul-controlling threads with her right hand. Her whole body emitted a dangerous aura. If you want to negotiate, show me sincerity, not intimidation. If you're not interested in talking, I don't mind having a fight. The two heroes' faces darkened. Han Kursen, the succubus queen, truly lived up to her reputation as a renowned great demon king. Her strength and abilities were truly unfathomable. She even toyed with 2 level 6 heroes as if they were playthings. Ijin Shinju also wore a solemn expression. Even in underwater combat, she only had a 50 to 60% chance of winning. On land, her odds dropped to 30 or 40%. The atmosphere at the scene was fraught with tension, giving the impression that conflict could erupt at any moment. This was certainly not the outcome Zhang Nu had hoped for, yet he maintained confidence in Han Kursen. This woman had a high intellect, her assertiveness was likely well thought out and strategically planned. As anticipated, Aijin Shinju broke the deadlock, initiating the conversation with, "Let's get down to business. How much are you asking for?" "We're prepared to purchase the sealing magic pearl in your possession." The succubus queen nodded in satisfaction. "Good. The willingness to pay shows a hint of sincerity." However, her tone shifted as she continued, "Considering the involvement of the Empress's tomb and even the Azure Water Covenant, can you genuinely meet the price? This is an invaluable treasure, you know." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three members of the Deep Sea Hermits Association once again darkened. They had not anticipated that the succubus queen had already investigated the worth of the sealing magic pearl. However, it was not too surprising, given her earlier display of formidable abilities in psychic and soul-related techniques. Recently deployed to Holy Tide City, the subordinates assigned to track the sealing magic pearl had almost all met mysterious deaths. Speculation easily pointed to the succubus queen. With her powerful abilities, gathering information before eliminating targets was undoubtedly a simple task. However, this situation presented a challenge to negotiations. The value of the seal magic pearl was indeed immeasurable. Aijin Shinju remarked, "This thing is of no use to you. A single pearl is insufficient to unlock the seal in the Calamity Trench, especially considering the stringent defense near the trench by the Federation. You, a mere outsider demon king with no insider assistance and not even part of the aquatic race, cannot possibly approach the Empress's tomb." Han Kursen nodded and replied, "Perhaps this magic pearl may indeed be useless in my hands. But it holds significant value for you. Since it's valuable to you, it becomes valuable to me as well. So, what if I hand over the magic pearl to the high-ranking officials of the Azure Water Federation?" Upon hearing this, a surge of hostility filled the air. Aijin Shinju, Kondo Kyohei, and Seiki Deo were all angered. If the succubus queen were to surrender the sealing magic pearl to the Azure Water Federation's high command and reveal the plans of the Deep Sea Hermits Association, it would be disastrous. The Deep Sea Hermits Association could forget about entering the Empress's tomb. Unable to contain her anger, Aijin Shinju sternly retorted, "What do you want? If you think we are easy to bully, you are gravely mistaken. Antagonizing us will bring you no benefits." Han Kursen smiled faintly and said, "I want nothing, but if the Empress's tomb is to be explored, I must be given a share." Hearing this, the three members of the Deep Sea Hermits Association were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the succubus queen would propose such a condition. Aijin Shinju, on high alert, questioned, "What is your motive?" The succubus queen shrugged and replied, "Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in disrupting this situation in the Azure Water Federation, and therefore, I'm not interested in the Azure Water Covenant either. However, the Empress's tomb itself is an incredible treasure spot worth exploring, isn't it?" It made sense. The Empress's tomb was an area undoubtedly of high level, and currently, there were likely no demon kings who could locate such a higher level area than this. Such places were usually encountered by chance. As the top-tier demon king, it was not surprising that the succubus queen would be interested in the Empress's tomb. Aijin Shinju said sternly, "Fine, but you're not allowed to bring along any other forces." "Rest assured, I won't bring anyone else, just this Mr. Long here." The succubus queen pointed to the discreet figure in the cloak. Aijin Shinju directed her gaze back to the cloaked figure and asked, "May I inquire about this person?" Zhang Nu did not respond. The succubus queen answered, "You can call him Mr. Long. He's just a trivial follower under my command. Surely, you're not afraid of a minor follower of mine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu could not help but smirk. Han Kursen, this woman, was truly cunning. Always clinging to his early history of making a fortune by selling potatoes and now seizing an opportunity to take advantage of him. When the chance arises, he'll have to settle scores with her. Aijin Shinju carefully assessed Zhang Nu. Despite her inability to completely discern his strength, she presumed him to be somewhere between a level 5 to 6 overlord or a level 5 monarch. Even if he were a level 5 monarch, there was nothing particularly surprising. After reaching level 5 as a demon king, Aijin Shinju could summon 8 different top-tier level 5 overlord units, although unable to summon any monarch-class units. However, she had heard during demon king conversations that some level 5 demon kings, although not possessing any new summoned units, acquired the ability to upgrade existing units to monarch class. Given the succubus queen's top-tier bloodline, it was not that strange for her to obtain monarch class underlings at level 5. Alright. But only he is allowed. Aijin Shinju sneered inwardly. This succubus queen was truly audacious, courageous, but lacking in strategic thinking. Could such benefits be easily obtained? Putting aside the fact that her influence was not within the Azure Water Federation and that the deep sea was not her turf, she dared to come with only one seemingly monarch subordinate. Wasn't she just courting death with such overconfidence? Even though Aijin Shinju did not know where this woman got her confidence, she was absolutely certain that she could eliminate this flashy demon king underwater. The sealing magic pearl. I'll keep it for a few more days. Han Kursen deliberately took out the magic pearl and waved it around. Whenever you're ready, just inform me. Better not to play tricks on me, or else I guarantee that within a day, the Federation's high command will know of your plan. Agreed. It's a deal then. Aijin Shinju said, the guards near the Calamity Trench are extremely strict. We need some time to prepare and deploy to create an opportunity for entry. It will take about 7 days. As one of the forbidden areas of the Federation, even the formidable Deep Sea Hermit Association could not just enter at will. Despite their strength, Aijin Shinju and her companions needed time to prepare and deploy. Han Kursen's confidence in participating in this operation stemmed not only from her own abilities but also from her knowledge of Xiongnu. Han Kursen was proficient in all elemental magic, possessed formidable combat skills, and boasted top-tier psychic and soul talents, granting her exceptional control abilities. As for Xiongnu, known as the Potato Demon King, he was adept at spatial and temporal abilities. Together, they had a powerful combination. In case of danger, they were confident in at least escaping together. However, additional preparations were necessary for this unique operation in the deep sea, unlike anything they had encountered before. The two returned to Holy Tide City. Han Kursen sensed their surroundings and remarked, "We haven't been followed. They should understand that with their subordinates, it's impossible to track me." Xiongnu nodded, saying, "We need to prepare some items with underwater breathing or water avoidance functions. To avoid the exposure of our secret relationship, I cannot risk being involved in these preparations. You'll have to go to the Demon King market to initiate relevant purchases." "What do you mean by a secret relationship?" "It sounds like some underground love affair," Han Kursen thought to herself, rolling her eyes. While Xiongnu prepared for the upcoming adventure, in the main city of the Bachor Duchy, Grand Duke Bachor had recovered to about 70% of his strength after days of recuperation. The battle in Kolo, where he was defeated by the joint efforts of the 3 Dragon Kings due to geographical advantage, had inflicted tremendous losses. Not only did he permanently lose decades of his lifespan and spend a fortune on recovery, but he also depleted the family's secret reserve for resurrection, established at great cost. Beyond these losses, Grand Duke Bachor's personal prestige and the honor and reputation of the Bachor family suffered an unprecedented blow due to his hasty actions. Furious and constantly thinking of revenge, he desired nothing more than to crush the 3 Dragon Kings with his own hands. However, at this critical moment, the region of Craigie fell. With Count Craigie dead in battle and no available troops nearby, the Demon King was sure to pursue victory and expand the conquest. The fall of the Craigie region was expected, but upon receiving this news, Grand Duke Bachor felt an extraordinary frustration. After all, unlike Count Kolo, Marquis Craigie held significant influence in the Southern Territories, and his family had a long and illustrious history. The annihilation of such a noble estate and the betrayal of House Craigie were enough to shock and terrify other nobles in the Southern Territories. Just then, a report came in, reporting to the Grand Duke, members of the Thunderous Society have arrived. Although Grand Duke Bachor refused the 3 Grand Dukes' entry into the Southern Territories under the guise of reinforcement, Emperor Freilio could not afford to do nothing and allow the Demon King to plunder noble territories and imperial populations in the south. Considering that the Darkness City's 3 Titan were not enough to shake the entire empire, there was no need to mobilize the forces of the 4 territories on such a large scale. The Emperor gave face to the Southern Grand Duke by not forcibly sending out the other 3 Grand Dukes or his personal imperial forces. Instead, he contacted the president of the Thunderous Society. The Emperor hoped to leverage the power of the Empire's hero forces to confront the Demon King. Since the Demon King's invasion, it had caused some damage to the Empire, but at the same time, it had also successively eliminated many heroes within the Empire. The ambiguous result of whether the death of these heroes was ultimately good or bad complicated matters. In any case, for such a group that had gained astonishing growth, formed its own circle, and engaged in factionalism, any ruler or authority figure would not be pleased. Both the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation attempted to send their heroes to deal with the Demon King in their respective regions, and Emperor Frelio also hoped to take advantage of this force. Let them in. A few minutes later, a group of people walked in. There were a total of 17 individuals, both men and women, ranging from the elderly to the middle-aged. Each of them was a renowned expert in the Empire. Even the weakest among them were top-notch level 5 overlords, with over a third reaching level 6. These were all members of the Thunderous Society, the elite heroes of the Thunder Empire, standing at the pinnacle of the entire empire. In the entire empire, where millions of heroes existed, they stood at the zenith. Bachor's gaze fell on the leading figure, and his expression immediately changed. Mage King Halifax? You're also a hero. The elderly figure, frail and seemingly on the brink of death, looked as if his life force could be extinguished at any moment. Mage King Halifax, the name resonated throughout the Thunder Empire, the former president of the Magic Guild and the chief magical advisor of the Empire. He was the most legendary folk magician in the Empire's 200 to 300 years of history. Halifax was already 500 years old this year, an age considered the absolute limit for humans. For the human race, this lifespan was at the utmost extreme. Even for this legendary mage with strength comparable to Grand Duke Bachor, the age of 500 was already approaching the end of his life. This acknowledged king of the magical realm in the Thunder Empire, now appeared before him as a hero. This legendary mage, Halifax, now also bore another name, Hero Luo Xing, the strongest hero in the Thunder Empire. Luo Xing was fortunate and, at the same time, unfortunate. He directly became one of, if not the most powerful mage in the Empire, almost able to look down upon the Empire's strongest. However, his body was extremely aged, and he had only a couple of years left to live. This young man of 20 or 30 years was suddenly reincarnated into an elderly man approaching the end of his life, and how could he accept such a reality? No need to be surprised, Grand Duke. Luo Xing, using the hoarse voice of an old mage, spoke, I am the initiator and founder of the Thunderous Society, now serving as the president of the Thunderous Hero Society. Grand Duke Bachor was overjoyed. With a master taking action personally and so many powerful members of the Thunderous Society, the 3 Dragon Kings are doomed this time. Luo Xing said, to be frank, I am not very interested in this Demon King, but I am interested in something within the Demon King's territory. What is it? The Tree of Eternity, Luo Xing's eyes revealed a fanatical look. There's no mistaking it, I can feel it, the aura of the ancient Tree of Eternity. The Demon King has a Tree of Eternity. Bachor's expression changed abruptly. What? How is that possible? The Chaos Forest has a Tree of Eternity? This is also the reason why I specifically came to help the Grand Duke. We will help you deal with the Demon King, and we don't want any rewards. But that tree must belong to me. Level 5 Demon King? Luo Xing was not one bit interested. He possessed power not inferior to Bachor's. What difference would it make to kill a level 5 Demon King? He did not crave power, his life was already on a countdown. Moreover, this elderly body could not enjoy anything. What he wanted was more lifespan. He wanted to buy himself more time. Luo Xing's mind held the lifelong magical knowledge of the old mage. As long as he obtained the Tree of Eternity, he had a way to rejuvenate himself, at least live another 200 years. This was more attractive than all the level 5 Demon Kings combined. Returning from Holy Tide City, 3 days had swiftly passed. Once again, notifications appeared on Zhongnu's player interface, indicating several conquest rewards. You've conquered Deal City. You gained Shining Mithril Chest X1. You've conquered Miko City. You gained Gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. You've conquered Giant Stone Fortress. You gained Gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. 2.82 million human inhabitants of Craigie region plead for surrender. Do you accept? In total, 7 mithril chests, each corresponding to a conquered city. This indicated significant progress. Zhongnu had successfully taken control of the entire Craigie region. With nearly 3 million new residents added to his dominion, combining it with the 5.5 million obtained a few days ago, conquering Craigie alone brought in a total of 8 million people. The Craigie region plus the Kolo region, the combined population reached nearly 10 million. It was astonishing. The average quality of the human population was not particularly high, with many being ordinary individuals lacking any special talents. Unlike elves, even the most mediocre common elf possessed talents such as planting or alchemy. However, elves had a long lifespan and a low birth rate. In comparison, humans had quantity on their side. Zhang Nu opened the 7 new silver chests, revealing the accumulated rewards. Total yield, gold times 12.3 million, blueprint, Imperial Vocational Academy X1, blueprint, Imperial Ranch X1, blueprint, Imperial Workshop X1, blueprint, Tower of Felony X1, blueprint, Thunderfall Tower X1, blueprint, Barrier Tower X1, Level 3 Building Upgrade Scroll X2, Life Gems X2000, Total Elemental Gems X11, 000. Most of the blueprints were duplicates that Zhang Nu had obtained before, thus there was no need for introductions again. However, 2 of them were entirely new. Imperial Vocational Academy, Level 4 Building. This vast comprehensive academy allows ordinary civilians to experience a 20-fold increase in learning speed. The academy covers a wide range of subjects, from cooking, tailoring, gathering, and construction to more advanced fields like alchemy, forging, and magical formations. Essentially, it serves as a center for vocational training. Although it cannot provide an instant boost in magical knowledge and power like the Job Advancement Tower, the benefits come with significantly lower costs. Even someone with mediocre aptitude can turn into a rare genius with a 20-fold acceleration. Imperial Ranch, Level 3 Building. This building can be categorized as a supply-oriented structure. It can summon a large number of livestock, such as cows, sheep, pigs, and deer, for slaughtering to obtain food. The quality of the ingredients is exceptionally high, and the cost is very affordable. These supply-oriented buildings would prove to be quite beneficial. The regions of Craigie and Kolo formed 4 provinces of the Thunder Empire. None of these provinces were major agricultural producers. Although they had some grain production, supplying tens of millions of people was extremely challenging, if not impossible. In the past, these regions could purchase food from the well-developed agricultural nobles of the Bachor Duchy. However, with their surrender to the Demon King, the food supply routes were undoubtedly cut off. The only option then was to procure food from the Chaos Forest. These supply-oriented facilities could provide a significant quantity of high-quality food and create substantial economic value. Not bad. The entire Craigie region had been completely taken over, but the Darkness Titan trio was not satisfied. They continued leading the Demon King's army to attack and conquer more cities. The Battle of Kolo not only resulted in the death of Marquis Craigie, but also threw nearby territories into chaos. At least 5 more provinces were expected to fall under their control. Population, wealth, and blueprints, all of these were within reach. There was no need for Zhang Nu to personally intervene. At this moment, Su Yan returned to the castle in a disheveled state. Zhang Nu greeted her, saying, "You've returned at the right time. We've captured some heroes from the Craigie region. Go train and select 10 to integrate into the Dragon's Shadow." "Boss, that's not the most important thing right now. We've intercepted some super crucial intelligence." "Oh, really? How significant is it?" Su Yan quickly responded, "We've identified the leader of the Thunderous Society and his movements. He might have already arrived in the southern region and could be targeting the Federation next." Zhang Nu inquired, "Is he powerful?" Su Yan replied, "He's known as the current Mage King of the Empire. Not only is he strong, but he's downright outrageous. He can easily match the 4 Grand Dukes and is estimated to be a level 6 monarch." Su Yan then recounted the deeds of this Mage King. Zhang Nu nodded after listening. "Indeed, he's quite formidable. Seems like a significant challenge." Su Yan continued, "That's not all. The entire Thunderous Society might be coming. The strongest heroes of the Empire are gathering, not only controlling numerous elite hero groups but also influencing the Magic Guild, Mercenary Guild, Adventurer Guild, various neutral organizations, and even underground secret societies like the Assassin's Guild. The members' identities are mostly very mysterious, and we won't be able to investigate them all in a short time. But overall, the threat is enormous." After hearing the intelligence, Zhang Nu remained unfazed. Although he did not regard the Thunderous Society highly, even if the so-called Mage King of the current era appeared before him, Zhang Nu was confident that he could easily crush them. However, he could not deny that they possessed the ability to cause significant damage to the Federation. Vigilance was necessary. Expressing satisfaction, Zhang Nu said, "Very good, this intelligence is extremely valuable. Your recent work in gathering information has been improving. Su Yan asked in surprise, Boss, aren't you worried at all? Even if you were facing someone like Bachor, wouldn't you stay vigilant? Moreover, now we have another formidable presence comparable to Bachor. As the saying goes, it is dark under the lamp. Su Yan, the head of intelligence in the Darkness City, had not seen Zhang Nu take action for a long time. She had no real understanding of Zhang Nu's current true strength. Su Yan believed that Zhang Nu was still a level 5 demon king at the moment, with strength similar to Bachor. Dealing with one might be manageable, but two could be dangerous. The Darkness Titan trio had defeated Bachor not solely based on their strength, but also because of the favorable battlefield conditions and the overwhelming impact of the overall situation on Bachor. Regardless, facing both the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory and the Mage King together would be extremely perilous. Moreover, the true elite forces of Bachor Duchy had yet to enter the fray, and the members and influence controlled by the Thunderous Society were not to be underestimated. Su Yan was unaware that, even at level 5, Zhang Nu could easily overpower Bachor. The reason he did not take immediate action to eliminate him was simply a matter of not wanting to act hastily. Taking it step by step and maintaining a steady pace would maximize the benefits. You only need to focus on intelligence matters. Leave everything else to me, stated Zhang Nu. Quickly acknowledging, Su Yan responded, Yes, boss. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nu added, You've done well this time. I'm considering rewarding you. Eager at the prospect, Su Yan asked, Even though it's routine work, if boss is feeling generous, I won't hold back. What's the reward? A skill stone? She received a stone from Zhang Nu as she spoke. Zhang Nu clarified, It's not a skill stone. It's a teleportation stone that I recently acquired from the demon market at a considerable cost. Teleportation stone. Zhang Nu had used it before, notably when he first met Han Kersen. Su Yan expressed her delight, This is a great item. It's probably more expensive than an average B-grade skill stone. You can use it to escape or urgently teleport back to boss's side. However, Zhang Nu corrected her, Consider the teleportation stone as a temporary gift. When the right time comes, you can collect your actual reward. Understood. Su Yan was puzzled. The teleportation stone was valuable enough. How much more valuable could the actual reward be? Zhang Nu refrained from providing specific details, merely instructing Su Yan to make preparations. After Su Yan left, Zhang Nu summoned Nancilia back to the castle. Your Majesty. You called for me? Do you have any commands? Nancilia appeared quite pleased. Zhang Nu explained, A formidable group has arrived at the southern borders of the empire. The 3 dragon kings may not be enough to handle them, and in a few days, I'll be leaving with the succubus queen. Nancilia immediately understood her task. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will head over immediately. Besides, Dawntree City is being managed by my sister, Marilyn. Under the Great Demon King's command, there were 5 monarch-level individuals, and currently, Nancilia was the strongest, slightly surpassing the combat power of the Dark Dragon King, Long Yi. The cooldown for Nancilia's baptism had passed several days ago. Zhang Nu immediately brought her to the demon altar to initiate another baptism. However, this time was different from the previous ones. Zhang Nu opted for a super baptism. Though it cost 10 million gold per use, its effect was 3 times that of a regular baptism. Zhang Nu did not mind spending a bit more money. For him, saving time was of greater value. In the next moment, Nancilia felt the tremendous power generated by this baptism, unlocking her potential and ancestral bloodline. A powerful energy wave emanated from the Demon King altar, sweeping through the entire Demon King's hall. The stationed Earth Drake Grand Marshal, Sky Drake Archpriest, and the royal guards were all shocked, keenly feeling the unprecedented and increasing strength of the Elven King. Zhang Nu was also astonished. The little Elven King, after the enhanced baptism, had ascended from level 5 to 6. I actually broke through. How is this possible? Nancilia could not believe it. Countless latent talents within her bloodline were awakening rapidly. Ancient ancestral memories, vast knowledge, and a massive surge of power made her feel a bit dizzy and overwhelmed. The extent of her strength increase was beyond imagination. Other Elven kings might not achieve this level of advancement in 1,000 years. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction, truly unexpected. I didn't anticipate you to be so powerful, achieving a direct breakthrough. Nansilia, with a mix of gratitude, joy, and sadness, replied, "Your Majesty, this baptism seemed to consume more energy this time, and I—" "No matter," Zhang Nu dismissed any concern, "with your current strength, you can accomplish more for me." If, before this, Zhang Nu was not entirely sure that Nansilia could hold her own against the Thunderous Society, now he could rest assured. With Nansilia's breakthrough, she became the second level 6 monarch under the Chaos Federation, undoubtedly the strongest combat force so far, surpassing even Han Kursen. She was more than capable of being a solid wall behind the Darkness Trio. 7 days swiftly elapsed, and once again, the Deep-Sea Hermit Trio set foot on the island Ijin Shinju, Kyohei Kondo, and Seiki Deo. Kondo Kyohei, the Black Gold Shark Folk, inquired coldly, "Ijin Shinju, you're not seriously considering letting this stranger enter the Empress's tomb, are you?" Ijin Shinju displayed a disdainful expression. "Kondo-kun, must I personally respond to such a foolish question? Don't think I'm unaware of what you two are contemplating. This mission is pivotal for both us and the organization. Even if you wish to make a move against her, it would be prudent to wait until the seal is open," Ijin Shinju remarked. The Shark Folk and Drake Folk heroes exchanged glances. "No problem," they both declared. "Let's first open the seal, and then we can strike when the opportunity arises." Both heroes had excitement in their eyes. For them, this was a rare opportunity. A formidable demon king. Dispatching her would undoubtedly significantly augment their strength. Would Ijin Shinju still dare to act so arrogantly in their presence at that point? In reality, if it weren't for the constraints imposed by the organization, they would have already made a move against Ijin Shinju. Conversely, it was the same for her. Between heroes and demon kings, establishing mutual trust was never an easy task. The two heroes harbored ill intentions, and Ijin Shinju was not naive either, she held both wariness and murderous intent towards them. The current harmony among the three was just a facade. Sooner or later, their true colors would be revealed, and each would show their fangs. Since they were bound to become enemies sooner or later, there was no way Ijin Shinju would willingly let a powerful demon king help them grow in strength. It was better to strike first and eliminate the threat. However, before that, the succubus queen must die. She dared to threaten the Naga queen? She shall pay the price for her insolence. Not long after, Han Kursen and Zhang Nu arrived on the island. Ijin Shinju asked, "Did you bring the sealing pearl?" Han Kursen took out the magic orb and said, "Of course." "What's the next step?" "I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, I have a way to prevent you from using the sealing pearl." Ijin Shinju reassured her, "Rest assured. This task is extremely important for us. The succubus queen is powerful and will be a great help to us." As she spoke, she took out several teleportation stones and arranged a temporary teleportation formation. The Calamity Trench is located in the southwest region of the Azure Water Federation, tens of thousands of miles away from here. We can directly reach it using this teleportation formation. Let's depart. Ijin Shinju first transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo did not move. "Queen, please go ahead." Han Kursen, without further ado, entered the magical formation with Zhang Nu. The two were instantly transported to the so-called Calamity Sea. Zhang Nu looked around, noting a stark difference from the scenery in Holy Tide City. The sea here had a deep blue, almost black color. While Holy Tide City had a climate reminiscent of tropical islands from his past life, the Calamity Sea had a much colder atmosphere, as if he had arrived in the oceans near the North and South Poles. He found himself on a black coral reef island, surrounded by 5,000 to 6,000 elite deep-sea Naga forces. Among them, 8 leading deep-sea Nagas emitted particularly powerful auras. Ancient Naga of Darkness, Level 5 Overlord Unit. Ancient Naga of Light, Level 5 Overlord Unit. Ancient Naga of Shadow, Level 5 Overlord Unit. Ancient Naga of Flame, Level 5 Overlord Unit. Zhang Nu scanned the area, and these 8 Nagas represented different attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, light, shadow, thunder, and death. Each Naga was a top-tier Level 5 Overlord, and when united, these 8 ancient Nagas could easily contend with or even suppress a Level 5 Monarch class unit. Impressive. Each Demon King race had a different structure. While Ijin Shinju's Level 5 unit seemed to lack a Monarch class unit, it could summon 8 ancient Nagas of various attributes, which were no less powerful than a Monarch class unit and, in some cases, even more versatile. Aijin Shinju, fearing misunderstanding from Han Kursen, promptly explained, "These are my elite forces. The waters near the Calamity Sea are teeming with various demonic sea creatures. Relying solely on us not only makes it difficult to break through, but it also consumes too much energy." Han Kursen remained unfazed and responded, "I understand. So, should we start taking action now?" "There's no need to hurry," Aijin Shinju said. "The Calamity Sea has the Azure Water Federation's Mausoleum Guardian Army and Tomb Protector Army, two powerful forces. Once discovered, it will not only lead to a fierce battle but also alert the powerhouses of the Azure Water Federation. However, our organization has completed the deployment. We will create chaos to attract their attention, and with the cooperation of insiders, open a temporary defensive gap. Let's wait for the signal." Further observation and understanding revealed that the Deep Sea Hermit's strength exceeded that of the Thunder Empire's Thunderous Society by a considerable margin. The Thunderous Society was merely a high-end hero organization, while the Deep Sea Hermits not only had heroes but also top-tier demon kings like Aijin Shinju. On one hand, the Thunderous Society relied on individual abilities, social connections, and controlled forces. On the other hand, the Deep Sea Hermits seemed to have existed before the arrival of demon kings and heroes. Among them, not only were there heroes and demon kings, but also a powerful force that, for centuries, had been secretly plotting to overthrow the Azure Water Federation's rule. This operation was one of their attempts. Zhang Nu and Han Kursen waited until midnight. A beam of light suddenly shot up from the distant sea surface, disappearing into the clouds. Aijin Shinju, Kondo Kyohei, and Seiki Deo were delighted upon seeing the signal. "We can move now. The signal marks the area, and the station troops have temporarily left. We have at most 2 or 3 hours to reach the seal. Let's go." The group descended into the frigid, pitch-black seawater. However, the water could not reach Zhang Nu's body. A bubble-like barrier appeared around the two great demon kings. Sea water could not enter this bubble, thanks to the effect of waterproof items, essentially enchantments or equipment that had a waterproofing spell cast on them. Waterproof spells were specialized defense spells against water-based magic. This magic could repel water elements to form a magical shield. The higher the level of the waterproof spell, the higher the level of water magic it could defend against. The current waterproof spell could resist sea-rank water magic. In this silent and tranquil world, thousands of Nagas swam through the sea, like thousands of sea phantoms moving rapidly. These high-level marine creatures experienced a massive power boost in the ocean. "We are about to enter the deep sea area. The number of monsters here will be extremely high. Don't get entangled by them. We can't kill them all." Aijin Shinju, by controlling the sea currents, transmitted her voice to the two, not only covering a great distance but also ensuring clear communication. The seas of this world were incredibly deep. In the previous world, the Mariana Trench, the deepest point globally, had been only 6 to 11 kilometers deep. In this world, oceans several tens or hundreds of kilometers deep were commonplace, and there were even seas that were thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers deep. It was said that in the Azure Water Federation, there were seas several 100,000 kilometers deep. In essence, the oceanic world and the terrestrial world were two entirely different realms. This distinction was even greater than that between the surface world and the underworld. The ocean was three-dimensional, layered, with countless tribes, organisms, ancient monsters, and unknown demonic entities that were impossible to tally. The most primal, ancient, and intense emotion among intelligent beings was fear. Of all fears, the strongest was undoubtedly the fear of the unknown. The depths of the ocean and the vastness of deep space were the places that most effectively evoked fear of the unknown, especially for creatures from the land, many of whom had some degree of thalassophobia. "It's too deep. Haven't we reached it yet?" Han Kursen felt that they had descended more than 300 to 200 kilometers. The surroundings were almost pitch black to human eyes, akin to being in the depths of the cosmic void. However, for Han Kursen, this kind of darkness was not much of a problem. She noticed that even in such deep-sea depths, various fish and creatures still thrived, creating an unimaginably rich ecosystem. Just then, Zhang Nu sensed a looming hostility. Deep-sea demon octopus, level 5 Lord Unit. Description: this is a marine demon with a high-tier demonic lineage. Not only do they possess incredibly tenacious vitality, but they also have powerful psychic and water-based attack abilities. A large group of super octopus monsters. There were approximately 30 to 40 of them. They averaged over 200 meters in diameter, were entirely pitch black like ink, with purple patterns, and possessed dozens of tentacles. All of them were level 5 lords? The monster resources in the ocean seemed quite abundant. Sekideo's voice echoed, "Let's keep moving forward." The deep-sea Naga launched attacks, engaging the demon octopuses in battle. The 5 of them took advantage of the distraction, hardly getting involved in the fight, and continued to descend rapidly. Strange and monstrous creatures kept emerging, resembling poking a hornet's nest, seemingly endless. Finally, when the elite Nagas were on the verge of exhaustion, Zhang Nu spotted the ocean floor. It was a dark plain, and in the middle of it appeared a massive trench. It was like an ugly scar, abruptly showing up before their eyes, emitting an extremely ominous red glow. A prompt appeared before Zhang Nu. Calamity Trench, Tomb of the Empress, Level 5 Mythic Area. Description: this place once experienced a catastrophe that could shake the foundations of the Azure Water Federation. 6,000 years after the legendary Empress suppressed the calamity at the cost of her life, the danger level has significantly decreased. However, it remains an extremely perilous and forbidden place that should not be approached lightly. As expected, just as expected. Although it was only level 5, it was a mythic level area. The difficulty was likely much higher than that of a level 6 monarch area. A genuinely challenging place. However, the more challenging the place, the more abundant the rewards. Zhang Nu looked forward to what might appear at the burial place of this legendary empress. Zhang Nu felt waves of force emanating from the trench, like sharp needles that were invisible to the naked eye. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-0. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-0. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-0. The blood-red glow emitted from the trench was, in essence, a specialized lightning akin to abyssal thunder. The immense energy almost filled the entire trench. This should be the power responsible for sealing the Calamity Trench. It was not only confining the space, but continually releasing energy, radiating with a diameter of tens of kilometers, forming a massive energy field on the seabed. Even a level 5 monarch would be harmed by it. It was indeed formidable. No wonder sacrificing multiple top-tier monarchs was necessary for this seal's creation. The primary reason Zhang Nu was completely unaffected was that the energy's essence was thunder, and it did not reach the attack intensity of an S-rank skill, making it impossible to affect him. These kinds of monstrously power attacks were, after all, quite rare. However, Han Kursen did not fare quite as well. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-12. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-15. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-39, inducing a paralysis effect. You are under attack by the seal's energy. HP-39, inducing a paralysis effect. The closer they got to the trench, the higher the damage they suffered, with effects like paralysis appearing. Han Kursen, despite her status as a high-ranking demon with a top-tier level 5 monarch strength and presumably high elemental resistance, could not stay in this place for long. No wonder, all along the way, there were numerous monsters, but as they approached the mysterious trench, there were fewer in the vicinity. They set us up. Aijin Shinju and the others, with presumably lower resistance, did not seem to be greatly affected in this environment. This indicated that they were already aware of the conditions near the trench. They had likely prepared in advance using potions, spells, or equipment to increase their lightning resistance, allowing them to withstand the environment. This crucial information was not shared with Han Kursen. It was clear they intended to take advantage of her, weakening the Demon King before reaching the trench. Han Kursen scoffed coldly, immediately activating an A-rank protective spell to temporarily suppress the intensifying damage. However, while the decline in her HP stopped, the consumption of MP increased. Seeing this, Kondo Kyohei and Seikideo were delighted. The strength of the succubus queen was unfathomable, but now, deep in the endless depths hundreds of kilometers under the sea, her power would be at least weakened by 3 to 4 times. Meanwhile, their strengths would be enhanced by several times. As a result, they were confident in defeating the queen. To counter the continuously intensifying sealing energy, the queen had to expend more energy continuously, further weakening her combat power. The big, fat fish was now on the chopping board, ready to be prepared and enjoyed. When the trench became visible, it did not mean they could immediately reach the vicinity. It took them a full 20 minutes to smoothly arrive on the seabed plain. At this point, the depth from the surface was already at least 400 to 500 kilometers. What did this mean? The concentration of water elemental energy was extremely high, and the water pressure was sufficient to flatten an Iron Man into an iron pancake. Zhang Nu noticed many new creatures moving on the seabed plain. These creatures were not physical monsters, but rather translucent elemental life forms. Mutated Water Elemental Lord, Level 5 Lord Unit. Description: these are elemental life forms nurtured by the sea. Due to special conditions, they have acquired the ability to use thunder attacks. At first glance, their numbers were not small. With translucent bodies over 10 meters high, they resembled a neural network with abundant lightning distributed throughout. They gathered near the trench, seemingly able to feed on the sealing energy. Aijin Shinju stopped nearby and said, "Each of us will hold a sealing magic pearl to collectively unlock the seal. Your followers and mine will be responsible for dealing with the nearby monsters." The group of around a dozen people split up. Han Kursen, Aijin Shinju, Kondo Kyohei, and Seiki Deo took action. Each of the four held a sealing magic pearl and infused it with their mana, creating a massive formation above the trench, immediately causing strong magical fluctuations. The water elemental lords were alarmed and swiftly attacked the area. Zhang Nu and Aijin Shinju's 8 Naga subordinates also sprang into action. Zhang Nu unleashed dragon flames from both hands, condensing them into a pair of large swords, each several dozen meters long, continuously evaporating seawater into expansive clusters of air. Given the circumstances, using fire-based attacks, even as potent as dragon flames, would be diminished. Nevertheless, Zhang Nu paid no heed. Swinging the large swords in his hands, he directly cut through the seawater in front of him, striking one of the water elemental lords. The next moment, a muffled explosion occurred. The water elemental lord was vaporized, and its internal energy and thunderous explosions covered an area with a diameter of hundreds of meters. You have slain a mutated water elemental lord. Gold plus 210,000. You have slain a mutated water elemental lord. Gold plus 210,000. You have slain a mutated water elemental lord. Gold plus 210,000. Zhang Nu, undeterred by the immense pressure at the ocean floor, persistently swung his sword, effortlessly dispatching the water elementals with a single stroke. None managed to endure a second strike. This guy is quite formidable. He truly wields the might of a level 5 monarch. No wonder the succubus queen displays such confidence. However, his proficiency in fire-based attacks implies that their efficacy is likely halved in this environment, making him less of a concern. Such were the sentiments shared by the deep-sea hermit trio. While their primary concern was the succubus queen herself, the strength of the subordinate accompanying this great demon king was apparent. Witnessing the prowess of this Mr. Long, they were genuinely impressed by his level 5 monarch power. In this environment, where the combat capabilities of surface dwellers were diminished in the deep-sea setting, the fact that he could effortlessly vanquish level 5 water elemental lords with a single strike was an accomplishment that even the 8 super Nagas under Aijin Shinju could not match. It was worth noting that the Nagas were fighting on their home turf, receiving combat enhancements from the deep-sea environment, and each of them was a top-tier level 5 overlord unit. It was highly probable that this Mr. Long was a monarch unit under the command of the succubus queen, showcasing remarkable strength. However, he was presently constrained by the environment, rendering him a non-immediate threat. As Zhang Nu and the 8 Nagas held their ground, the mutated water elemental lords found it impossible to approach. The 4 individuals had sufficient time to systematically break the seal. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the seafloor started to tremble, and myriad red energies congregated beneath the large magical formation, eventually coalescing into an energy column that was absorbed into the formation. It's completed. The seal is on the verge of being lifted. Just another 10 minutes at most and I can venture into the Calamity Trench soon. Aijin Shinju exuded joy because the proceedings were unfolding even more smoothly than anticipated. Regardless of whether they discovered the Empress's covenant within the tomb, the region itself held considerable development potential for a demon king. However, before proceeding further, potential threats needed to be eliminated. It was time to take care of the succubus queen. Aijin Shinju immediately issued a command to the 8 ancient Nagas, and they promptly transformed into 8 residual images, enclosing Mr. Long simultaneously. Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo, one in front and one at the rear, assumed a flanking posture against Han Kursen. Han Kursen had expended a considerable amount of mana throughout the journey, particularly to activate the unsealing formation. Now, her MP was less than a third of its original capacity. "What do you think you're doing?" Han Kursen maintained a poker face, but could not help but mock, saying, "So soon to turn on me? I thought you guys would be a bit more patient." "Ha ha ha. No need for that. The Empress's tomb is well within our capability. As for you, you have no remaining worth." Seikideo laughed heartily. "You've exhausted your strength all the way here, haven't you? I advise you to surrender willingly. Considering your assistance, we might spare you some suffering and grant you a swift death." Han Kursen had anticipated the islanders' lack of trustworthiness, but she had not expected them to turn on her so quickly. They had not even entered the Empress's tomb, and they were already eager to dispose of her. "Think you can end me? I doubt you've got what it takes." Han Kursen, realizing that more words were pointless, summoned an overwhelming force that pushed seawater in all directions. Domain of domination. Countless threads, numbering in the tens of thousands, instantly filled the space, creating a scene reminiscent of the Cave of Silken Web. Kondo Kyohei and Seikideo could sense the overwhelming power of the domain. Once activated by the succubus queen, such a domain would be incredibly challenging to deal with. However, the two of them remained composed. Struggling is useless and meaningless. Blame your own arrogance for your impending doom." Aijin Shinju was well prepared, raising her staff. Deep sea domain. Domains clashed. Only one could prevail. The succubus queen's domain shattered instantly. Countless high-pressure seawaters surged in from all directions, breaking the domain and once again engulfing the succubus queen. Two domains collided, neutralizing each other. Han Kursen's expression shifted slightly. Aijin Shinju's laughter echoed through the seawater, full of triumph. "Didn't expect that, did you? Your domain is indeed stronger than mine, but it's weakened by the influence of the deep sea. Meanwhile, my domain only becomes stronger in this environment. I won't allow other demon kings to share in the Empress's tomb." "You actually thought about getting a piece of the pie? How ridiculous." Aijin Shinju exuded an air of assured victory, but she seemed intent on preserving her strength and did not plan to intervene personally. "Kondo-kun, Seiki-kun, I've suppressed her domain, and my subordinates have restrained hers. Now it's up to the two of you to perform." "Ha ha ha. Thanks a lot. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. I've never seen such beauty. Shouldn't we enjoy her a bit first? What a pity. Cut the chatter. Kill her quickly." These two superheroes from the island nation felt extremely excited and satisfied. They had suffered a defeat at the hands of this woman before, and now, with her strength depleted and another demon king of similar strength suppressing her, it seemed impossible for her to withstand the two superheroes. This underwater environment, hundreds of miles deep, would allow them to showcase their true power, which was on a completely different level from the surface. Today, this woman from Huaxia would experience true despair. Once they eliminated the succubus queen and obtained even greater power, Aijin Shinju would not be able to keep them in check any longer. The prospect of capturing the Empress's tomb was currently a mutual endeavor, and when she lost her utility, they could collectively remove her. Two top-tier level 5 demon kings might even facilitate rapid advancements, bringing them close to the level of monarch. Surrounded by 8 Nagas, Zhang Nu stood at the center. It would take approximately 10 minutes before the seal was completely lifted. Therefore, he remained composed, choosing not to hastily make a move. After all, these 3 cunning individuals might introduce some surprises during the waiting period, offering him some amusement and preventing the situation from becoming overly tedious. The trio hoped to witness fear, panic, or despair on the succubus queen's pretty face. However, they were destined for disappointment. Instead of displaying any trace of fear, Han Kursen looked at them with the same kind of gaze one might have when observing a clown. She said, "First, I must thank you for your efforts." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said," replied Han Kursen. "If your organization hadn't gone through so much trouble, coordinating inside and outside, diverting the guarding forces from the Azure Federation. If you didn't have 3 sealing magic beads in your hands, how could I have opened this seal? So, I truly want to express my gratitude to you. But, as you've said," she continued, "a tool without its use, there's no reason for its existence." Curses. Why was she so composed? Could there be some hidden trump card? Impossible. Even if there were, under these circumstances, a comeback would be out of the question. Kondo. Hold off for now. Let me handle this first. Rushing forward, Sekidao roared, "Foolish woman, still spouting nonsense at death's door. Today, I'll let you experience what true terror and despair feel like." As he finished speaking, he swiftly transformed, turning into a sea drake nearly 100 meters long. Undoubtedly, he had some skills. Being a level 6 hero, he possessed the formidable innate talent awakened by the Sea Drake clan only after reaching at least level 5. In their Sea Drake state, they were several times stronger than their humanoid form. Die. The giant Sea Drake churned the seawater, releasing hundreds, if not thousands, of invisible water blades. These attacks, hidden within the water flow, were indistinguishable to the naked eye and challenging to perceive. However, they possessed the power to cut through iron like butter and split mountains and rivers. The water repellent spell that Han Kursen had cast was instantly shattered. Countless tons of sea water cascaded down like collapsing mountains, making Han Kursen feel as if the surroundings were not sea water but solidified cement. Even lifting her arm required the strength of at least 1,000 pounds. You've been affected by the deep-sea environment. Agility decreased by 10%, movement speed decreased by 25%. Han Kursen, after all, was a monarch-class demon king with a demonic constitution. She had also taken an underwater breathing elixir in advance, making the deep-sea environment itself relatively harmless. Layer after layer, protective shields were swiftly resummoned. Bang! 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 Invisible water blades struck the shields, yet they failed to inflict any harm on Han Kursen. Once again, she taunted, "Is this all you've got? And you dare to flaunt yourselves? Are all the men from your island nation as weak as you?" Han Kursen, with her sharp tongue and dark intentions, could not help but provoke, while simultaneously defending against attacks. Meanwhile, Sekidao exerted his strength, summoning dozens of water vortexes to encircle and crush Han Kursen. It was like several dozen meat grinders operating simultaneously, aiming to pulverize her completely. What's going on? Why isn't that potato making a move? Taunting her opponents, Han Kursen appeared at ease, although she was secretly exhausted. To reach the trench and unlock the seal, her MP had only a third remaining. Now she had to face the clashing of domains against Aijin Shinju, while simultaneously withstanding the onslaught from a level 6 hero. To make matters worse, there was another level 6 hero standing by, watching. In this situation, victory seemed almost impossible. The only reason she remained confident was because of the presence of the mighty Potato Demon King. With his strength, dealing with several level 5 Overlord-class Nagas would be effortless. Yet, the Potato Demon King seemed deliberately slow, making Han Kursen wonder if he was intentionally enjoying her predicament. Han Kursen engaged in a fierce battle with Sekidao for about 20 rounds. Despite the limitations imposed by the deep-sea environment and the partial restraint of her powers by Aijin Shinju, Han Kursen showcased a diverse array of skills. She employed enchantments, illusions, and psychic attacks, demonstrating mastery over dozens, if not hundreds, of elemental magic, sealing spells, curses, and spatial magic. Despite the advantageous conditions, Sekidao could not immediately subdue her. Han Kursen's resourcefulness led to several setbacks for Sekidao. Enough. The seal is about to be unlocked. There's no more time to waste. Kondo Kyohei, unable to remain passive any longer, joined the fray. Being a black gold shark folk, an exceedingly rare and unique variant among shark folks, Kondo possessed extraordinary strength, near invulnerability to physical attacks, and high resistance to spells. Moreover, he had the ability to cultivate special combat chi, significantly enhancing various forms of attack. Rampaging Shark Chi. Releasing his ultimate move, Kondo's combat chi flooded the surroundings like blood, transforming into numerous 5-meter sharks. These sharks then swiftly approached Han Kursen, displaying remarkable speed and agility. With file-like teeth, they began gnawing at Han Kursen's protective shield. Their power was astonishing, tearing through nearly half of the shield in no time. These chi-infused sharks were not real creatures nor magical summons, but dense and formidable combat chi entities. They could not be killed, and there was no way to dispel them. Shit. I'm about to be torn to shreds. Why is that guy still enjoying the show? He insists on waiting for me to beg for his help before he'll intervene. Han Kursen gritted her teeth in frustration. It must be so. This guy's as petty as a potato. Most likely, he's still upset about all the times I've teased him. However, the succubus queen was just as stubborn. With one demon king restraining her and two superheroes attacking together, she endured for 3 minutes without seeking help. Not good. Her psychic energy was about to be depleted. Seizing the advantage, Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo increased their intensity. The succubus queen resisted, but under the joint assault of the two superheroes, she could not maintain her domain any longer. Unable to uphold her domain, Aijin Shinju's deep-sea domain instantly took control, covering an area of several kilometers and ensnaring everyone within it. Ha ha ha. It's over. The two heroes prepared for a lethal strike. However, something completely unforeseen occurred as the deep-sea domain suppression descended upon them. Two dark purple beams shot out from Aijin Shinju's staff, simultaneously hitting the two heroes from behind. Seemingly a simple strike, it was the A-rank skilled Death Annihilation Beam. It could instantly inflict astonishing undeath attribute damage and impose a potent curse effect on the target, rendering them extremely weak for a short period. Aijin! What have you done? The two heroes were astonished. Aijin Shinju laughed maniacally, saying, "Did you really think I'm a fool? Letting you kill her to gain stronger power and then turning that power against me?" Kondo Kyohei was shocked. Aijin, what are you talking about? We're comrades. How could we turn against you? Don't do something foolish. Seiki Deo also quickly added, are you thinking of betraying the organization? Without our help, you alone wouldn't stand a chance of conquering the Empress's tomb. Aijin Shinju dismissed them with disdain. Put away your hypocritical faces. Just as I would never let you kill this demon king and gain power, did you really think from the beginning that you were going to help me conquer the Empress's tomb? As for the organization, what does it matter if you two meet an unfortunate end during a mission? Do you really think the organization cares about how you die? Between a living demon king and two dead heroes, who holds more weight? Who is more beneficial to the organization? I believe the organization knows that crystal clear. The heroes were furious. But Kaoru, you mad woman. Today, it's either your death or ours. Regardless, we're ready to kill a level 5 demon king. Since that's the case, let's kill another one. The two heroes were only trying to intimidate. However, they could keenly feel that after being hit by the Death Annihilation Beam, their bodies were rapidly weakening. The succubus queen had exhausted her strength, and the two heroes had also suffered considerable losses. In this situation, the odds of dealing with Aijin Shinju were indeed not high. However, they could not just sit idly by, they had to give it their all and try their luck. If, by any chance, they succeeded in killing Aijin Shinju, that would be 2 top-tier demon kings slain under their blades, they might advance to monarch class ahead of time. The desire for survival and the will to fight immediately emerged in their determined eyes. Despite their continuing weakness, as long as they could hold on for a short time, they would seize this opportunity and join forces to take down Aijin Shinju. However, at this moment, the scene before them caught the two heroes completely off guard. The 8 ancient Nagas teleported back to Aijin Shinju's side. She revealed a sinister expression and said, "Want to see my true power?" What? With the 8 powerhouses of Aijin Shinju returning to her side, the heroes felt a chill. With these 8 powerful combatants assisting her, their chances of victory became even more dismal. Moreover, judging by Aijin Shinju's words, it seemed she still had an ace up her sleeve. This form has never been seen by outsiders. Today, you fools shall witness my true might. Aijin Shinju raised her staff and shouted, Yamata ritual, commence. A ritual formation formed around Aijin Shinju, with the 8 ancient Nagas transforming into 8 streams of light, all merging into Aijin Shinju. In the next moment, her body rapidly grew dozens of times in size, transforming into a creature with 8 snake tails and 8 snake heads, resembling the 8-headed serpent from island nation mythology. It stood at least 200 meters tall, emanating a powerful and intimidating aura. What is this? Zhang Nu glanced at the Aijin Shinju's attributes. Ancient Yamata Naga, Aijin Shinju, Level 6 Monarch. Description: the Demon King has transformed through a powerful ritual, merging with 8 ancient Nagas, ultimately becoming a monster with unimaginable strength. It is an extremely dangerous and terrifying entity. Impressive. Aijin Shinju possessed the bloodline of the deep-sea Nagas. Although the lineage level of the deep-sea Naga Demon King could not compare to the Succubus Queen, let alone the Abyssal Dragon King, it hadn't even unlocked King tier units at the 5th tier. However, her methods were quite unique. The skill Ijin Shinju was employing was essentially a transformation skill. It was just that this particular transformation skill required the coordination of the 8 ancient Nagas under her command to unleash its maximum power. At that moment, it had reached the strength of a 6th tier king. Ijin Shinju's clothes had completely disappeared, half of her body was within the monster's body, and the remaining half was exposed. She wielded a staff and was laughing wildly. The 8 giant snake bodies were poised to strike, and a terrifying force was gathering and brewing. See that? This is my strongest form. Ijin Shinju declared, with my power alone, I can unlock the Empress's tomb. Do I really need you useless beings to help? The only value you can provide is to unseal it for me. Kondo-kun, Seki-kun, everything ends now. I will gladly accept your souls. And you? Succubus Queen. Ijin Shinju's formidable aura locked onto Han-kursen. Do you know? The thing I detest the most is a woman who is more outstanding, more beautiful, and smarter than me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I will make you understand what it means to be better off dead. As she spoke, all 8 snake heads simultaneously released energy. Han-kursen complained, Hey! I'm about to eat shit and die here. Are you sure you're still not going to intervene? Zhang Nu took a step through the void, appearing in front of Han-kursen. With a casual swipe, all 8 streams of energy were drawn into the black hole in his palm, completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. What? Ijin Shinju's expression changed dramatically. Who are you? Ignoring her, Zhang Nu turned to Han-kursen and said, You can't even handle a bunch of oddballs and small fries. How can my partner perform so poorly? If things don't work out, I might as well merge the Gloom City into the Darkness City. At least under my personal supervision, you won't struggle with such a bunch of ugly creatures. Han-kursen was infuriated. You take every opportunity to tease me. What do you mean by oddballs and small fries? They are not simple foes. I am fighting against 3 opponents on their home turf. Stop bragging about yourself. This bitch, she wasn't weak to begin with, and now she's become even more powerful. I don't think even you can easily deal with her. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to be cautious. You might end up in trouble. Zhang Nu glanced at the trench. The ceiling energy had been drained by 70%. There was no need to waste time here. This Mr. Long was definitely not a mere underling. How could a subordinate of the Demon King dare to address the master in such a manner? Moreover, without uttering any incantations, he effortlessly teleported right in front of Han-kursen, skillfully intercepting the attack in Ijin Shinju's most formidable form. Such prowess was not only on par with that of the Succubus Queen but may have even surpassed it entirely. Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo, the 2 heroes, found themselves dumbfounded. This enigmatic individual, who scarcely spoke and seemed almost inconspicuous, unexpectedly possessed such formidable power. What exactly was happening here? However, before the duo could ponder or devise any countermeasures, Zhang Nu rubbed his hands together. Lightning crackled in his left hand, while his right hand conjured dragon flames. Employing the sword-forming technique, he forged a long sword condensed from his thunder flames. Shit! There's killing intent. Kondo Kyohei sensed a bone-chilling killing intent. Before he could react, Zhang Nu took a step forward, effortlessly traversing several hundred meters underwater to stand before Kondo Kyohei. With a single fluid motion, he cleaved through him from head to toe, simultaneously evaporating the surrounding seawater. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone +4. In a singular stroke, a formidable level 6 hero was severed in half on the spot. The intense heat and thunder instantly transformed the remains into fragmented carbon. This spectacle left everyone present in a state of shock. Even though Kondo Kyohei's strength had diminished due to Ijin Shinju's surprise attack, he still retained 6 to 7/10 of his power and should not have been dispatched so effortlessly. After Zhang Nu dealt with the first adversary, he swiftly shifted his focus to the second. Seiki Deo was petrified. Kondo Kyohei could not even endure a single strike from this monster. How could he fare any better? Fucking shit. He must immediately flee. Zhang Nu unleashed a lethal death stare. The colossal sea drake form of Seiki Deo convulsed violently, accompanied by a wretched scream. Like a disassembling puzzle, its immense body disintegrated into hundreds and thousands of fragments. Each piece further fragmented until the colossal form vanished into dust and dispersed into the sea water. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone +3. 1 Sword Strike, 1 Dead Black Gold Shark Folk. 1 glance, and 100-meter sea drake met its end. The entire process took less than half a second. Aijin Shinju was caught off guard. She could not discern the true identity or strength of this mysterious individual. Finally, she grasped why the succubus queen could act so confidently. It had been some time since the succubus queen ascended to level 5, garnering fame across 10 demon king channels. She was undoubtedly one of the most successful and powerful demon lords to date. Once Aijin Shinju confirmed her identity, she no longer doubted her leadership and status. Little did she expect that this seemingly inconspicuous figure cloaked in mystery, with no discernible presence, was the true powerhouse. Zhang Nu, gazing at Aijin Shinju, inquired, "Any last words?" "I'll give you 5 seconds." The tone, the demeanor Zhang Nu seemed to dismiss her entirely, an infuriating affront to Aijin Shinju. Currently in her most formidable state, boasting at least the strength of a level 6 monarch, she found this individual's disregard deeply insulting. However, Aijin Shinju had to admit that this mysterious figure, whose depth, origin, and even identity remained unknown, whether demon king, hero, or indigenous being, possessed an exceptionally formidable and elusive strength. This made her reluctant to take action, as she lacked confidence in her ability to handle this situation. She spoke with a solemn tone, "You are powerful, but you cannot defeat me. In the state of the Yamata ancient Naga, I have 8 lives to spare, while you only have 1. Zhang Nu chuckled, "If you were really that confident, you would have attacked already instead of posturing here." For some reason, Aijin Shinju felt an almost absolute self-assurance in her current form. Yet, simultaneously, a strong instinct warned her of the danger. She must not engage with the being before her, or the consequences would be severe. She said, "The reason I tried to deal with them is that they had no qualifications to cooperate with me. However, you seem different from them. We can jointly explore the Empress's tomb, and the profits will be split 50-50. Zhang Nu shook his head. Aijin Shinju inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with the split?" "No, the 5 seconds have passed, your time is up." Aijin Shinju, incensed, could not believe this damned individual really showed no regard for her. It was an outrageous insult. "Fine. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's see what exactly gives you the audacity." Aijin Shinju was about to unleash an attack by driving the body of the Yamata Naga when her expression suddenly turned horrified, with an incredulous disbelief. "What's happening?" "My body." She sensed it. For some unknown reason, her body could no longer move. The 8 snake bodies underwent a bizarre transformation. These giant snakes, as if intoxicated by the radioactive waste of the island country, were rapidly mutating. Their scales quickly shed, and snake fangs grew like tusks of wild boars. Huge tumor-like growths swelled all over their bodies. Ah! Arg! Due to the fusion state, the body of the Yamata Naga underwent a monstrous change. This directly affected Aijin Shinju herself. She felt that all the abilities of the Yamata Naga had failed, and the Yamata body was collapsing at an alarming rate. Finally, she realized what was happening. "Damn it! Damn you! You actually poisoned me." Han Kursen looked on in confusion and bewilderment. She recognized the strength of the Potato Demon King, but she had never expected that this powerful guy, apparently also had the skill to poison. When was the poison administered? The toxicity was too outrageous. What kind of poison was it? It could turn the target into such a grotesque state. In just 10 seconds, the 8 snake bodies had completely twisted and transformed into 8 irregular, uncontrollable, and disgusting flesh monsters. A strange aura continuously emanated from them, causing Han Kursen to feel a hint of psychic contamination. Suddenly, she realized something. She had sensed a similar aura in the Mountains of Madness. This Potato Demon King did not actually use poison, he used the power of an evil god? However, upon closer inspection, Han Kursen found that this power of the evil god was different. At least, it was entirely distinct from the evil god's power from the Mountains of Madness. She was extremely shocked. Could it be that the Potato Demon King had more than one powerful fragment of evil god on him? How much more power was he hiding? The Yamata Naga is indeed powerful. Although Zhang Nu could crush it with his sheer strength, the Yamata Naga has the ability to resurrect itself each time a head is sacrificed. In other words, it would take killing it 8 times to permanently eliminate the threat. This would be a significant waste of time. Zhang Nu's previous delay was not entirely intentional. The reason he did not eliminate the 8 ancient Nagas immediately was mainly to conduct an experiment. During their battle, he quietly injected a large amount of corrupted blood into the 8 Naga generals, triggering the power of the evil god fragment source of corruption. The 8 Naga generals, during their attacks, were unknowingly infused with a substantial amount of corrupted blood. Unaware of this, Ijin Shinju recalled them and initiated the fusion ritual, transforming them into the Yamata Naga. At this moment, the corrupted blood took effect. The Yamata Naga was demonized, and the body lost control. Ijin Shinju had to abandon the fusion and detach herself from the Yamata Naga. However, even so, her body had already been thoroughly permeated by the poisonous corrupted blood. Strictly speaking, the corrupted blood was not a conventional poison. It was more like the blood of an evil god, saturated with a malevolent aura far deadlier than any poison. While toxins can be mitigated using certain spells or antidotes, the effects of the evil god's blood are irreversible curses and distortions. Ideally, with the main entity gone, the Yamata Naga should have automatically disintegrated. However, the colossal creature continued its monstrous transformation, turning into an indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood. The 8 ancient Nagas that constituted the Yamata Naga were inadvertently injected with too much corrupted blood, resulting in their bodies being thoroughly demonized. Although it continued to undergo this malevolent transformation, there was a high probability that the physical body would completely collapse if the process continued. This won't do. It must be stabilized. Zhang Nu opened his vertical eye, the crimson eye of death, staring at the 8-headed monster. The undeath energy, imbued with the aura of the evil god, was being injected into the creature's body through this eye. Undead creation. Since obtaining the eye of death, Zhang Nu had only used death stare. However, as the origin of the death power of the 8-eyed evil god, how could it have only one talent ability like death gaze? The domain of the power of death had given rise to countless magical spells, with the most common being necromancy. What Zhang Nu was currently casting was a very common necromancy spell, called Undead Creation. This magic ranged from the lowest F rank to the highest rank, S rank. It could create anything from small skeletal soldiers to massive frostbone dragons and death titan, as long as there was sufficient undeath energy. The body of the Yamata Naga underwent another transformation. Each snake bone spike extended outward, and the massive body grew several pairs of irregular fleshy wings. Eyes appeared on its neck and back, while the tail split into numerous octopus tentacles. However, gradually, it stabilized. Evil God Monstrosity, Yamata Evil Serpent, Level 6 Overlord Unit. Skills, Evil God Aura, Talent, Mental Corruption, Talent, Yamata Sacrifice, Talent, Mastery of 8 Elements, Talent, Elemental Storm, A rank, Elemental Fusion, A rank, etc. Introduction: this monster is created with the power of the evil god, possessing unimaginable strength and chaotic consciousness. No one can truly control it, but its body is not stable and can only be maintained for a maximum of 36 hours. Success. Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. He had successfully created an evil god monstrosity. Although this monster could only be maintained for 36 hours, it was excellent for a first attempt. The birth of this monster was mainly due to the powerful effects of the polluted blood. However, targets contaminated with this kind of evil god blood were too unstable and unlikely to survive. Therefore, Zhang Nu used the Eye of Death to transform it into an undead monster, achieving approximately 36 hours of stability. Although this Yamata Evil Serpent might not meet Zhang Nu's standards in terms of strength, it would bring chaos, slaughter, and contamination wherever it went. However, due to its instability and contamination capabilities, Zhang Nu could not bring it back to his territory for further use. It could only be considered a disposable item. Overall, it was not bad. Zhang Nu estimated that the strength of this serpent was not necessarily inferior to the combined efforts of Kondo Kyohei and Seiki Deo. It had the capability to deal with some weaker level 5 monarchs. Evil god monstrosities were uncontrollable, but Zhang Nu insisted on trying to control it. He activated his recently acquired Dominator's Eye, connecting his mind directly to the Yamata Evil Serpent. This act of directly connecting one's mind to an evil god monstrosity would be equivalent to seeking death for an ordinary person. The moment the connection was established, an overwhelming tide of chaos, madness, bloodlust, pain, hatred, and indescribable emotions would flood in like a torrent. This was akin to a powerful psychic attack. However, with the Dominator's eye, Xiongnu was immune to such backlash. He directly took control of the Yamada evil serpent, manipulating it like a puppet. Not bad. Another toy added to the collection. Xiongnu looked at the barely alive Ijin Shinju and said, "As for you." Her strength was still formidable, but due to merging with her subordinates who were completely contaminated without any precautions, every blood vessel and inch of skin in her body were now tainted with the corrupted blood. This malicious force not only nullified various abilities but also initiated a transformation in her body. Ijin Shinju hastily begged for mercy, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to join under your banner, willing to be your subordinate." Xiongnu chuckled, snapped his fingers, and expanded spatial energy, pushing away the surrounding seawater to create a dry space on the seabed. He established a mental connection with the spirit sanctum and used it as a medium to notify Su Yan to come quickly for the reward, as time was running out. Su Yan was well prepared and promptly teleported using the teleportation stone. "What is this place?" "The seabed." "What?" "The seabed." "Enough, no more nonsense. Kill this demon king." Xiongnu ordered, "This isn't where you should stay. Quickly receive your reward and hurry back to work." Su Yan was baffled. The reward was a demon king, but how did Boss manage to capture a demon king under the sea? Su Yan was terrified when she saw the evil god monstrosity, wondering what kind of creature it was. Though full of confusion, this was not the time to ask questions. She quickly drew her sword and beheaded the demon king. She was somewhat excited. A demon king reward gifted by Boss on the spot. There was no way this was anything lower than a level 4 demon king, right? At that moment, a notification appeared. "You've slain a level 5 deep sea Naga demon king. You gained 2,413 training points, deep sea domain talent, Yamada ritual talent, Naga's heart talent. Seeing the sudden yield, Su Yan was utterly bewildered. Over 2,400 training points? Wasn't that equivalent to an ordinary person training for over 2,000 years? Even with average aptitude, practicing for 2,000 years would likely make one a formidable powerhouse. Such a vast amount of talent points allowed her to reach level 5 without any issues. This. Su Yan was too excited to form coherent sentences. She had been dragged into this situation, and in a daze, she had casually made a kill, unexpectedly killing a level 5 demon king, a monarch-class entity. Xiongnu said, "I have other matters to attend to. You can go back now. Make good use of this power, and don't disappoint me. Understand?" "Yes. Thank you, boss." The Demon King bestowed power upon the hero girl to enhance her performance. Su Yan was well aware of the substantial weight of this reward. Based on the meager contribution she made, she was far from deserving such a significant bounty. In this day and age, level 5 Demon Kings were a rare sight, and heroes capable of killing one were virtually non-existent in the entire Thunder Empire. Yet, here she was, having haphazardly slain one. Su Yan was teleported back. This time, her luck was exceptionally good. It was quite rare for Xiongnu to encounter such a Demon King. As there were no rewards for a Demon King to kill another, this allowed her to stumble upon a tremendous stroke of luck. After slaying the Naga Demon King, Su Yan should be able to advance to level 5, becoming the first level 5 hero in the Darkness City. In addition, she gained the Demon King's deep sea domain, signifying her potential for becoming a monarch. Heroes of this caliber were scarce in the entire Thunder Empire, likely not exceeding 3. However, despite acquiring the monarch domain, Su Yan's actual strength was not particularly formidable. She would probably struggle against a guardian knight. Unlike other level 5 or 6 heroes, Su Yan had a significantly lower starting point, being an ordinary fox villager from a small chaos forest village. Her current prowess was entirely attributed to the assistance and cultivation she received from the Demon King, slowly progressing step by step. Her foundation remained relatively thin, and it would take ample time to accumulate strength before she could rival the top-tier heroes of the Thunderous Society. "How's your recovery?" Xiongnu approached the succubus Queen Han Kursen. Han Kursen had not suffered any significant injuries, her depletion was just a bit substantial. She could not fathom how a demon king like Aijin Shinju managed to collapse without even attempting a fight, allowing the hero of Darkness City to reap the benefits. While she could accept that Zhang Nu could defeat her in a direct confrontation, the fact that he was not only physically powerful but also adept at using underhanded tactics was downright terrifying. "I'm almost fully recovered," she replied. "What is this thing though? How did you manage to create that?" Zhang Nu explained, "It's nothing extraordinary. Just a special method to create a disposable monstrous entity infused with the power of an evil god. Unfortunately, it can only exist for less than 2 days." Although Zhang Nu downplayed its significance, Han Kursen could sense the tremendous power emanating from the evil god monstrosity. Even she was not confident in handling it. What amazed her the most was that despite the overwhelming evil god aura characterized by chaos, madness, and uncontrollable spiritual energy, the creature remained unusually calm. It was evident that Zhang Nu had it under control. Continuing, Zhang Nu said, "Although it's a one-time use toy, it comes in handy. The seal is about to be unlocked. Let's head in and take a look." However, as they say, even siblings settle their accounts clearly. Let's discuss the profit distribution first. This place is extremely challenging, expected to be several times more difficult than the Mountains of Madness. Although you've been helpful, provided clues, and resolved the initial troubles for yourself, the profits can't be split evenly as before. Regarding this, Han Qian naturally accepted. The sealing pearl was ultimately Zhang Nu's, and without it, they would not have had this opportunity. They agreed on a profit distribution plan. For monster killing rewards, whoever made the kill would take it all, and for capturing rewards or other gains, a 70-30 split, with Zhang Nu taking the larger share. This ratio was not unfair, considering it was a mythic-level area. Even with Han Qian's abilities, she would not be able to handle it alone. The arrogant Aijin Shinju believed that her strongest form was sufficient to solo the Empress's tomb. However, this was purely based on ignorant arrogance. Unbeknownst to her, her strongest transformed state, while reaching the level of a level 6 monarch, ranked at the bottom among the level 6 monarchs. The Empress's tomb was a level 5 mythic area, housing at least one level 5 mythic existence. Such a being could easily crush even the strongest level 6 monarch. Even if she entered, she would likely face death. After discussing the distribution plan with Zhang Nu, the sealing power that pervaded the trench completely disappeared. "Let's go." The two entered the trench directly. The depth of this trench was at least tens of thousands of meters. However, unlike other deep-sea locations, this place was not completely dark. Numerous blue crystals, resembling bamboo shoots, were distributed along the cliffs on both sides. Zhang Nu took a glance. Star crystals, blue-quality material. Description: this is a peculiar crystal formed by the condensed star energy from another realm. The higher the crystal concentration, the better the quality, and the higher the value. It can be used to craft and strengthen equipment. So many crystals. The energy within these crystals is not weak. Han Qian exclaimed. These are probably very valuable materials. If we can develop this place, it will surely create enormous value. Just then, they felt a change in the environment. The seawater in the middle of the trench was blocked as if by an invisible barrier. Above the barrier was the sea, and below was a canyon space filled with dazzling and splendid star crystals. So magical. The two landed in this canyon. Not only was it filled with star crystals, but also a variety of peculiar plants, giving the impression of not being at the depths of the sea, but in a lively and dimly lit cave. Zhang Nu swept his eyes and found that most of these materials were of the dark attribute, which were quite rare. Predominantly green and blue, with a few purple quality ones, each plant could fetch a decent sum. We've come to the right place this time. Han Qian said, just these materials could earn us a fortune. Zhang Nu shook his head, these things are nothing special and not our goal. We probably have yet to even reach our destination yet. Let's scout this place first, before deciding. However, at this moment, both of them simultaneously felt a powerful spirit and will descending upon this place. Be careful. There's something approaching. It's teleporting towards us. As Han Qian spoke, she had already prepared for battle. Almost simultaneously with the warning, a beam of light appeared before them. Undead? A ghost? Han Qian examined the figure. This ethereal being was enveloped in a halo of light, and its facial features were blurry. However, one could vaguely discern that it was a merfolk in its past life. This spirit was quite different from ordinary ghosts and undead. There was no trace of death energy emanating from it. Instead, it seemed more like a pure soul. Yet, how could a pure soul exist without a physical body? No matter how powerful one was, such as Duke Bachor, the separation of spirit and flesh could only last for a temporary period, not exceeding 10 hours. Who are you people? Why are you breaking the seal? What are your intentions for coming here? The spirit began to speak, its voice sounding feminine, carrying a natural air of authority, indicating that it was definitely not an insignificant figure in its past life. Soul Warden, Azure Water Empress, Level 3 Lord Unit. Description: this is the soul of Azure Water Empress from 6,000 years ago. Due to spending most of its time in slumber and possessing divine attributes, even after transforming into a soul form, it remains capable of enduring an extended period without perishing. Zhang Nu exclaimed in astonishment, "You're the Azure Water Empress?" Upon hearing this statement, Han Qian was somewhat incredulous. She clearly did not want to believe it. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? This one is the Azure Water Empress? That's impossible. Didn't she die 6,000 years ago?" However, the spirit seemed surprised. She calmly said, "I didn't expect that, under these circumstances, you could still recognize me. It seems you possess some unknown special abilities." Hearing the soul admitting it with its own words, Han Qian was suddenly filled with astonishment. Could this person really be the Azure Water Empress? If Azure Water Empress turned herself into a true undead, sustaining her power for a few thousand years would be possible. However, the issue was that she was just a soul. She had not transformed into an undead. A pure soul, under no circumstances, could exist in the natural environment for such a long time. No matter how surprised Han Qian was, it was impossible for Zhang Nu to be mistaken. Standing before them at this moment was indeed the Azure Water Empress. She did perish, but not entirely. In her prime, Azure Water Empress was a force no lower than level 6 mythic and potentially even above that, either a level 7 mythic or a level 6 legendary figure. Only such a powerful individual could suppress a region, an era, and establish a federation. Similar to Zhang Nu, Azure Water Empress possessed a divine soul, allowing her to exist in soul form for a very long time after death. However, even with a divine soul, she could not be considered a true deity. After 6,000 years in the form of a soul warden, her divine essence had nearly been extinguished, and her soul's features became extremely blurry. As for her strength, it was only level 3 Lord, indicating that she likely could not persist for much longer. Azure Water Empress carefully sensed the two mysterious visitors before her and immediately detected Han Kursen's formidable talents and strength. She could not help but feel deeply impressed. This succubus queen from the demon clan possessed power close to mythic class, with a future potential surpassing even Azure Water Empress's prime. As for the other one? Although he wore a mysterious disguising cloak, Azure Water Empress had special means to directly sense and discern the other's soul. To her surprise, she found that his soul also possessed divine and indestructible qualities. This guy. He's incredibly strong. Almost surpassing mythic class. Comparatively close to Azure Water Empress's prime strength. Azure Water Empress became wary once again, saying, "You two are no ordinary individuals. Why are you here?" Zhang Nu replied, "No need to be nervous. We mean no harm. Even if we did, given your current state, do you think you can stop us?" Indeed, regardless of Azure Water Empress's past status, she was now just a soul warden with the strength of a level 3 lord. Not to mention Zhang Nu, even Han Kursen could easily overpower her. Hell, even a single draconian priest could suppress her. Moreover, her divine essence within the soul was almost depleted. Zhang Nu explained the reason for their presence here. "That's the situation. We harbor no ill will towards the Federation, at least not for now. And anyone with ill intentions has already been dealt with by us. So you're here for the Ancient Covenant?" Azure Water Empress remained calm, "But you are destined to be disappointed. The Ancient Covenant is not in this place. In fact, even I don't know its current location." "Is that so?" Han Qian expressed doubt, but seeing Azure Water Empress's demeanor, it seemed unlikely she was lying. She had no reason to lie. If the Ancient Covenant truly was in the trench, Zhang Nu and Han Kursen's abilities could easily locate it. Zhang Nu was interested in the Covenant. Hearing that it was not here, he felt a bit disappointed at first. However, on second thought, with Azure Water Empress found, the presence or absence of the Covenant seemed less important. Even though she had been dead for thousands of years, her soul had remained relatively intact. Otherwise, she would not have the ability to communicate normally. Since that was the case, why not try to bring her back? Using the resurrection altar, if successful, having a living Azure Water Empress would be invaluable. She was one of the founders of the Azure Water Federation, after all. I advise you to leave, Azure Water Empress attempted to dissuade them. This is an ominous place. Although I forced the evil god and its demons from the foreign realm to retreat at the cost of my life 6,000 years ago, the extremely dangerous dimensional crack still exists. You shouldn't have unsealed it, this may lead to catastrophic consequences in the near future. Han Kursen did not expect that, on her adventure to the Empress's tomb, she would encounter the tomb's owner right after entering. However, the Empress's words had no discouraging effect on her. Instead, they fueled her curiosity about this place even more. What exactly happened here? Han Kursen asked. Why did someone of your caliber have to sacrifice your life? In reality, Han Kursen did not know the specific circumstances at that time. 6,000 years ago, to seal the Abyssal Trench, not only did the Empress sacrifice her life, but also 12 of the most elite oceanic rulers and over 10,000 sea experts perished, barely managing to seal this trench. The scale of this sacrifice and loss was not something caused by ordinary demons. The Empress replied, the calamity originated from a rift beneath the trench. Han Kursen furrowed her brow slightly. A world rift? Like a spatial wormhole or a temporal passage, some abnormal spatial structure? No, ordinary rifts and spatial wormholes are only temporary passages that connect our world to a subspace, the Empress explained. The rift in the Abyssal Trench connects to a place where the order and laws are entirely different from this world. Energies, materials, and even living beings from the other side can permeate through at any time, posing a significant threat to the entire ocean. Han Kursen then asked, are you saying it's a completely new alien world? The Empress replied with a somewhat uncertain tone, in reality, I'm not sure what is on the other side. However, it is indeed different from the world we know. Han Kursen was somewhat surprised. From the Empress's description, a place with entirely different laws and order could only be a completely new alien world. She had not expected that the Azure Water Federation's depths concealed such a thing. Did this mean there were many other worlds besides this one? Could the Demon King launch attacks on these worlds? Han Kursen immediately developed a strong curiosity to find out and asked directly, have you been inside? What's it like over there? I've tried, but I failed, replied the Empress. Han Kursen frowned. With your abilities, you couldn't adapt to the environment on the other side? It's a place completely different from our world, even the entire world's manifestation is vastly different from ours. The beings on the other side cannot descend here in the form they exist in their world, and similarly, our flesh and blood bodies would struggle to adapt there. The laws, order, and rules are all different. Our magic and various abilities become ineffective, making it impossible for us to launch a reverse exploration. Sealing is the only viable option. Hearing this, both Zhang Nu and Han Kursen had a question in mind. Zhang Nu asked directly, since our abilities are unusable in the other world, theoretically, the abilities from that side should be ineffective in our world too. Han Kursen added, yeah, if that's the case, how could it pose a threat? The Empress shook her head and explained, although theoretically it should work that way, the monsters that come from the other side, even though they become crazy, distorted, and mutated, still possess formidable power. Hearing this, both of them got even more puzzled. If the world's laws were entirely different, then the loss of power effectiveness should be mutual. Why would only people from this side become unable to use any spells, while those coming from the other side, despite going crazy and experiencing body deformities, still possessed formidable power? Zhang Nu speculated, I think there are two possibilities. The first is that the fundamental nature of the biological forces on both sides is different, leading to these divergent situations. The other possibility is that there might be a hierarchy between worlds. Upon hearing this, Han Kursen was deeply moved. She immediately thought of domain skills. When two powerful individuals at the level of monarchs or above clashed, whoever could gain stronger domain control had a tremendous advantage. When two domains confronted each other, one domain would often suppress the other, rendering the suppressed domain's effects completely ineffective. So, was it possible that the entire world was similar to a powerful domain? When the processes of different worlds collided, it was like the collision of two domains. The stronger and more advanced world would suppress the laws of the lower-level world, causing the powers cultivated based on the laws of the lower-level world to lose their effects in the higher-level world. This thought was chilling. Zhang Nu also pondered this possibility. Instead of cultivating spells and skills from the bottom up, it might be more effective to directly master the power of the dominion of laws themselves from the top down. Zhang Nu believed that if he entered the crack into the bizarre world, where various abilities and skills became ineffective, his temporal abilities would likely remain unaffected. However, before they could contemplate further, the entire gorge suddenly trembled. Zhang Nu saw the ground ahead crack open, and peculiar giant birds, resembling crows with a wingspan of 10 meters, quickly flew out of the trench. They had no feathers on their bodies, but instead, their surfaces were covered in moving flesh and filled with star crystals. These irregularly distributed crystals looked like the feathers of these creatures. Mournful Celestial Sorrowcrow, Level 6 Lord Units. Description: these are creatures from an unknown exotic realm. Unable to adapt to the laws of this world, they ultimately twisted and mutated into crazed monsters. Azure Water Empress exclaimed, "Blasted monsters!" Because the seal has been lifted, these creatures are beginning to revive. Although there aren't many demonic beings left in the Abyssal Trench, once they leave the trench, it will bring enormous disaster to the various aquatic races. Zhang Nu's mind raced. He spoke, "Empress, you're truly an excellent ruler who loves her subjects. In that case, why don't we make a deal?" The Empress asked, "What do you mean?" "I can help you repel these creatures, prevent the demonic beings lurking in the trench from erupting and spreading. I can even help you resurrect, restoring your normal body and even a portion of your strength." Upon hearing these words, even though her facial expression could not be discerned, the Empress's shocked emotions were palpable through her soul's fluctuations. Resurrection? How could that be possible? The Azure Water Empress was once a formidable and authoritative figure. She naturally knew of some methods that could bring people back to life, but deploying such methods was extremely challenging. The higher the resurrection target, the more difficult it became. Reviving her? It was nearly impossible, even for an Empire-level force. What gave this mysterious individual the confidence to claim he could resurrect her? The Azure Water Empress had maintained her soul warden form for thousands of years. If there was truly a method to restore her physical body and bring her back to life, how could she possibly refuse? "What do you want?" The Azure Water Empress said, "I don't have anything to offer you." Zhang Nu replied, "No, what I want is quite simple. I hope that the Azure Water Empress will join the Darkness City, become a guest official of the Darkness City, and work for me for at least 10 years. Just that?" Upon hearing these words, the Azure Water Empress was stunned. For someone who had entered the legendary rank, and for her, who had drifted in the form of a soul for thousands of years, 10 years was not a very long time. As long as she worked for him for 10 years, she could exchange it for the opportunity of resurrection. No matter how you looked at it, it was a very profitable deal. At this moment, more monsters surged out from the underwater gorge. The seal laid by Azure Water and the 12 monarchs not only had the function of isolating space, but also the power to suppress the monsters. Now that the seal was lifted, all the creatures that had been suppressed were about to be released. The situation was too dangerous. There was nothing to hesitate about. Even without the condition of resurrection, the Empress would make the same choice now, to save her subjects. "Very well, I accept your condition. But I also have one condition: I will not do anything that harms the peace of the aquatic tribes." Zhang Nu smiled. His goal had been achieved. Originally, he thought he was just going to deal with some high-level monsters, but unexpectedly, he had picked up the founder of the Azure Water Federation. Zhang Nu wondered how the high-ranking officials of the Azure Water Federation would react when they saw their only legitimate emperor appear in front of them after being resurrected. "Let's deal with these monsters first." Zhang Nu used his mind to control the Yamata evil serpent. Its massive body descended from the sky, appearing above the starry sky magic ravens, releasing a powerful mental attack. The starry sky magic ravens, affected by the attack, screamed and released blue and white energy beams from their mouths. However, these attacks didn't cause much harm to the Yamata evil serpent. The 8 heads of the snake simultaneously attacked, releasing breaths imbued with the aura of the evil god. These breaths quickly fell onto the monsters, instantly crushing and tearing their bodies apart. "You've slain a mournful celestial sorrowcrow." Gold plus 410,000. You've slain a mournful celestial sorrowcrow. Gold plus 410,000. You've slain a mournful celestial sorrowcrow. Gold plus 410,000. Seeing the Yamada evil serpent, the Azure Water Empress was extremely shocked. This was clearly a powerful evil god monstrosity, and it seemed to be controlled by the mysterious person in front of her. How was this possible? Evil god monstrosities were uncontrollable. Even at the peak of her power, the Azure Water Empress could not control an evil god monstrosity to fight for her. Han Kursen quickly said, "Hey, don't kill them so fast. At least leave a few for me." As she spoke, she activated soul domination, releasing more than a dozen purple soul threads in one breath, pulling out the souls of 7 mournful celestial sorrowcrow and incinerating them with the devil's fire. These were level 6 Lord-class monsters, not small fry. The rewards for each one were astonishing. With the combined efforts of the Yamada evil serpent and the succubus queen, the surrounding mournful celestial sorrowcrow were being rapidly eliminated. However, just eliminating these monsters was not enough. The Azure Water Empress spoke, "There is a larger space below with a large number of mutated corpses of deceased aquatic tribe warriors and various monsters from the otherworld. They may have already revived." "What? That's too many. We can't possibly kill them all." Han Kursen frowned. "Potato seller, do you have any plans?" Zhang Nu replied, "The old method. I can feel that these monsters originally had no intelligence. They are only following the instructions of a certain will. Which is why there's no need to waste any more time. Let's finish this quickly and eliminate the leader of these monsters first." Zhang Nu had just finished speaking when the Azure Water Empress, Shui Lan, exclaimed, "I know who did this. I also know where he is. Follow me." The Empress, having waged war in the Abyssal Trench multiple times during her lifetime, and as a sole warden for 6,000 years afterward, silently guarded this trench. No one understood the structure of the Abyssal Trench better than her. Guided by the Shui Lan, the group advanced through numerous obstacles, systematically clearing out many monsters. These creatures were of very high levels, at least level 6 elites, with nearly half of them being level 5 and 6 lords. Occasionally, there were even overlords. Even a level 5 demon king would find it extremely challenging to solo through this. In the deepest part of the trench lay a massive basin. Here, numerous seal structures built by the sea tribes were evident, but most had collapsed and appeared dilapidated, covered in crystals. Apart from that, the area was littered with the corpses of aquatic tribe members, each sealed within a crystal. These crystals looked like gigantic eggs from some creature. Han Kursen furrowed her brows and warned, "Be careful. There are abnormal psychic and soul fluctuations inside. These bodies seem to be alive, but their souls and minds have completely deviated from ordinary living beings." Just as the words fell, several crystals shattered, resembling broken eggshells. Monsters emerged from within. This time, it was a shark folk, a shrimp folk, and an octopus folk. Despite their different races, they all had a mysterious aura. They seemed to be a grotesque result of forcibly fusing flesh and crystal together. Sharp crystal spikes adorned their limbs and torsos, and crystal fins protruded from their backs. Their heads were a half-and-half combination of flesh and crystal, emitting a powerful aura. Envoy of Myriad Stars, level 6 Lord Unit. Han Kursen's expression became serious. "What are these? Special undead creatures?" Zhang Nu glanced at the introduction and said, "No, these aquatic tribe members are just shells. Internally, they are entirely different races. They are life forms from another realm." Realizing that the laws of this world conflicted with theirs, they couldn't directly manifest their bodies. Therefore, they projected their souls and occupied these corpses. Don't be deceived by their current appearance. In their own world, they might have entirely different biological forms and species. Han Kursen asked, "Could they be influencing the monsters then?" Zhang Nu replied, "No, these guys don't have such strong power." The Azure Water Empress interjected, "The mastermind behind this must be Morton the Formless. These starry monsters are subordinates of Morton, the Formless." Without waiting to be asked, she explained, "You are correct. These intelligent beings from another realm have significantly different life forms than us. They try to avoid directly descending in bodily form and instead come through by projecting their souls. This method not only increases their chances of survival, but also makes it less likely for them to be detected." They can utilize crystals and corpses to construct their existence in this world. Among these invaders, there is a leader. He is Morton the Formless. The Empress continued, it's extremely difficult to kill Morton. Now that he has awakened these subordinates and commanded monsters to stir everywhere, it's evident that he wants to buy time to destroy the sealing altar. We must not let him succeed. If the sealing altar is destroyed, the world rift will be opened again, bringing endless invasions and disasters to this ocean. We don't have much time. Zhang Nu and Han Kersen exchanged a glance, displaying perfect cooperation. Han Kersen stated, I'll take care of these small fry. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu left the Yamata evil serpent monstrosity behind. With it teaming up with the succubus queen, clearing out these envoy of myriad stars should not be an issue. Let's go. Leading Azure Water Empress, Zhang Nu headed towards the central area. Han Kersen and the Yamata evil serpent monster created a significant disturbance, successfully attracting the majority of the envoy of myriad stars. These creatures had formidable attack power and unique skills. If it weren't for the nearly indestructible Yamata evil serpent acting as a tank and drawing the majority of the firepower, Han Kersen admitted she would not have stood a chance. At that moment, Zhang Nu arrived at the center, where a magnificent structure came into view. This colossal sealing altar had a diameter of 300 to 400 meters and a height of about 1,000 meters. It was covered in intricate runes and glowing sealing chains. Before he could thoroughly sense the situation, a strange and enormous figure rose from the altar. It was essentially a supersized envoy of myriad stars. However, the nearby regular envoys were all composed of 1 or 2 aquatic tribe corpses, while this one was constructed from at least 20 to 30 corpses. Furthermore, each of them was of extremely high quality. The Empress's soul fluctuated, oh no. He has fused with the 12 Sea Kings. If Zhang Nu observed carefully, he would notice that the monster's body was pieced together from many corpses. Among them, 12 looked particularly distinctive. Without surprises, these 12 corpses were the Sea Kings. This extraterrestrial monster, relying solely on these 12 monarch-class corpses, would likely not be inferior to the 13 malevolent kings in terms of power. This opponent's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Zhang Nu immediately activated his cheat ability to acquire information. Envoy Leader of Myriad Stars, Morton the Formless, Level 5 Mythic Unit. Skills, Stellar Descent, Talent, Starfall Strike, Talent, Power of the Stars, Talent, Evil God Aura, Talent, etc. Description: this is an offspring of an evil god, commanded to lead the evil god's kin in invading this world. It possesses an almost immortal soul and formidable power. Seeing this, Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. This formless Morton was actually an offspring of an evil god. Zhang Nu had never heard of the existence of offspring among evil gods. Without waiting for Zhang Nu to contemplate further, Morton took action. As he unleashed tremendous power, he gradually eroded the sealing chains, attempting to break the sealing altar. Simultaneously, he locked onto Zhang Nu and Shui Lan, conveying a bizarre psychic consciousness into their minds. Shui Lan. So, you're not dead after all. However, with your current state, you won't be able to stop me this time. The massive, eerie figure did not emit sound but communicated through the mind. Engaging in psychic conversation did not require knowledge of the other's language. The opponent's brain automatically would convert the psychic signals into understandable thoughts or speech. Shui Lan felt a significant loss of composure. Morton's strength was already formidable, and now, having absorbed the bodies of 12 Sea Kings, his power has undoubtedly surpassed that of a monarch. As the words fell, Zhang Nu felt himself moving at the speed of light, entering the vast expanse of the starry sky. In every direction, there were splendid and colorful wonders. You have been affected by stellar descent. Maximum HP and MP minus 2000 points, all stats minus 25%. So that's what it was a domain skill. Still, it must be said, it was quite stunning. In every direction, the boundless expanse of the starry sky enveloped everything. Morton's psychically transmitted voice echoed again, the terrors from the stars are something you weaklings cannot comprehend. Today, I will let you experience just a glimpse of it. As he spoke, without any preparation, a domain hurricane swept through, flames erupted, frost covered the ground, and the earth trembled. There were no incantations, yet he could directly manipulate the 4 elemental forces. This was the power of the Dominion of Laws. Morton the Formless was indeed a genuine mythic class unit. However, with such power, it was just a drizzle for Zhang Nu. He realized that finding an opponent who could engage him in a back-and-forth battle was not that easy. First, he activated the Eye of Death. Then, he condensed a surge of powerful mana. Death Stare. -52,121. The leader of the envoys, Morton the Formless, exploded. Zhang Nu showed no mercy as Morton the Formless was obliterated. The sheer strength of the Death Stare attack was such that even a level 6 monarch would find it challenging to withstand. Although Zhang Nu intended to end the battle swiftly, eliminating a mythic-class opponent posed a challenge. He did not receive a kill notification, and the surrounding space continued to shimmer with stars, indicating that the opponent was not killed. Far from being dismayed or angry, Zhang Nu instead displayed an expression of keen interest. Surviving an attack from me? Intriguing. Zhang Nu closed his Eye of Death. The attack had exerted too much force, and the Eye of Death needed some time to cool down. With his current strength, it would take approximately 10 minutes to recover. The Azure Water Empress was astonished by Zhang Nu's formidable power. She had never witnessed such a brutal, ruthless, plain yet unstoppable attack. This individual claiming to be the Lord of the Darkness City truly had unfathomable strength. Shui Lan reminded, "Don't let your guard down. Morton the Formless can resurrect. His soul is incredibly powerful. As long as the soul is not completely annihilated, even a tiny residual fragment can regenerate." In the blink of an eye, the myriad stardust resulting from the monster's explosive demise, numbering in the billions, coalesced into a nebula. Slowly, it began to rotate and condense, eventually forming a fearsome humanoid creature standing 6 meters tall, adorned with 3 heads and 9 arms, exuding a terrifying aura. Compared to the amalgamation of flesh and crystal in its earlier grotesque form, this new appearance was noticeably more coordinated. The fluctuations in Shui Lan's soul intensified. This is bad. Not only did Morton survive, but he also utilized the attack to reconstruct his body. Things have just become even more difficult. Morton's current form lacked any flesh and blood. From head to toe, it was composed entirely of crystalline material. Yet, its presence, far from diminishing compared to before, had become even more potent. You actually wielded a trace of the divine source. Morton the Formless emitted an angry psychic will. Clearly, he was astounded by the power of the Eye of Death, unable to comprehend how mere mortals could command the essence of divinity. However, he continued, "With this power alone, you cannot defeat me in a single strike. You should be unable to muster another attack like this, right? Moreover, thanks to your attack, I have been deconstructed and reformed, reshaping my body. My current state is more than twice as powerful as before." Morton's crystalline body radiated brilliance, and a powerful psychic consciousness enveloped the entire space. "You are under attack by the power of flames. HP -0. You are under attack by the power of frost. HP -0. You are under attack by the power of earth. HP -0. You are under attack by the power of gale. HP -0. Although the power of elemental forces was more formidable, Morton still could not break through Zhang Nu's defenses. Zhang Nu's super magic immunity was not just for show. With the improvement of his strength, the immunity effect also increased. Unless Morton used an elemental attack beyond S rank, it was impossible to pose any threat. Compared to himself, Shui Lan was more of a concern. The legendary Empress was currently quite vulnerable. If she accidentally perished here, the loss would be too significant. Morton finally realized that the power of elemental forces might be ineffective against this enemy, so he decided to launch a more powerful attack. Stellar Descent. Stars lit up in all directions. Streams of starlight transformed into meteors, carrying with them demonic flames and the power of the 4 elements, heading towards Zhang Nu's location. Each attack was of no less intensity than an A-rank magic. With hundreds of such attacks, if they all hit Zhang Nu in a short period, it would be enough to pose a certain level of threat and damage to him. Morton was well aware that Zhang Nu could not continuously activate the Death Stare. Therefore, he prepared to quickly eliminate him to prevent the opponent from activating the divine source again. However, at this moment, the twinkling starlight, like a gust of wind sweeping through candlelight, extinguished one after another. The vast and magnificent space filled with shimmering stars was engulfed and drowned in endless darkness. Morton's face changed drastically. He could clearly sense that a stronger domain had been unleashed from his target, directly suppressing the starry field and rendering his own domain ineffective. This attack was based on the initiation of the starry domain. Now that the starry domain had disappeared, the offensive momentum naturally disintegrated. Meanwhile, the space began to distort, time was manipulated, making him move extremely sluggish, almost immobile. This was a divine realm that could freely manipulate space and time. Morton realized that the enemy he was facing right now possessed incredibly powerful abilities, possibly not much inferior to the Azure Water Empress in her prime. With his current strength, it would be extremely difficult to defeat this opponent. Zhang Nu transmitted a message psychically, "Is this all you've got?" Morton was extremely angry. He attempted to break free from the confinement of space and time, but how could he resist against a force of this level? Zhang Nu clutched his hand and grasped at the void. Morton keenly felt the surrounding space and time violently collapsing, as if a black hole was forming around him. After being absorbed by this black hole, the pressure from the collapsed space-time made Morton unable to move. His body was rapidly flattened and torn. "This is impossible. You, an ant of a lower world. How can you wield such power?" Zhang Nu instantly moved in front of Morton, conjuring a giant sword of 100 meters. With a single slash, he struck the crystal body that seemed impervious to conventional weapons. A vast expanse of thunder and flame surged down, sweeping through everything. Morton was once again blasted into pieces. This time, there was no chance for him to reconstruct his body. Employing his ultimate move, he detached his soul directly from his crystal body, temporarily overcoming the resistance of space and time. The soul released from the collapsing region instantly dove into Zhang Nu's body. "Your body. Your power. From now on, it belongs to me." The voice of Morton echoed in Zhang Nu's mind. He could keenly feel the immense psychic power of this descendant of an evil god. The descendant attempted to suppress Zhang Nu's will with psychic power, then devour his soul, ultimately taking control of this body. A possession-type ability? The reason this descendant of an evil god was known as Morton the Formless lay in its exceptionally powerful soul. Not only was it extremely difficult to eliminate, but it could effortlessly seize the bodies of others, effectively taking over and acquiring the talents of its victims. Compared to the bodies made from the 12 corpses of the Sea Kings, Morton clearly favored Zhang Nu's body more. If it could obtain this powerful body, consume the formidable soul within, and acquire the talents embedded in both the body and soul, then his strength would be several times more potent. Furthermore, its future growth potential would become even more formidable. However, the plan was flawless, yet the very first step had already gone awry. As Morton made contact with Zhang Nu's soul, it felt like touching a red-hot branding iron without any preparation. Intense burning pain followed by a piercing scream. A divine soul? Morton's voice was filled with frustration and anger. While it had anticipated this individual's extraordinary strength, it did not expect it to be so overpowering. Zhang Nu had cultivated a divine soul that was virtually indestructible and immortal. A divine soul was a characteristic of beings at the mythic or legendary class. 6,000 years ago, Azure Water Empress was a level 6 legendary existence. In her prime, she almost single-handedly held back other descendants of evil gods and even evil gods themselves from entering the rift, successfully sealing the world's breach. Now, Zhang Nu possessed power close to a level 6 legend. In other words, at this very moment, this demon king had strength comparable to Azure Water Empress in her prime. Although Zhang Nu had just entered this rank, due to his ability to control space and time, along with the power of evil gods, he might even be more challenging to deal with than Shui Lan in her prime. Even Morton the Formless, with all its power, could not devour such a soul. Morton immediately prepared to retreat. Although the possession had failed, self-preservation was not an issue. While his soul lacked the formidable divinity of Zhang Nu, as a descendant of an evil god, he possessed some undying characteristics. As long as his soul could escape, he had the chance to resurrect. He needed to find an opportunity to reopen the seal of the rift in the Abyssal Trench. However, for now, he could only temporarily avoid the impending danger. As Morton was about to leave, he suddenly realized he could not. Zhang Nu's mental will, like a cage, trapped him within. What's going on? Morton felt his soul imprisoned in a pitch-black place. At the same time, a figure approached. The mental manifestation of the Demon King took on a humanoid form, a person in casual sportswear, with black short hair and a handsome face, appearing quite ordinary. He looked at the imprisoned descendant of the evil god. His two eyes were peculiar, one emitting the power of death in red, and the other blue and white, radiating psychic power. At this moment, the Eye of Dominator was at work, ensuring that Morton was mentally trapped within Xiangnu's consciousness. As Xiangnu approached, a blood-red mist emanated from his body. Morton was completely stunned. "You absorbed 3 divine sources? That's impossible." Xiangnu replied, "Nothing is impossible. Do you have any last words?" Morton the Formless, who had experienced countless battles and participated in the conquest of numerous realms and dimensions throughout his life, was now facing an unprecedented sense of fear and despair. "You can't kill me, or my brothers, and our patriarch will surely seek revenge on you." Xiangnu shook his head. "I thought the descendants of evil gods would say something different. Turns out, it's just the same old cliché. Well then." As he spoke, the corrupted blood coalesced on his fingertips. Eventually, it gently touched a point on Morton's soul. In the next moment, the soul was corroded, and simultaneously, flames ignited. Morton let out a piercing scream. However, the process of soul corrosion and incineration did not last long. Soon, the entire soul turned into nothingness. At the same time, Xiangnu received a notification. "You've slain Envoy Leader of Myriad Stars, Morton the Formless. Gold plus 35 million. Success." The removal of the domain was successful due to the death of the leader. All the monsters in the trench calmed down. Xiangnu did not receive the conquest reward, indicating that the number of kills in this area was not sufficient to be judged as conquered. He immediately seized the time to join forces with Han Kursen to clear the remaining monsters. The harvest from this round was astonishing. Just the small monsters and mini-bosses killed by Xiangnu numbered nearly 1,000. The combined income from these monsters and Morton the Formless was approximately 260 million gold. When occupying the entire Chaos Forest and opening the exclusive treasure chest, Xiangnu received a total of only 100 million gold. This time, the loot from killing monsters alone exceeded twice the Chaos Forest treasure chest rewards, and the rewards for occupying the Abyssal Trench had not been distributed yet. Time was running out. The Azure Water Federation would soon discover the abnormality in the trench. Xiangnu began to worry that he would not have enough time to complete the conquest of the area. Fortunately, with Han Kursen's assistance, the two joined forces, spending a day exterminating all the star envoys. Although they missed some magical creatures, they fulfilled the occupation conditions. "You've conquered the Abyssal Trench. You gained gorgeous Stardust Diamond Chest X1. Xiangnu was overjoyed. He had received the area occupation reward. This meant that the operation had concluded perfectly. At this moment, Han Kursen reminded him, "Large groups of troops are approaching." Xiangnu nodded, "We can't stay here. Let's return to Darkness City first." He was unsure whether the Empress's current status still held the same influence over the Azure Water Federation as it did in the past. After all, it had been 6,000 years, and the internal forces within the Federation might have undergone significant changes. Moreover, the Azure Water Empress was currently just a soul, and her strength might not be strong enough to control the situation. Without adequate preparation, revealing the Empress's existence prematurely might not be a good idea. Therefore, Xiangnu avoided contact with people from the Azure Water Federation. He immediately used an expensive teleportation stone to return to Darkness City with Shui Lan and Han Kursen. With a flash of light, the Demon King's Hall in Darkness City welcomed the arrival of the Succubus Queen, Han Kursen. The grand and magnificent hall, well-lit and spacious, provided a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Abyssal Trench, lifting Han Kursen's spirits. However, what truly delighted her was not just the change in environment but the tremendous success achieved in this adventure. Although Queen Han played a supporting role for the Dragon Demon King, she managed to reap significant benefits. For the Gloom City, these gains were anything but trivial. "Potato seller, check out the chest reward," Han Kursen urged. Xiangnu opened the treasure chest, obtained the item information, copied it all, and sent it to Han Kursen. "You opened the diamond treasure chest. You've gained gold x 90 million, blueprint, Rift Tower x1, blueprint, Stellar Gateway x1, Level 5 Building Upgrade Scroll x1, Heart of the Ocean x1, Scepter of Myriad Stars x1, Water Gem x30, 000, Dark Gem x15, 000, Spirit Gem x8, 000, Soul Gem x5, 000. With 90 million gold, 2 sets of level 5 special blueprints, 2 pieces of epic equipment, a level 5 building upgrade scroll, and nearly 60,000 gems, the reward this time is incredible. This is amazing. The yield from this trip is unexpectedly huge, exclaimed Hankerson. She had no idea that the challenge this time was several levels higher than the Mountains of Madness, as Morton the Formless possessed the power of a mythic entity. Zhang Nu replied, "Let's assess the value of the items, and according to our agreement, you can take 30%. You can choose first this time." Without a doubt, even with only 30%, the earnings from this adventure far exceeded those from the Mountains of Madness. Hankerson examined the 2 sets of level 5 special building blueprints they had obtained. The first one was the Rift Tower. Such a special building already existed in Gloom City and served as the medium to enter dungeons. Different dungeons yielded different rewards, and Hankerson had used her Rift Tower to obtain multiple teleportation tower blueprints. Aside from selling 2 sets to Zhang Nu and keeping 1 set for herself, she had recently obtained 2 more blueprints, which she was planning to sell at a good price. As for the Rift Tower obtained this time, the specific type of dungeon it led to was still unknown. It had to be constructed to reveal the connected dungeon type, but it was certain that the dungeons from the Rift Tower obtained in the Abyssal Trench would definitely be much higher level than the one in Gloom City. The second blueprint, Stellar Gateway, was also an extremely rare and valuable level 5 special building. It was a spatial functional structure that, if constructed in Darkness City, could summon a stable spatial gate within a radius of 30,000 kilometers. What did this mean? It meant that the Darkness City's army gained the ability to quickly reach any location within a radius of 30,000 kilometers for combat. Although both were spatial teleportation-type functional buildings, the advantages of the Stellar Gateway differed significantly from the Teleportation Tower. In comparison, the advantages of the Teleportation Tower included the ability to teleport a single entity, relatively low cost, and the ability to ignore distance for fixed-point teleportation, making it especially suitable for civilian use. However, its disadvantages were apparent: low teleportation efficiency, the need for a teleportation tower as a fixed point for long-distance teleportation, which could be easily destroyed, making it unsuitable for military use. The Stellar Gateway's advantage lay in its ability to quickly transfer large quantities of troops to any designated location, rapidly forming combat power, and having extremely high military value. Its downside was the opposite: each time the Stellar Gateway was activated, it required a significant amount of gold and the consumption of spatial gems. Consequently, the cost per activation was very high. While it was suitable for transferring tens of thousands of troops at once, small-scale transfers would incur substantial losses. Additionally, the Stellar Gateway had limitations on its teleportation range. The Level 5 Stellar Gateway could cover a radius of 30,000 kilometers, which was already quite extensive. It was sufficient to cover the entire Chaos Forest, as well as a considerable portion of the territories of the Azure Water Federation, Thunder Empire, and Sunset Empire. However, this distance was still not far enough to travel the entire world. At least it was not possible to transport to Gloom City from Darkness City. Hankerson was well aware of the value of these 2 blueprints, but she knew even more that she did not deserve to take them. Although Hankerson had a cunning and venomous personality, she was, in fact, a very thoughtful person. She understood that cooperating with someone like Zhang Nu required careful consideration. She needed to strive for what was rightfully hers, but she should not even think about taking what did not belong to her. Since Darkness City did not have its own rift dungeon yet, and the value of the Stellar Gate to resist the assault of the Thunder Empire was more valuable than 1,000,000 troops, Hankerson decided to give up without hesitation. "I won't take these 2 blueprints," Hankerson said. "But I hope I can get some entry quotas for exploring the Rift Dungeon." Similar to the Trial Tower, the Rift Tower had a maximum number of uses per day or week. If this limit was exceeded, it would become unusable. Although Hankerson could not take the Rift Tower for herself, she could try to secure some entry tickets for exploring the dungeon. However, since the construction cost of the Rift Tower was extremely high, Hankerson would need to share the yieldings she would obtain from the Rift Dungeon with Darkness City. Overall, it was not a bad deal for the Darkness City. The level of this dungeon would undoubtedly be very high, and there would not be many people in the Darkness City who could easily overcome it. Considering all this, Zhang Nu agreed. Hankerson got the 2 epic grade equipment pieces instead. Heart of the Ocean, orange quality medium grade item. Restores 200 HP and 100 MP per second. Maximum MP plus 15%. Grants super immunity to water attributed attacks, and automatically acquires the ability to cast dozens of water-attributed spells. Scepter of Myriad Stars, orange quality high-grade item. Casting speed plus 200%, the power of psychic and soul spells and abilities plus 50%. Gains the ability to summon celestial creatures of various levels. Additionally, she asked for a bit more gold as compensation. Zhang Nu did not expect the succubus queen to be so sensible. Her portion of the total value might not even reach 30%. This made Zhang Nu very satisfied. Despite her constant teasing, she did not touch what she should not. In any case, the financial strength of Darkness City was already formidable. Thus, Zhang Nu happily handed out 60 million gold from the total of 90 million, and as for the gemstones, they were divided according to a 7-to-3 ratio. What a windfall! Han Kursen could not suppress her excitement. With this money, Gloom City would surely be able to expand massively. She probably could activate the remaining 2 level 5 talents sooner, becoming a level 6 Super Demon King. Zhang Nu's actions were meant to support the development of Gloom City. Despite its considerable strength, financial development was challenging due to regional environmental constraints. The underworld was worth exploring. With Han Kursen being a bit stronger, she would be more useful to him in the future. Of course, apart from that, an agreement is an agreement. If it was agreed to give her a third, then a third it would be. Although Zhang Nu could be stingy at times, as a man, he still had some basic principles. Moreover, for the current Zhang Nu, the total amount was not really that much. After the two of them made the distribution, Han Kursen returned to her Gloom City with a substantial amount of gold. Relying on this gold from the chest and the income gained from slaying all those monsters within this trip, she had acquired a considerable fortune. With such a large sum of gold, she definitely needed to plan carefully on how to spend it all efficiently. After the succubus queen left, Zhang Nu brought the Azure Water Empress to the resurrection altar. He said to her, "This is my resurrection altar. Not even I have used it yet. It's your lucky day. Go ahead." The Azure Water Empress felt somewhat incredulous. She could sense the value of several buildings in the Demon King's Hall, whether it was the Demon King Altar, the Spirit Sanctum, or this resurrection altar. All exuded a powerful aura that she had never encountered before. Darkness City. What kind of force was this? Who exactly was this master of this Darkness City? Attempting to resurrect a legendary empress was by no means an easy task. Not to mention the tremendous difficulty. Even if they truly found a method, the cost would be enormous. Even for an empire-level force, it would likely be challenging to bear. Azure Water Empress questioned, "Are you sure you only need me for 10 years? Zhang Nu remained calm and said, 10 years is enough. After the agreed period, if you want to stay, you can stay. If you don't want to remain in Darkness City, I won't stop you from leaving." The Empress could not fully comprehend his intentions, but she nodded nonetheless. She walked into the blood pool within the altar. Detected an intact soul at the resurrection altar. "Do you want to resurrect the level 6 legendary unit Azure Water Empress? The resurrection costs gold times 180 million, life gems times 10,000, soul gems times 8,000, spirit gems times 8,000, level 5 souls times 15. Note, due to the excessively powerful nature of the target, this altar can only restore a portion of her strength and talents." That expensive? Zhang Nu raised an eyebrow. The cost was exorbitantly high. However, upon further consideration, this was no ordinary empress. It was a level 6 legendary figure. How could the resurrection of such a being be easy? If resurrecting a level 5 monarch might cost around 20 million gold, resurrecting someone of Shui Lan's caliber would undoubtedly require a much higher expenditure. But still, it was really expensive. If he had known, he would have signed a 100-year contract with her. Of course, Zhang Nu was just expressing his discontent. For him, 10 years and 100 years made no difference. He believed that by that time, the Azure Water Federation would have become part of the Chaos Federation. Given the Azure Water Empress's personality, she would never leave willingly. With her as the founder and foundation of the Azure Water Federation, the future task of subduing it would be significantly easier. In comparison to the potential benefits, the expenses were negligible. Resurrect. Zhang Nu, feeling the pain, paid the cost. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura, like a colossal tsunami, swept through the hall. A slender and graceful figure emerged from the blood pool of the resurrection altar. She was completely unclothed, every inch of her skin carved as if from white jade. Cascading blue-white hair fell down, giving her an elusive appearance and adding a touch of charm. Zhang Nu took a glance. Shui Lan's information had changed. Legendary Empress, Shui Lan, Level 5 Mythic Unit. Skills, Azure Water Sanctum, Talent, Bloodline of the Sea Tribe Empress, Talent, Holy Maiden of the Sea, Talent, Dominator of the Sea, Talent, Chosen One of the Sea God, Talent, Divine Soul, Incomplete Talent, etc. Introduction, Founder of the Azure Water Federation, the only legitimate emperor of the Azure Water Federation, a legendary empress who left her mark on the world 6,000 years ago, possessing the ability to rule the vast sea and billions of sea creatures. Although successfully resurrected, the long passage of time has depleted her divinity, and her strength is far from what it used to be. Not bad. Zhang Nu was already quite satisfied. The resurrection altar could not bring back the Empress's peak strength. Moreover, the divinity of her soul had greatly diminished, with serious loss of strength. Having the capabilities of a level 5 mythic was already impressive. When Shui Lan joined the Darkness City, her strength would not be inferior to Nancilia, a level 6 elven king and a pseudo-mythic unit. Shui Lan excitedly touched her face and then her pristine body. I really came back to life. It's unbelievable. Though resurrection methods existed in this world, they were extremely difficult, costly, and often came with side effects even if successful. A perfect resurrection was nearly unheard of. Azure Water Empress realized that not only had she been resurrected, but her age, body condition, everything had been restored to its peak. Although her strength had regressed significantly, maintaining her current level was already astonishing. This could be considered an almost perfect resurrection. Shui Lan approached respectfully, bowing and expressing her gratitude. Thank you, mighty lord of the Darkness City. I lost my sensory perception for 6,000 years, never expecting that a day of recovery would ever come. Azure Water Empress was well aware of the astronomical resources and costs required to resurrect someone like her. The deal of working for 10 years seemed unbelievable, but she decided to fulfill the agreement. She would work for the agreed-upon 10 years and then decide the future course of action. Zhang Nu was not afraid of her reneging on the deal. On one hand, Azure Water Empress was currently no match for him in strength. On the other hand, her soul, after resurrection at the resurrection altar, automatically formed a contract with the altar. It was impossible for her to break free from the control of Darkness City. With such a special subordinate, Zhang Nu had many more possibilities for the future. Shui Lan asked, "May I ask what I can do for you?" Zhang Nu thought for a moment and said, There's no rush yet. Put on some clothes first." In a mysterious sea region of Azure Water Federation, dozens, nearly 100, individuals wearing hooded cloaks and shrouded in mystery, gathered in a hidden base's meeting room for a conference. The Naga Demon King's team has failed. Although they broke the seal, they did not find the Azure Water Covenant. Even all 3 members of their group have lost contact, and it is preliminarily confirmed that they are all dead. An elderly figure with an octopus head reported this information to the assembled group. The octopus-headed elder continued, "At the moment, we are not quite clear on the details of the deaths of the 3. We need some time to conduct a detailed investigation." "Damn it." A cloaked member of the Hermit Association, speaking in a hoarse and angry voice, said, "We invested a lot of resources in nurturing this Demon King. We even expected to use the summoning ability of the Demon King to prepare for our future plans. I never imagined she would just die like this." Another member of the Hermit Association in black cloak said, "The death of a Demon King and a few heroes is not a big deal. We have cultivated more Demon Kings and heroes than just a few. The biggest problem now is the Azure Water Covenant." Indeed. Now it seems the claim that the Azure Water Covenant is hidden in the Abyssal Trench is simply a rumor. We must obtain this covenant. Without breaking this shackle that has bound us for thousands of years, our clan won't be able to achieve anything. Members of the Deep Sea Hermit Association discussed fervently. At this moment, the octopus-headed elder looked towards the chief seed, a robust figure wearing a red cloak. Though still a member of the Hermit Association, the color of his cloak resembled that of freshly soaked blood. "Don't worry. From the very beginning, I knew the Azure Water Covenant couldn't possibly be hidden in the trench." The leader in red cloak let out a sinister sneer. "Over the years, the Federation's high-ranking officials have been spreading misleading rumors, trying to deceive our Deep Sea Hermit Association. Little do they know, I've long figured out the true location of the Azure Water Covenant. It's just a play we're acting along with them. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed various expressions. The octopus-headed elder spoke, "The president is revealing this information now, because the timing is ripe. Getting the covenant is just a matter of time. There's no need for worry." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. The news seemed too sudden. However, the president of the Deep Sea Hermit Association was not a simple character. He was the most frightening, sinister, terrifying, and cunning individual in this vast sea. The Deep Sea Hermit Association had been in existence for over 300 years, and no one had ever been able to truly see through the president. There were even rumors that the president might not be the same person throughout this time. And this octopus-headed elder was the most trusted and closest subordinate of the president. The fact that they said something like this was enough indication that this matter was almost coming to an end. The octopus-headed elder continued, "In addition to making this announcement today, there's another issue worth noting. The highest council of the Azure Water Federation has recently issued a bounty for the Darkness City's Demon King in the Chaos Forest. This matter was no secret. Even with poor intelligence capabilities, one could pick up some information regarding this. The High Council of the Azure Water Federation, the highest authority, recently issued a bounty to the entire Federation's hero guilds. Anyone who could slay the Demon King of Darkness City in the Chaos Forest would receive a reward of over 500 million standard gold coins and 100 islands. This information was not limited to the Azure Water Federation. The Sunset Empire also issued a similar bounty. However, the most substantial reward came from the Northern Thunder Empire. The Thunder Empire announced that anyone who could kill this Demon King would immediately receive a reward of 20 billion standard gold coins, hereditary Marquis Noble status, and even the qualification to marry into the royal family. This matter had become quite prominent, as the rewards were lucrative. The Deep Sea Hermit Association could not be unaware of it. The leader in red cloak chuckled sinisterly, "A Demon King rising from the Chaos Forest, ending the chaos that lasted for thousands of years, annexing over 10 provinces and tens of millions of people to the north. I've never heard of such a Demon King." The octopus-headed elder spoke with a serious expression, "Nowadays, there are Demon Kings everywhere, but so far, I've never heard of a Demon King developing to this extent. I wonder if there's a force supporting him from behind." "That is plausible." The leader in red cloak said casually, "The Azure Water Federation is about to undergo major changes. I don't want any other forces taking advantage of the situation. Send some heroes over and investigate what's going on." "Understood." The octopus-headed elder immediately made arrangements. The leader in red cloak then addressed the other members present, "Our common cause is about to usher in a significant developmental stage. Each of you has tasks to undertake. Everyone must work together diligently." "Understood, President." The members dared not slack off and hurried off. Meanwhile, in Darkness City, Shui Lan had already changed into clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror, a face that could rival the elegance of Elf King Nancilia and the charm of succubus Queen Han Kursin. However, Shui Lan's demeanor and style were unique. From her appearance, her age was difficult to determine. She possessed the purity of a 20-year-old girl and the maturity of a 30-year-old woman. There was both the innocence of a young girl and the majesty of an empress. Despite seeming contradictory, these elements blended seamlessly. Having not possessed a body for thousands of years, both her senses and the physical form presented many aspects she was not accustomed to. Shui Lan decided to take a stroll nearby. Upon hearing that this place was the Chaos Forest, she was surprised. The geographical location was indeed peculiar, especially considering after the establishment of the Southern Azure Water Federation. The Chaos Forest was likely to remain in chaos, due to the standoff of multiple Empire-level forces. Learning about this, Shui Lan was astonished. Unexpectedly, the emergence of the Darkness City had reversed the situation. Everything was attributed to the Demon King. Shui Lan left the Demon King's castle, and the entire Darkness City unfolded before her eyes. Even someone as knowledgeable and experienced as her, who had personally participated in and witnessed many grand endeavors, was now immersed in an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Firstly, the Darkness City was a perpetually under construction city. Currently, tens of thousands of draconian craftsmen and a massive workforce were engaged in building the city. The permanent population of the Darkness City had already reached several 100,000 and was continuously growing. Of course, for Shui Lan, the scale of this place was still not comparable to what she had seen before. What truly astonished her was the energy contained within the city. Every brick and tile, each building, warehouse, street, square, and even every well was imbued with special enhancements. Compared to the basic structures, the buildings summoned by the Demon King were truly remarkable. Inside the Darkness City, there were numerous mysterious structures, and each one held immense power and unimaginable capabilities. This city, although not large in scale, possessed functions so powerful that it could easily rival any city Shui Lan had ever encountered. Before Shui Lan could fully understand the functions of these mysterious structures, she suddenly felt a powerful and mysterious energy fluctuation. A massive stone gate slowly rose from the ground in front of the Darkness City. Shui Lan hurriedly approached to investigate. By the time she arrived, the stone gate had risen, reaching a height of over 500 meters and a width of more than 100 meters. Its structure resembled that of a triumphal arch, but Shui Lan knew this was not just a decorative piece. On top of this massive stone gate, she sensed a very powerful and unprecedented spatial attributed magic formation. If these formations were activated, they could produce unimaginable effects. Why did you come here, and is your body adapting well? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm currently in perfect health, and there's no issue with my body. About the gate you summoned? Zhang Nu did not hide anything, saying, this is the Stellar Gateway, and it has some connection to the world beneath the Abyssal Trench. Shui Lan immediately felt extremely shocked. Zhang Nu continued, if I'm not mistaken, that is a vast world composed of billions of stars, similar to a world demon kings and heroes are familiar with. Between the stars, various races coexist, with great distances between them. The Stellar Gateway is supposed to serve as a medium for traveling between these stars. Of course, I only have one Stellar Gateway and can't transport to extremely distant locations. It can only be used as a teleportation gate. Shui Lan carefully examined the super-colossal gate in front of her. She noticed that the runes and inscriptions on the gate had a very strange style, unlike any method used by any species in this world. If this Stellar Gateway was a technology from another world, how did the Demon King summon it? The military value of such a gate was immeasurable, and even the Azure Water Federation would be under the threat of the Demon King. This kind of summoning ability of Demon Kings was more terrifying than personal strength. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Shui Lan asked, what is your purpose in creating the Darkness City? Zhang Nu answered candidly, I am a Demon King. Demon Kings are born to conquer the world. So, my goal is to conquer all accessible places. Shui Lan furrowed her brows. While I have promised to work for you for 10 years, the condition is that I won't do anything that harms the sea tribes. Zhang Nu shook his head. Do you think the Azure Water Federation can truly bring peace and happiness to the sea tribes? I don't know, Shui Lan said, but at least, it has brought relative stability to the sea tribes in this region for 6,000 years. Zhang Nu chuckled. In my homeland, there's an interesting story about flood control. Would you like to hear it? Shui Lan was taken aback. What kind of story is it? Zhang Nu explained, according to the ancient tales, there was a severe flood that caused chaos and suffering among the people. A heavenly deity named Gun sympathized with the people's plight and urgently sought a way to conquer the flood. So, he stole a divine soil, called Shirang. This divine soil could grow automatically. By placing it in the flooded areas, it could instantly transform into towering mountains, suppressing the spread of the flood. The flood control quickly became effective, and the people rejoiced. However, as time passed, the floods increased even more, eventually breaking through the divine soil and causing a catastrophic deluge, much more destructive and deadly. Gun, with good intentions, caused a great mistake and became a scapegoat for eternity, ultimately being executed by the Heavenly Emperor. After hearing the story, Shui Lan fell into contemplation. At this point, Zhang Nu said, by forcibly uniting loosely affiliated and mutually hostile forces, isn't this approach similar to Gun using Shirang soil to block the floods? The various tribes did not abandon their conflicts just because of a binding covenant. Internal strife has even intensified, mutual hatred, blood feuds, and class solidification persist, brewing for centuries without any relief. One day, the fragile balance will no longer exist, or the tribe's repression of hatred will reach a critical point, resulting in a more terrifying outbreak. Shui Lan replied, but there is no better alternative. Indeed, without the establishment of the Shui Lan Federation, it would likely be a colossal sea of chaos. Zhang Nu said, then you should listen to the continuation of this story. Shui Lan, curious, asked, did Gun's failure in flood control have any further developments? Zhang Nu continued with the story, Gun is the heavenly deity of my homeland. His body didn't decay for several years after death, and a new life formed in his abdomen. Later, the heavenly emperor cut open his stomach and released the new life, naming it you. You inherited his father's mission and continued to manage water disasters, but he adopted a completely different approach. He chose to dredge the floods and divert the major floodwaters. This method was challenging and labor-intensive initially, and the effects weren't immediately apparent. However, over time, the floods gradually came under control. After that, for the rest of eternity, there were no catastrophic floods capable of destroying the world. Shui Lan remarked, are you trying to convey the lesson that, it's better to alleviate than to block? Zhang Nu nodded, exactly. But that's impossible. Zhang Nu asked, what was the chaotic situation like in the past in Chaos Forest? Shui Lan answered, the Chaos Forest has been chaotic since ancient times, and the strength has been declining. Even if there were brief periods of unity, the tribes couldn't live in harmony, ultimately leading to collapse. Zhang Nu continued, and what about now? She took another look at the Darkness City. Elves, orcs, giants, dwarves, goblins, foxkin, tiger folks, bear folks, these races peacefully coexisted in the same city. In the end, the Azure Water Federation was a supersized version of the Chaos Forest. If the Chaos Forest could be transformed like this by the Demon King, could the same methods be applied to the sea tribes? Shui Lan furrowed her brow and said, I now understand the message you want to convey, but how did you achieve all this? Why can the various races in the forest live together harmoniously? Zhang Nu replied, this involves the relationship between the means of production, productivity, and distribution. It's a profound field of study. Deep in thought, Shui Lan said, I want to go out and travel for a while, and I'll return in about 7 days. Sure, Zhang Nu did not refuse this request. Shui Lan needed time to adapt to her body. She could not immediately start working for him. During this time, she could witness the changes in the forest firsthand. Zhang Nu believed that she would gain a deeper understanding of these concepts. If Shui Lan could support him like Nancilia, future expansion activities in the Azure Water Federation would be much easier. As for whether Shui Lan would escape, Zhang Nu was not concerned about that at all. She was, after all, a legendary empress, unlikely to do something so base. Moreover, she could not escape Zhang Nu's control. After Shui Lan left, Zhang Nu examined the Stellar Gateway. He was very satisfied with this masterpiece. It was well worth the over 50 million gold and a large number of precious spatial gems spent. In addition to the Stellar Gateway, he had a rift tower in hand, but it also required a large amount of materials and would have to be put on hold for a few days. Just then, Zhang Nu received news of a disturbance on the federal front lines. The 3 powerhouses of the Darkness City faced a threat from the Thunderous Society. A new round of confrontation between heroes and the forces of the Demon King was intensifying on the front lines. 2 days ago, while Zhang Nu was still grinding monsters in the underwater region, a new conflict had already begun. In the southern border of the empire, there was a territory belonging to Count Tian. With the deaths of both Count Tian and Marquis Craigie, Tian City lost its lord. According to the inheritance order, the title and lordship automatically passed to the eldest son of the count, who also held another identity, the hero Cui Xing. Cui Xing was feeling quite frustrated. He was a level 4 hero, a respectable level of strength among heroes, but by no means the most powerful at the moment. With his current strength, challenging the Darkness Trio or the Demon King was nothing short of a dream. One after another, territories such as Marquis Craigie's, nearby counts and viscounts' territories, all fell one by one. There were even reports that the vast army from the Darkness City had entered the Tian territory. Cui Xing reacted promptly, FLEE. When nobles faced war, abandoning their fiefs and escaping was a common response. Although holding the title of a count was hard to let go, under the current circumstances, there was no other choice. The Darkness City's forces were overwhelming, and what did he have to contend with them? In comparison to his noble status, his life was more valuable. Cui Xing was in the midst of gathering his wealth, gold, silver, and valuables. He, along with his servants, disguised themselves as a merchant caravan and attempted to escape under the cover of night. However, not long after leaving Tian City, they were suddenly intercepted by a military force. Although the number of troops was not large, it was evident that they were no ordinary force. Each knight rode on a creature with blood-red fur, wings on its back, resembling a mix between a lion and a tiger. They were clad in blood-red heavy armor and wielded 3-meter-long custom-made knight spears. The air was filled with killing intent, and their presence was imposing. Chuixing exclaimed in shock, "The Blood Lion Knight Corps." The Duchy of Bachor was different from ordinary noble territories. The majority of the empire's military strength in the southern regions was concentrated in the duchy. Apart from the imperial forces stationed there, the Bachor family, as a millennium-old lineage, possessed a formidable military. Among them, the 6 top-tier Knight Corps of the southern region were the most representative. The Blood Lion Knight Corps was one of these 6 corps. Their strength was far beyond that of ordinary noble knights. As Chuixing observed, their numbers were densely packed, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. It seemed that the entire Blood Lion Knight Corps had been mobilized, and these knights were powerful enough to be intimidating. Knight of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 3 Elite. High Knight of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 4 Elite. Knight Captain of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 4 Lord. Knight Major of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 5 Lord. Knight Colonel of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 6 Lord. This army, totaling less than 50,000, was comparable to the Empire's 500,000 regular troops. "Are you the new Lord of Tien?" The Blood Lion Knight commander, leading the Blood Lion Knight Order atop a Level 5 Lord Lion King, emitted a formidable power that made the hero Chuixing feel breathless. This guy might have already reached the 6th tier, not as a 6th-tier lord but as a 6th-tier overlord. "I am the commander of the Blood Lion Knight Order, acting on behalf of Grand Duke Bachor, participating in the defense of the Tien territory. However, as the Lord of Tien City, you fled in the face of the enemy. What crime should you be charged with?" Chuixing was scared and prostrated on the ground. "Sir Knight, spare me, I. The Blood Lion commander said coldly, "According to the laws of the Empire, a noble who flees and abandons his territory in the face of war will have his noble title permanently revoked, all family honors erased, and be charged with treason." "Wait a minute!" Hero Chuixing exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, the Blood Lion commander drew his knight sword. From about 10 meters away, he swung down the sword. In an instant, Chuixing was struck by the mighty sword chi, cut in half from head to toe. His servants were left trembling in fear, all collapsing on the ground. "Execute them all," the Blood Lion command ordered coldly. Accompanied by cries of horror and screams, hundreds of stewards, attendants, and maids became prey for the Blood Lions. The Blood Lion commander did not spare a second glance at these insects. He dismounted and walked into the middle of the Knight Order. There was another special force here, though not numerous, numbering around 20,000. Despite their small size, their strength rivaled that of the Blood Lion Knight Order. The leader of this special force was a group of about a dozen people, all of them members of the Thunderous Heroes Guild. They led the elite forces of their respective hero guilds and the native tribes under their command. Such a force, with its formidable strength, could not be underestimated. The Thunderous Heroes Guild force and the Blood Lion Knight Order, though totaling only about 70,000, were not inferior in strength to 4 or 5 imperial legions combined. Moreover, with such a powerful force, including a Blood Lion commander with the strength of a level 6 lord and nearly half of the 16 top-tier heroes having level 6 strength, they were a formidable presence. Among them, the leader was none other than the current most renowned magician in the Thunder Empire, known as the Mage King, Halifax. Of course, his original hero name was Luo Jing. "Grandmaster." The Blood Lion commander showed a respectful attitude toward the elderly mage. "Tien City is just ahead. The Tien family attempted to escape but were cut down by us." Halifax did not pay much attention to small fry like Chuixing. He calmly stated, "The Darkness 3 dragons are now entering the Tien territory and are expected to reach Tien City within 2 days. We must make preparations in the remaining time." The Blood Lion commander immediately responded, "Understood." This time, the leader against the main force of the Demon King was the Mage King. He was dispatched by Grand Duke Bachor to assist the Thunderous Heroes Guild. Originally, according to Grand Duke Bachor's plan, he intended to wait until he was fully recovered, gather all the forces, and then join forces with the Thunderous Guild to besiege the Demon King. However, Luo Jing could not afford to wait any longer. The Thunderous Heroes Guild had already received intelligence because both the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation were offering substantial rewards for the Demon King of the Darkness City. This information had reached not only local regions, but also reached heroes from even more distant places. With only one Demon King and one big reward to go around, the more hero organizations involved, the smaller the share each could expect. As the leader of the Thunderous Heroes Guild, Luozheng naturally hoped that his guild could exclusively enjoy the rewards. Additionally, he was eager to reach the Tree of Eternity. The Tree of Eternity was extremely precious, and he could sense its aura. He knew that other powerful beings could also detect it. If he did not act quickly, there was a risk of stronger entities seizing or damaging it during the battle. For Luozheng, this would be a significant loss. Ladies and gentlemen, Luozheng addressed his guild members. This opportunity is extremely rare. Although we are confident and well prepared for victory, the strength of the Darkness City's 3 dragons should not be underestimated. Everyone must remain vigilant and not let their guard down. The members of the Thunderous Heroes Guild immediately affirmed their understanding. However, deep down, many of them did not take the Dark City's 3 dragons too seriously. This was because, unlike in previous encounters, the Thunderous Guild was now going all out. With their current strength, they believed that no Demon King, no matter how powerful, had a chance of escaping unscathed. The next morning, the Dark Dragon King led his forces and smoothly captured the first city in the Tien. The entire process encountered little resistance as the Legion of the Darkness City advanced like an unstoppable force. At present, they had seized a marquisate, 2 counties, and an additional 5 viscounties. It could be said that, once they took control of the Tien, the Darkness City would achieve a significant expansion milestone. Approximately 1/10 of the southern border of the Empire would be under the control of the Darkness City, posing a serious threat to the Empire. However, at this critical moment, Priest Sun Lu approached. Dragon's Shadow has sent an urgent message. As the leader of the 3 overlords of the Darkness City, the Dark Dragon King, acting in his capacity as a Demon King in human territory, naturally oversaw the intelligence system. What has happened? Inquired the Dark Dragon King. According to Dragon's Shadow's urgent message, there is a significant risk in the current Tien city. Sun Lu reported. Long Yi was quite puzzled. Tien's strength and population are far inferior to that of Kolos. It is merely the least remarkable county in the southern border of the empire. How could there be a major risk in such a place? Sun Lu replied, a unit quietly arrived at Tien City last night and imposed strict blockade and curfew measures. According to reliable intelligence, this unit is not an ordinary force, it is the Blood Lion Knight, one of the 6 Knight Orders of Bachor. Blood Lion? Long Yi was familiar with this Knight Order. It was indeed a troublesome situation. The strength of this Knight Order was close to 10 times that of the regular Imperial Army. If they held Tien City with determination, it could turn into an impregnable fortress. Given the current strength of the Legion of the Darkness City, they could take it, but not without a significant cost. Sun Lu continued, if it were only the Blood Lion Knight Order stationed in Tien City, it wouldn't be much of a concern. With your strength and the cooperation of the other 2 Dragon Kings, it should be easily taken down. Long Yi asked, are you suggesting there is another threat? Sun Lu nodded and said in a solemn tone, the biggest threat is the heroes, and we received intelligence from an undercover Dragon's Shadow hero under the Thunderous Society. The entire Hero Guild, including the President and the Mage King Halifax, is also involved. Long Yi finally understood the situation. This had severely complicated things. Mages were not typically a threat to dragons, even if they were powerful. Dragons had the ability to resist magical attacks. However, Halifax was no ordinary mage, he held the title of the Mage King. If he dared to make a move, he must have been confident. Moreover, not only was the Mage King personally present, but also several superiors from the Thunderous Society joined in. These heroes each commanded hero guilds or elite forces. With these forces combined with the Blood Lion Knights, the scale and intensity of that battle would have surpassed the one in Kolo. Fortunately, the Dragon's Shadow hero brought this intelligence. Otherwise, if Long Yi had attacked Tien City alone, it could have fallen into the trap set by those heroes. But now, they could prepare in advance. Long Yi immediately issued orders, and Zhang San and Li Si each led their respective troops to rush to the scene. Since the Battle of Kolo, the 3 Dragon Kings had been conducting separate operations, which explained how they were able to conquer more than 10 provinces and capture over 10 million people in such a short time. Has the empire finally reacted? Li Si calmly remarked. I thought they were going to continue to act like a cowardly turtle. Zhang San laughed heartily. Finally, we have some tough bones to chew on. Such battles are more meaningful than one-sided slaughter. It was evident that the three Dragon Kings were not afraid at all. Their confidence stemmed from their own strength, the support of their master, and, most importantly, the anticipation of the Dark King. In the past couple of days, the Elven King Nancilia had been dispatched from the Chaos Forest, leading tens of thousands of battle elves. She had discreetly joined the army. The three Dragon Kings could sense that this young Elven King's strength had reached level 6. With such a top-tier ruler helping, even the Empire's Mage King would be unable to stir up much trouble. Depart. Our target is Tian City. Eradicate all the heroes. After the Legion of the Darkness City completed its assembling, it moved with an imposing momentum, abandoning several small towns and directly heading towards Tian City in the mountains. The next day, Tian City received a message. The defending humans were prepared, and this time, the battle would be different from the previous ones. As the strongest representative on the human side, Luo Jing did not personally appear on the front line. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the center of a large magical formation within Tian City. Within the Grand Magical Formation, there were 20 powerful mages, the youngest of whom was in their 50s. Each emitted a formidable aura. The weakest among them reached the rank of a level 4 lord, while the strongest achieved the strength of a level 5 overlord. These 20 mages were all direct disciples of the Mage King Halifax and were personally brought by Luo Jing this time. They undoubtedly constituted a formidable force. The remaining 16 members of the Thunderous Society stood outside the magical formation, ready for action. Among these 16 members, nearly half were level 6, totaling 7 individuals. These 7 were the core strongmen among the heroes who joined the Thunderous Society in the Thunder Empire. Their strengths rivals figures like Yen Qianjun, Xiang Nanfeng, or Hong Xiao. Any one of them could hold their own. Moreover, each of them held a certain status and position, with their own troops or subordinates. When their entire force was combined, the Thunderous Society had the capability to threaten any known demon king at the current stage. This formidable force stood as the primary source of confidence for the impending battle. Luo Jing abruptly opened his eyes, and before him hovered a crystal ball. Placing his hand on the crystal orb, an image materialized, revealing the approaching army of the Darkness City. Estimated at around 100,000 strong, this force comprised roughly 30,000 draconian super soldiers, alongside elite troops spanning level 2 and 3. Among their ranks were humans, orcs, elves, ogres, and various forest tribes, predominantly consisting of summoned units and affiliated legions. The sheer intensity of their presence was both overwhelming and formidable. We've been compromised, declared a Thunderous Society hero with a deep voice. Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, his robust physique resembled a towering structure. To humans, he would be considered a super strong man. Unencumbered by armor, his dark muscles gleamed with a metallic sheen. This individual was a pivotal member of the Thunderous Society, none other than the vice president of the Thunderous Society, Xing Rong. Unlike superheroes like Luo Jing, Xing Rong had not started as one of the top-tier powerhouses in the Thunder Empire. He had initially served as a legion commander stationed in the western border of the empire. It could be affirmed that his current level 6 strength was entirely the result of Xing Rong's efforts. In the western border of the empire, he held a fearsome reputation that made demon kings quake at the mere mention of his name. Observing the scene within Luo Jing's crystal ball, Xing Rong promptly discerned that their intelligence had been compromised. Otherwise, the 3 Dragon Kings of the Darkness City would not need to mobilize such an extensive force or personally engage in the assault on Tian City, a relatively small county. It seems that the Demon King's intelligence capabilities are higher than we anticipated, Luo Jing remarked without revealing much emotion. However, it doesn't matter. You and the Blood Lion Knight Order will be at the forefront, and I'll be in the rear supporting you. Yes. Xing Rong immediately set off. He led 6 other level 6 superheroes, along with 10 top-notch level 5 heroes, plus an attached coalition force, swiftly heading to the battlefield. Luo Jing stared at the crystal ball before him. He coldly smiled, saying, "Darkness City, I really want to see how you'll respond to this." Not long after Xing Rong and the members of the Blood Lion Knight Order arrived at the front line, they witnessed a vast army of Demon King rapidly approaching Tien City. The Dark Dragon King, along with the other 2 Dragon Kings, led 9 Abyssal Dragons, over 100 High Priests, Draconian Generals, and more than 10 Sky Drake Archpriests and Earth Drake Grand Marshals. They appeared before Tien City. Long Yi directly issued a threat, "Listen, Thunderous Society. I know you're hiding in there. I advise you to drop your weapons and surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the battle starts, don't blame me for being too ruthless." Upon hearing this, Xing Rong burst into hearty laughter. In a voice as resonant as a horn, he chuckled, "Ha ha ha, Demon King, have you not yet understood the situation? Your recent commotion is nothing more than a small part of the southern border of the Empire. Indeed, Darkness City has some tricks up its sleeve, but your cards are dwindling. The depth of the Empire's foundation is beyond your imagination, be it the official forces or the immense strength harbored by the civilians. In truth, the downfall of Darkness City is just a matter of time. You are simply not on par with the Imperial forces. Everything you're doing now is leading to your own demise. But of course, the day when the entire Empire takes action, you probably won't live to see it. You won't even see tomorrow's sun." The Dark Dragon King sneered, "Arrogant fool. If you have the guts, come out and face me in a duel." A duel was impossible. It was too challenging for a level 6 overlord to go against a level 5 monarch, especially when the opponent was not an ordinary monarch but the king of Abyssal Dragons. Its strength was formidable enough to contend with a level 6 monarch for a while. Only someone with a short-circuited brain would attempt to go for a one-on-one showdown. "Your Highness, why waste words with them?" Earth Drake Grand Marshal Wang Er suggested, "Let's just charge in." Long Yi sensed that something was amiss. This encounter with the enemy differed from the previous ones. The presence of too many high-tier combatants raised concerns, and notably absent among the detected forces was any sign of the Mage King Halifax. Where could that human be? There had to be an ambush. Therefore, Long Yi said, "Let's observe, before deciding." However, in the standoff lasting not more than 15 minutes, Sky Dragon King Li Si furrowed his brow and looked up, his expression subtly changing. "This is bad. Look, someone is casting a large-scale magic." As he spoke, Long Yi felt the magical fluctuations emanating from the sky. When he looked up, the entire cloud cover had turned fiery red. Numerous scorching flames and terrifying magical energy erupted. Red-hot meteorites broke through the cloud cover, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands, and hurtled toward the earth at an alarming speed. The target, the Demon King's super army. S-class magic, apocalyptic firestorm. Luo Jing was not on the front line. Through magic crystals and reconnaissance methods, he effortlessly controlled every aspect of the battlefield and cast spells using the Grand Magical Formation. This Grand Magical Formation not only significantly increased the casting range, but also greatly enhanced the original power of the magic. As a mage like Luo Jing, he could humiliate the enemy from dozens of miles away using S-class magic. The enemy, or even entire hostile legions, their entire army could be wiped out in smoke and ashes before being able to find his exact location. At this moment, as a greeting to the Demon King's army, a S-class magic was unleashed. "Damn. There are too many meteorites." Zhang San's expression turned serious as he sensed the situation becoming challenging. Several hundred, if not thousands, of red-hot meteorites, each possessing impact force and explosive power likely reaching A+ level, posed a significant threat. A direct hit could result in massive casualties. "Humph, hiding in the backlands, what kind of coward is this?" Long Yi roared, "Dark drainage." Countless streams of dark energy erupted from Long Yi's body like a volcanic eruption, instantly blanketing the sky and extinguishing the flames on the surface of the fiery meteorites. Although the power was mitigated by dark magic, it still carried substantial destructive force. Space distortion. Li Si activated a space magic, causing widespread distortion in the space. While lacking direct attack power, the brief spatial distortion, akin to a spring, altered the trajectory of the meteorites, making them more concentrated. Gravity control. Zhang San then manipulated gravity, nearly depleting the kinetic energy of the meteorites. The 9 abyssal dragons unleashed abyssal thunder, and in an instant, lightning filled the sky. Hundreds of massive meteorites were all crushed into powder. Ha 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 ha. The 3 Dragon Kings of Darkness City have truly lived up to their reputation. You are indeed quite capable. An extremely hoarse and ancient voice echoed from Tian City, penetrating the ears of everyone present with remarkable clarity, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Such formidable mana. Li Si furrowed his brow and thought, this mage's strength surpasses mine by far. He must be the renowned mage King Halifax, the foremost hero of the Thunderous Society. Unexpectedly, such a figure has become a hero. The apocalyptic firestorm just was his doing. Moreover, without exerting much effort, just a probing attack, it posed a significant threat to the Darkness City Legion. Li Si observed the frontline deployment again, deeply feeling the immense difficulty of this battle. The combined forces of both the Legion of 10,000 Blood Lion Knights and the factions of the Thunderous Society amounted to a troop not numerous but with comprehensive strength that rivaled the Imperial Army in the Battle of Kolo. The Thunderous Society had 8 superheroes, and in addition to the Blood Lion Knight commander, meaning they had 9 level 6 heroes. Among them, the hero Luo Jing was even a level 6 monarch. As for level 5 combatants, it was challenging to calculate precisely. In terms of the number of powerhouses, they far surpassed the Battle of Kolo. In that battle, there was a defensive advantage and the Citadel of Eternity to suppress the field. Today, they were on the offensive side. The Citadel, in this situation, could not easily mobilize, otherwise, it might be easily destroyed in the process of movement. However one looked at it, the difficulty was substantial. I've already gauged your skill level, Luo Jing continued, comparing yourselves to me, you still have a long way to go. Besides, almost all the members of the Thunderous Society are present. With just the 3 of you, there's no chance of victory. Are you sure you want to struggle in vain? To be honest, I'm not too interested in you. Hand over the Tree of Eternity directly, surrender all the buildings you've summoned to me, and perhaps I can offer you a more comfortable death. Upon hearing this, the 3 Dragon Kings laughed. Long Yi scornfully said, you want the Eternal Tree? It's right there in the Chaos Forest, visible to anyone with eyes. If you have the ability, go and take it. But I'm afraid you won't get the chance. In the midst of his words, Long Yi let out a roar filled with overwhelming pressure, instantly transforming into a colossal dark dragon nearly 100 meters in length. Simultaneously, Zhang San and Li Si also assumed their dragon forms, one an Inferno 7-headed drake, and the other a golden diamond drake, closely following behind the Abyssal Dragon of Darkness. The terrifying aura of the 3 monarchs surged like a tsunami toward Tian City. The ordinary city defense soldiers of Tian City, having never encountered such a formidable spectacle, fell like dominoes under the threefold dragon fear. Insolent fools. If that's the case, then you die. Luo Jing commanded, Xing Rong, hold off for now. This old man alone is sufficient to deal with these 3. Xing Rong and the Thunderous Society heroes were daunted by the strength displayed by the Darkness's 3 titans. Though not trembling in fear, the prowess and intimidation from the 3 monarchs indeed exceeded their expectations. Now, receiving their leader's command, they were momentarily stunned. The president intended to take on the 3 titans alone? Back when Grand Duke Bachor faced such a situation, it ended in disaster. Moreover, Grand Duke Bachor was a warrior, while Luo Jing was a caster. In a scenario where their strengths were comparable, magicians would be at a disadvantage against higher-level dragons, presenting a significant disadvantage. However, they could also speculate that if the president dared to utter such words publicly, he must have his own confidence and reliance. Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si remained still, not making any reckless moves. A dazzling pillar of light erupted from the center of Tian City, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky above Tian City became densely covered with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. The beam of light, directly piercing the sky from Tian City, lasted for 15 seconds. During this process, an astonishing amount of magical energy was transported into the sky, ultimately forming a massive vortex composed entirely of magical energy over the city. The diameter of the vortex was at least 500 meters, containing more energy than a typical S-class spell. As it rotated, it generated numerous lightning bolts, making it nearly impossible to look directly at. "This is too terrifying," exclaimed the commander of the Blood Lion Knight Order. He was a level 6 powerhouse, possessing the strength equivalent to a level 6 overlord. However, when faced with this power, he felt small, as if he could be crushed at any moment. Is this the power of a mage king? Is this the magic of the most renowned mage in the Empire over the past 3 centuries? The overwhelming force, the majestic aura, and this energy seemed beyond imagination. The commander of the Night Order felt a sense of insignificance that he had never experienced before. Not only the Blood Lion Order Knight Commander but also the Thunderous Society heroes displayed shocked expressions. They had never witnessed their president going all out. Now, they finally realized the immense strength of their society's president. In the next moment, the vortex shrank and concentrated. After compressing the energy to its limit, it ultimately transformed into a massive pillar of light that descended to the ground. With a resounding boom, the exploding shockwave instantly created a meteorite crater-like large hole. In the center of this enormous crater squatted a giant, standing up slowly. Its muscles were pronounced, resembling a solid entity, yet radiating brilliance throughout its entire body. An unparalleled aura, like a terrifying storm, emanated from the giant's body, instantly covering a radius of dozens of miles, as if a god had descended. This is... Long Yi showed a look of astonishment. Li Si said in a deep voice, "It's an arcane avatar. This is a highly advanced summoning magic, using the caster's spirit as the core and powerful magical energy to form the body. It possesses terrifying destructive power." The 100-meter giant was an arcane puppet. While many magic users could summon arcane puppets or arcane avatars, what Luo Jing used was evidently an S-class skill. The special aspect of this skill laid in summoning not an ordinary arcane puppet but an actual incarnation. Although Luo Jing's magical power was formidable, his physical body was aging rapidly and could not endure excessive strain. Therefore, he utilized his entire magical power to create an arcane avatar, connecting his spiritual soul directly to it and employing this endlessly powerful incarnation for battle. Luo Jing was already a level 6 monarch-class hero. The arcane avatar summoned by his magical power undoubtedly reached the strength of a level 6 monarch. Moreover, Luo Jing had strategically positioned 20 powerful disciples around him in advance, and the grand magic formation further enhanced his spells. Hence, it could be stated that the strength of this arcane giant approached the ceiling of a level 6 monarch. Even in his prime, Duke Bachor would find it challenging to defeat this arcane giant in a one-on-one scenario. The only viable strategy was to avoid a direct confrontation, bypass the arcane giant, and directly attack Luo Jing's original body to disrupt his spellcasting. However, Tian City was protected by a city defense barrier. The Blood Lion Knight Order and Thunderous Society heroes were vigilant, and breaking into the city immediately would be no easy task, despite the formidable strength of the forces from the Darkness City. Ha ha ha. Come, Darkness, 3 dragons. This is the Empire's strongest magical might. The arcane giant Luo Jing let out a laugh more thunderous than an actual thunderstorm. Dying by my hands will be the greatest honor of your lives. The imminent battle was about to unfold. Dark Domain. Earth Domain. Sacrificial Domain. The Darkness 3 dragons initiated their respective domains in an attempt to gain control over the battlefield. Simultaneously, the arcane giant also unleashed its own domain. The 4 domains were divided into 2 factions, clashing against each other. Unexpectedly, they cancelled each other out, and none could establish dominance. What? Li For's expression changed dramatically. Back when the Darkness 3 dragons faced Duke Bachor, their 2 dragon domains could almost match Duke Bachor's, and the 3rd domain could easily overshadow his. However, at this moment, when they joined forces, they could only reluctantly maintain a balance. The strength of a monarch's domain is directly proportional to their power. This indicated that the arcane giant Luo Jing had slightly more strength than Duke Bachor had at the time. The victory against Duke Bachor was heavily dependent on geographical advantage. And yet, in the current situation, even the sacrificial domain was being suppressed. Li Si's support abilities were directly cut in half. Facing an arcane giant stronger than Duke Bachor, it was almost impossible to win. Nonetheless, there was no sign of faltering. The Darkness 3 dragons remained unwaveringly devoted to the Demon King, embodying a spirit that was untamed and unafraid of death. Among them, Zhang San displayed the most audacity and recklessness. Leveraging his formidable defense, he maintained the form of an Earthdrake and led the charge, declaring, "Let's see what you're truly capable of." The speed was astonishing, akin to a golden flash that instantaneously reached the front of the arcane giant. Zhang San, aware of the significant level difference, understood that the opponent's magically constructed body could diminish magical damage. Furthermore, Zhang San, renowned as the strongest Earthdrake for defense among his kin, was confident. Then, in the subsequent moment, the arcane giant raised its fist. The punch was delivered at a speed nearly dozens of times faster than lightning. The shockwave it generated, almost warping space, swept through the forest and hills, instantly reshaping the terrain into a flat expanse. The Earth Drake Sovereign, weighing thousands of tons, was sent hurtling for hundreds, if not thousands, of meters. It crashed heavily onto the ground, scales shattered, and copious amounts of blood sprayed out, staining the expansive ground in red. The brutality of the situation was apparent. Lisi discerned the scenario, commenting, "This isn't an elemental attack. It's a pure energy attack." The arcane giant compressed high-density arcane energy with its fist, explosively releasing it as pure kinetic force, devoid of elemental attributes. It resembled more of a physical attack. The Earth Drake Sovereign suffered severe injuries from this punch. If it were any of the other darkness dragons, especially Lisi, with weaker defense and health, this punch might not only have been fatal but also rendered them severely wounded, losing combat effectiveness. Ha ha ha. Have you witnessed it? When magical energy is developed to its peak, even a true dragon can't withstand its blow. The arcane giant unleashed its magic, instantly teleporting its 100-meter-tall body in front of Long E. The Dark Dragon King opened its mouth, releasing a breath of dragon fire. However, the flames were repelled by the formidable energy constituting the arcane giant's body. Demon King. You can meet your end now. The arcane giant completely disregarded the scorching dragon flames. 2 arcane spears materialized in its hands, launching a swift assault. Lisi quickly came to aid, using the energy blast from its 7 heads to disrupt the arcane giant. Although it could not pose a direct threat, it managed to interrupt the attack. Simultaneously, Zhang San lunged forward again, initiating a gravity suppression, increasing the gravitational force around him by 1,000-fold. It's futile. Useless resistance. The arcane giant gleamed, dispelling the surrounding energy. The Darkness City is on the verge of being leveled. The Tree of Eternity will ultimately be mine. Dare to defy my will, and I'll ensure your souls never find peace. The giant raised its spear, releasing a barrage of arcane lightning, forcing the Darkness 3 dragons to retreat, making it difficult for them to approach. With a swing of his arm, Luo Jing directed all the arcane lightning, concentrated on the Dark Dragon King. Long Yi activated the power of dark absorption to counter the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the arcane giant swiftly swung its arm, and the colossal spear shot out at an astonishing speed, seemingly about to pierce through. This strike carried immense power, capable of instantly leveling even a mountain. Despite the Dark Abyssal Dragon's vitality and defense ranking just below that of the Earth Drake Sovereign, facing this attack head-on meant either death or severe injury. Desperately unleashing the power of darkness, Long Yi hoped to weaken the energy of the arcane spear. However, it was evident that it was already too late. This attack was too fast and too powerful. The Demon King is finished. This was the simultaneous realization within the Imperial forces. Halifax, the Mage King, had proven his overwhelming strength in just a brief encounter, successfully suppressing the Darkness 3 dragons. Truly deserving of the title of the Empire's most legendary mage, Halifax lived up to the moniker of Magic King. However, at this crucial moment, a protective layer of starlight emerged, swiftly intercepting the arcane giant's spear assault. Halifax's expression shifted dramatically. Who dares? Despite the arcane giant spear being weakened by the Dark Dragon King, the fact that it could be repelled by a shield indicated the extraordinary capabilities of its wielder. This was no ordinary individual, their strength surpassed even that of the Darkness 3 dragons. Cease your delusions. The Tree of Eternity is a gift from the Darkness City to the elves. As the Elven King of the Chaos Forest, I will never allow anyone to seize it. The proclamation rang out in a clear and melodious voice as the landscape underwent a transformation. Countless massive roots and vines sprouted from beneath a kilometer-sized divine tree, swiftly enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of meters, ensnaring everyone into this domain. The arcane giant, Halifax, realized his entire body was ensnared by the roots. The immensely potent energy absorption capability of the divine tree domain swiftly drained energy from his form. You are the Elven King. Halifax's expression darkened. Not only was this individual the Elven King, but they were also a level 6 Elven King. The powerful energy absorption capability of the divine tree domain, combined with the fact that the arcane giant was composed purely of energy, immediately placed him in a disadvantageous position. The opponent was at the same level and should possess similar strength. Initially, the situation allowed for domains to mutually offset or weaken each other, but now Halifax needed to suppress the Darkness 3 dragons while being restrained. Meanwhile, everyone else had also identified the newcomer. An elven girl, seemingly very young, held the scepter of the Elven King. She exuded an aura of regality, and the overwhelming domain strength further confirmed her identity. Elven King. The Elven King of the Chaos Forest. This Elven King is aiding the Darkness 3 dragons. She must be an ally and support brought in by the Darkness City. Damn it, we were careless. No wonder the Demon King could develop so rapidly. Turns out, there's another force behind him. This Elven King, along with the force supporting her, is likely the true mastermind. The Demon King and the Darkness City are just distractions. This Elven King and her backers are the real puppeteers. The Demon King and the Darkness City are just fronts. The arcane giant, Halifax, gritted his teeth. Are you also a level 6 monarch? Truly unexpected. You've concealed yourself so well. The Chaos Forest actually gave birth to such a powerful Elven King. Even if you possess power comparable to mine, you can't possibly defeat me. I not only have the amplifying power of ancient magic formations, but I also have the assistance of numerous disciples. I'm not fighting alone. You are destined to have no chance of winning. Nancilia snorted. Humph. Don't speak of victory too soon. With a simple wave of her hand, Forest of Burial. Countless roots flowed out like a river from beneath her feet. The arcane giant was submerged in an instant, wrapped in layer upon layer. His energy was rapidly being drained, and he was swiftly growing weaker. You think you can stop me with these petty tricks? Foolishness, Elven King. Foolishness. Roaring madly, Halifax unleashed his energy. The restraints around him were torn apart one after another. Breaking free from endless binds, he wielded 2 giant spears in each hand, adopting a hysterical stance, as if he intended to perish together with the Elven King. However, at this moment, Halifax was stunned. Taking advantage of the time he was freeing himself, the Elven King activated the Elemental Covenant 5 times in quick succession. These were the Elemental Kings of Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, and Lightning, each a lesser rank of level 6 monarch. Though considered the weakest of level 6 monarchs, they were not to be underestimated, and their actual strength was formidable. Halifax, the arcane giant, showed a horrified expression. This is impossible. How can you summon and control 5 monarch-level entities? Nancilia retorted, what does this amount to? You, a frog at the bottom of the well, have no idea what true power is. You delude yourself into thinking you possess the ultimate magical ability. Enraged, Halifax exclaimed, you dare to insult me. Firing 2 arcane spears, the arcane giant conjured endless energy with his hands, unleashing a river-like torrent that gathered into an enormous energy sphere within his embrace. Was this an attempt to decisively win? Coincidentally, the Elven King had the same idea. Nancilia raised her Elven King's scepter, and the 5 elemental kings transformed into 5 powerful energy storms, all converging at the tip of the Elven King's scepter, compressed into a dense energy sphere that distorted the space around it. Shit. Halifax's face changed drastically. He had not anticipated the Elven King's extraordinary tactics. This was a full-force attack, depleting the entire strength of all 5 elemental kings. Elemental fusion. Nancilia released the energy accumulated in her staff. The arcane giant also unleashed a supercharged wave of arcane energy. In the moment of collision in midair, the arcane energy immediately dissipated and crumbled, and this force hit the arcane giant directly in the heart. Exclamation point. An arcane giant known for being impervious to physical attacks was unexpectedly pierced through and bored a massive hole. Learning from her previous encounter with Yan Qianjun, Nancilia immediately delivered a more thorough follow-up attack. The power of the 5 elemental forces erupted simultaneously, causing the arcane giant's body to quickly develop numerous spider web-like cracks. It was not that the arcane giant was weak, but rather, the Elven King was overwhelmingly powerful. This elemental fusion move was not something the arcane giant, or even formidable figures like Zhang Nu, could withstand if directly hit. Its potency was even capable of injuring mythic-level individuals, solidifying it as Nancilia's most potent single-target attack. No, no, no. It can't be. I can't possibly lose. Roaring in madness, Halifax refused to accept the inevitable. However, regardless of how difficult it was to comprehend, the arcane giant eventually collapsed and exploded. Nancelia breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with this arcane giant was challenging, especially in the midst of a large-scale confrontation between two armies. She had to find a way to end it swiftly. Little did she expect that a single strike would be enough. The arcane giant was an incarnation of Halifax. Though a mere manifestation, it required entrusting one's spirit and soul. Once forcibly destroyed before withdrawal, the caster would suffer intense backlash. If her deduction was correct, Halifax at this moment must be severely weakened and enduring unbearable pain. From this day forward, Nancelia, the Elven King, rose to fame, becoming renowned throughout the land. The heroes of the Thunderous Society were dumbfounded. President Luo had just displayed immense power, only to be defeated head-on by an elf who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Was there anything more ironic than this? This Elven King was truly terrifying. Summoning 5 monarch units, each representing an elemental king, inherently possessed formidable, earth-shattering power. Yet, she went a step further, unleashing the full might of all 5 elemental kings, converging their energies into a single devastating attack. The sheer force of this attack was overwhelming. Even units of the same rank and level would sustain significant injuries if subjected to it head-on. Who could withstand such power? Undoubtedly, she was no ordinary elven king. In fact, she was a super powerhouse among the elves, a remarkable figure even among all elven kings. The entrance of the arcane giant had caused shockwaves throughout the imperial camp, and the defeat it suffered now dealt a significant blow to the imperial forces. This legendary mage king, who had yet to unleash widespread destruction, was directly struck in the face before he could make her move. The impact of this defeat was immense, causing shivers down the spines of the imperial forces. Nancelia's timely intervention was crucial. If the arcane giant had continued to wreak havoc unchecked, not only would the Darkness City's 3 dragons face dire consequences, but the entire army of the Darkness City would suffer heavy losses. Of course, this round of attacks also took a toll on Nancelia. Summoning 5 level 6 monarch units was no simple task. She turned to Long Yi and said, "The Mage King's arcane incarnation has been shattered, and he will undoubtedly suffer backlash, but he won't be fatally wounded. We can't underestimate him." The battle was far from over, and there was no room for complacency. Tian City remained a tough nut to crack. Luo Jing had been temporarily defeated, but he had not perished yet, and the other heroes, along with the Blood Lion Knights, posed a significant threat. Long Yi reassured, "We can handle the other heroes and the Empire's lackeys. However, dealing with the mage, Halifax, may require your excellency, the Elven King, to intervene." Nancelia nodded, "Leave it to me." She raised her staff, and thousands of vines surged forward like a river, washing over Tian City. While these tendrils could not directly dismantle the fortified city's protective barrier, they absorbed its power, weakening the defense. Charge! For Darkness City! For the Chaos Federation! Capture this city and exterminate the damn heroes. Under the command of the Dark Dragon King, everyone launched their assault. The thunderous lightning blast from the 10 true dragons swiftly cut open a massive breach in the weakened barrier. Damn it all! Don't let the Demon King succeed. Long live the Empire! Long live Bachor! The heroes and knights of the Empire roared in response. This battle could not end in reconciliation, they had to press on with unwavering determination. Thunderclap Guild Xingrong activated his transformation skill, morphing into a demonic figure with horns, joining the fray against Long Yi. Under normal circumstances, 2 level 6 heroes could contend with a level 5 monarch unit. However, the Darkness City forces had 4 monarch units present, including Nancelia, the top-tier level 6 Elven King. Without Luo Zhang's intervention, relying solely on the power of the Thunderous Guild would be challenging to cope with this force. Now, the biggest suspense lingered, could Luo Zhang still fight? If Luo Zhang could rejoin the battle, the Empire still held the advantage. He only needed to hold off the formidable Elven King, allowing the major guilds and top-tier heroes to handle the 3 Dragon Kings. This combined force could definitely rival Darkness City, which could lead to the worst-case scenario where both sides suffered losses, if not mutually assured destruction in this battle. In the midst of the tense atmosphere within the Imperial camp, a powerful magical force struck the Darkness City forces. Emerging from the midst of the Darkness City forces, an inconspicuous ice crystal was summoned. Despite its unassuming appearance, the contained frigid power was exceptionally terrifying. S-tier magic glacial descent. This crystal, resembling an ready-to-bloom lotus, had just developed a few cracks on its surface. The leaked energy instantly froze dozens of draconian super soldiers into ice sculptures. Such formidable magic! The observers were once again astonished. If this magic were to be fully unleashed, the resulting damage would undoubtedly be severe. Moreover, its wide-reaching impact could inflict significant losses on the Darkness City Legion. Hells! That mage! He hasn't lost his combat capability. The faces of the Darkness City forces turned serious. At the same time, the Empire side breathed a sigh of relief. Nancilia quickly cast a sealing spell, Elven King's sealing art. The soon-to-blossom energy-releasing ice lotus suddenly faced a constraint from some kind of energy. Its release was suppressed, and the speed of its energy discharge slowed down. Teleportation. Lisi activated spatial magic, instantly hurling this sealed magical phenomenon to a mountain peak several miles away. The next moment, the dreadful magic erupted in the distance. The majority of the mountain was covered and frozen by the potent ice elemental energy. That mage still had the ability to strike, and he possessed several S-tier magics. Such magics were too dangerous, too powerful. A swift resolution was imperative. As the Imperial Knights and warriors clashed with the Dark City forces, Nancilia took the opportunity to bypass these troops and directly reach the location where Luoxing was positioned. This was the city center. Several dozen mages sat atop a large magic formation, jointly guarding an elderly man in the twilight of his life. Found you. Nancilia waved her staff, unleashing an almost instantaneous A-rank destructive explosion. The intense fire attribute attack exploded upon the large formation but was staunchly blocked by its formidable defense. Luo Zhang's expression turned dark. He was already weakened, and the arcane backlash further diminished his strength. If previously he could have managed to live for another 3 to 5 years, now even 3 months seemed questionable. This angered him greatly. If he could not successfully obtain the Tree of Eternity this time, he would inevitably approach the end of his lifespan. This was an outcome Luoxing absolutely did not want to see. Cough, cough, Luoxing coughed, blood dripping from his mouth and nose. After a prolonged fit, he spoke, "You did break my ultimate move. That has never happened before. However, with the attack just now, in your current state, you won't be able to replicate it a second time, can you?" Nancilia responded, "Even if that's the case, with the remaining strength I have, dealing with a half-dead old man like you is more than enough." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Luoxing laughed. "You are indeed strong, but you are still too young, lacking in battle experience. This will make you pay a tremendous price with your life." As he spoke, the large formation turned red. 20 top-tier mages within it screamed in agony, their bodies visibly withering at an alarming rate. Their vital blood and magical power were stripped away, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Luoxing took a deep breath, inhaling vast amounts of extracted blood. His depleted energy was swiftly replenished. Even the wrinkles on his face diminished significantly, as if he had suddenly become younger by a century or two. Nancilia's expression changed slightly. Although Halifax was obviously suppressing his injuries forcefully and had achieved temporary recovery, yet it seemed like he had fully recovered, and he was in slightly better condition than before. Simultaneously, a multitude of teleportation lights appeared around the once empty space. Dozens, even hundreds, of heroes were teleported to the location. Each of these heroes possessed strength around level 4. While they might not be the most elite at the moment, they were still considered top tier. Curses! She fell into an ambush set by this old trickster. The spatial prohibition formation in Tian City was cancelled to allow teleportations, and these heroes had long prepared for this ambush. Luoxing said, "Do you still have the confidence to deal with me, this half-dead old man? The Tree of Eternity belongs to me, and Darkness City is destined for destruction. With your strength, you can't stop me." The Tree of Eternity was the homeland of the elves, the very foundation of the John Tree City. The Darkness City was also the crucial heart and brain of the Chaos Federation. Either of these being threatened would enrage the Elven King. Moreover, this old man intended to simultaneously destroy these two vital entities. Nancilia was completely infuriated. She decided that even if it meant a mutual demise, she would eliminate all these people. With her current strength, achieving a mutual demise should be possible. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A consciousness and power descended from a distant place, instantly arriving at Nancelia. It rapidly restored the energy she had expended. It's from His Majesty. The Demon King sat on the castle altar, closely monitoring the battle. When he sensed the critical situation in Tian City, he activated the new ability of the Demon King's altar, Demon King's Possession. This meant that a portion of the Demon King's power was projected onto the Elven King. This not only directly restored the Elven King's depleted mana, but also significantly enhanced her strength beyond its original state. Nancelia was surprised. "I've lost control of my body." Zhang Nu said calmly, "Don't panic. I'm remotely controlling you. Let me take over the fight from here." "What? I'm being remotely controlled by His Majesty?" Nancelia found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, her unwavering trust in the Demon King prevented her from resisting, and she relaxed her body. After the Demon King's possession, the target could act freely and be remotely manipulated. Zhang Nu was currently using the latter method. Although he was in the distant Demon King castle in the Darkness City, he could use Nancelia's body and a portion of her power, along with some of his own strength, to engage in combat. Of course, the time was limited, at most a dozen minutes. Thus, he must end this battle swiftly. What's going on? Luo Jing immediately noticed that the opponent's aura and presence were abnormal. Something's off. Kill her quickly. The present heroes immediately took action. Luo Jing unleashed 3 A-rank spells in an instant. Darius energies enveloped the Elven King like a torrential storm. In this situation, escape was nearly impossible. Even with the formidable defense of the Elven King, it would be rapidly depleted, eventually rendering her completely powerless. Abyssal Devour. Nancelia stomped her foot, and an endless black mist spread from her body, expanding in concentric circles like a colossal vortex, covering everything within hundreds of meters. All magical energies and various chi attacks were drawn into the black mist. What? What kind of magic was this? It was entirely different from the Elven King's previous combat methods. Luo Jing could not explain the reason, but there must have been some change in the Elven King. "Oh no. Stop. She's absorbing our power." After the attacks were absorbed by the black vortex, it turned red, compressing the energies, gathering them in the Elven King's left hand, forming a high-density energy sphere. At the same time, 5 elemental kings were resummoned, and as soon as they were summoned, all their energy was transformed, converging on the Elven King's scepter in her right hand. Elemental fusion. The Elven King threw the energy sphere from her left hand and simultaneously released the power of the 5 elements. The two forces collided in the air, unleashing an energy more dazzling than the sun, with a destructive shockwave that expanded uncontrollably, engulfing all targets present. Nancelia herself almost did not manage to escape. However, just before being engulfed, she forcibly tore open a spatial rift and instantly teleported away. Boom! Accompanied by a dazzling light, everyone in Tian City saw a giant mushroom cloud rising. Under this energy coverage, everything turned to ashes. This? Nancelia could not dare to imagine. The power of the Demon King's possession had also been exhausted. Before leaving, Zhang Nu said to Nancelia, "The trouble has been dealt with. The rest is up to you. Your Majesty, rest assured. That old mage is dead, and the others are not worth worrying about." Once again, she was amazed by the unfathomable power of the Demon King. Withdrawing his consciousness, within the Demon King's castle, the great Demon King slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Nu regarded that the power of the Demon King's possession was quite useful. Although the duration was very short and could only project a minimal portion of power onto his subjects, it was enough to unleash unexpected effects without exposing his true condition. When he checked the information panel, numerous notifications flashed. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +5. Monarch Crystal, +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +2. Zhang Nu discovered that after eliminating Luo Jing, he not only obtained an extremely high-quality Monarch-class soul, but also acquired as many as 5 skill stones, along with a Monarch crystal. Monarch Crystal, orange quality high-grade item. Instantly bestows Monarch-level aptitude upon the target. This Monarch Crystal was a valuable item. In simple terms, it could be used to create monarchs. Regardless of the target's low qualifications or weak talents, as long as this crystal was used, it could forge a monarch. Those below level 5 would gain monarch-level aptitude, while those at or above level 5 would directly become monarchs. For anyone else, this item would be considered invaluable. However, for Zhang Nu, there seemed to be no urgent need. On the one hand, he had numerous units under his command that were no less than monarchs, including Nancilia, Shui Lan, Marilyn, and the Darkness 3 Titans. Having one more or one less monarch would not significantly improve the strength of the Chaos Federation. Moreover, Zhang Nu possessed the Soul Altar and the Tree of Eternity, both capable of creating monarchs. Hence, there was no immediate shortage of monarch-level units. Because of this, he decided not to use the crystal immediately. Zhang Nu planned to save it for the future. It could be used to elevate the aptitude of those with exceptionally poor qualifications, for whom the cost of using the Soul Altar was too high, but still required a significant boost. Alternatively, he might trade it on the Demon King's market for other urgently needed resources. As for the other 5 skill stones, 2 of them were S-rank skills. Skill Stone, Arcane Incarnation, S-rank skill. Skill Stone, Glacier Descent, S-rank skill. Both of these skills were extremely powerful, and Zhang Nu believed they would be useful for him. Without further ado, he decided to learn both skills. With this addition, he now possessed 3 S-rank skills, Rebirth from Within the Flames, Arcane Incarnation, and Glacier Descent. Although Tian City still had the Blood Lion Knights and the Thunderous Society with formidable strength, they were no longer enough to defeat the Darkness Legion. Zhang Nu shifted his attention, confident in the victory outcome. With nearly 200 million gold in hand, he expected to also earn a considerable amount from this battle. Zhang Nu planned to construct the Rift Tower from the blueprint in his possession. The blueprint read: Blueprint, Rift Tower, Level 5 Special Building. Costs Gold X 50 million, Dark Gem X 10, 000, Soul Gem X 5, 263, 000, Space Gem X 3, 000, Time Gem X 1000. You may construct a Rift Tower within your territory. Although it consumed gold like the other important level 5 buildings, the gems required were all rare attribute gems. Particularly scarce were the space and time attribute gems. While Zhang Nu had a considerable gem inventory, he lacked some space and time gems. He had no choice but to purchase them from the market. Apart from 50 million gold, he estimated he would need to invest nearly another 100 million to procure all the materials. The construction cost of this Rift Tower was indeed intimidating, and it was fortunate that Succubus Queen Han did not ask for this blueprint. Otherwise, with her current financial resources, how could she possibly afford it? However, Zhang Nu believed that the Rift Tower, with its advanced level, would not disappoint in terms of functionality and output. Although it was expensive, it had to be built. The Chaos Federation had been exceptionally wealthy, and the business in the Alpha City, Craigie, for constructing the Job Advancement Tower, had been booming lately. The expansion of business in the Azure Water Federation had also been quite ideal. All things considered, within the next half-month, with significant expenditures and a growing population, the net income of the Darkness City could easily surpass an average of 30 million gold per day. From this perspective, the cost investment was just a matter of a few days of income and was not worth mentioning. With this in mind, Zhang Nu had contacted several gem suppliers and simultaneously posted information on purchasing space and time gems on over 100 channels. Meanwhile, Empress Shui Lan had already left the Darkness City. She had used the teleportation tower in the Dark City to directly teleport to the residence of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Pale Moon. Throughout the entire process, the Demon King had not interfered, surprising Shui Lan. Did the Demon King trust her so much and let her leave so easily? Won't he be afraid that she wouldn't return? This trustful attitude from the Demon King had made her very appreciative and admiring. Shui Lan had had no intention of seizing power, she had no interest in authority. In fact, she had been well aware that she did not have that ability. 6,000 years ago, the Federation had not been named after her, and in her lifetime, she had never called herself an emperor. The name Azure Water Federation and the honorary emperor title had both been obtained after Shui Lan had driven away the evil gods and suppressed the Abyssal Trench. 6,000 years had passed, and things had changed. 6,000 years ago, the Federation had been entirely different from the current one. Although Shui Lan still held a lofty status in the hearts of the sea tribes and races in this region, as well as a well-known reputation, it was merely a symbolic representation. She had been a hero of the Federation, but for the powerful and influential, they had only needed the image of a hero, not the hero herself. Shui Lan had no other intentions, she had only requested a 7-day break. She had planned to spend 3 days exploring this place, which she had once guarded with all her efforts and dedication, to see what it had become now. The prosperity of Qingtao City pleased Shui Lan immensely. This was the significance of creating the Federation. Instead of lingering in the city, she directly entered the sea, swiftly traversing the ocean at speeds of tens of thousands of miles per day. 6,000 years might be an exceptionally long time for most life forms, but from a geological perspective, it was not that long. The underwater regions of the Pale Moon Kingdom, as she remembered, had not changed much. However, at this moment, a scent of blood filled the water. Thousands of young male and female fish folks were driven forward by hundreds of shark folks, resembling livestock. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and the source of the bloody smell came from them. Pirates? Shui Lan questioned. No, it doesn't seem like it. These shark folks driving the fish folk captives are soldiers from a certain territory in Pale Moon. Shui Lan observed that the shark folks driving the fish folk captives were all wearing uniform equipment. Clearly, they were not pirates. Judging by the patterns on their equipment, they seemed to be soldiers from a certain city in Pale Moon. Who are you? Wanna die? Get out of our way. Shark folk soldiers wielding tridents approached. The leader among them assessed Shui Lan with a glance. Well, we were tasked with capturing some fishfolk slaves to sell to the underwater mining camps. We didn't expect to encounter such a prime specimen like you. Ha ha ha. How fortunate. Boss, look at this merfolk's quality. If we sell her to human merchants, she's probably worth more than the combined value of these thousands of these fish heads. We're about to strike it rich. Hey, let's first find out more about her before asking. What if we capture someone we shouldn't? We might be in trouble. What are you afraid of? Who's gonna know that we did it? The shark folks approached with sinister intentions. A minute later, the shark folks fell silent. They were all cut into at least 10 pieces, their mangled limbs scattered on the ground, attracting a large number of fish to feast on. Shui Lan untied the fishfolk villagers, but they did not express gratitude. It was rather the opposite, their faces were filled with fear and numbness. You killed the Covenant noble soldiers. You're going to die, we will all die. It's over. Shui Lan was taken aback. Covenant nobles? What does that mean? The fishfolk village chief explained, you don't even know about the Covenant nobles? Could it be that you're an outsider sea folk? The Covenant families are selected noble sea clans chosen by Empress Shui Lan. They've had a covenant for protection, which has been passed down to this day. The entire Azure Water Federation is under their influence. Other sea tribes have been enslaved by them for generations. Shaking her head, Shui Lan asked, they commit such atrocities to your people, why didn't you resist? The fishfolk elder sighed, resist? With what? Over the past few thousand years, some sea heroes have risen in rebellion, but the Covenant families are protected by the Covenant. It's doomed to be useless. 6,000 years ago, in order to end the endless conflicts, Shui Lan had taken great risks to find an ancient contract from ancient ruins. Using her immense strength and influence, she forced the most powerful sea tribes at that time to negotiate. Eventually, they established power boundaries, signed a contract, and formed an alliance. Since then, the chaotic sea region had been pacified, and peace had almost continued until now. However, the vastness of the ocean posed a problem. Shui Lan could not bring all the tribes and forces under the Covenant. She could only select influential major forces, leaving the other 90% of the forces and those emerging later doomed to be excluded. Over the millennia, serious issues had emerged. The most severe problems were internal corruption and class rigidity. The Covenant nobles were always the legitimate rulers of their respective regions, regardless of how cruel or absurd their actions were. No forces had the power to overthrow them. Countless small sea tribes were enslaved, vibrant new kingdoms were destroyed, and countless insightful individuals dedicated to changing the ocean were crushed by the gradually decaying community. Even among the Covenant nobles, internal conflicts were intense, but war was not an option to resolve their issues due to the contract. Thus, they chose more ruthless forms of confrontation. In summary, the appearance of the Azure Water Covenant had been a great contribution in the first 2 or 3,000 years, but in the subsequent 3,000 years, it became the root cause of corruption. It stifled the source of fresh blood in the ocean, allowing the decaying and corrupted old nobility to act recklessly. Nowadays, every year in the Azure Water Federation, at least millions of sea tribes are captured and trafficked. For the old nobility under the Covenant, there's nothing they won't do for their interests. After all, they are the permanent legitimate rulers who signed the Azure Water Covenant and are protected by it. Our tribe is finished. We're all done. My wife, my children are all dead. An angry fishfolk shouted, "It's all because of that damn Azure Water Empress. If it weren't for the protection of this tyrant's covenant, those damn nobles and brutal kingdoms would have been overthrown long ago." The fishfolk elder hastily interjected, "Watch your words. The original intention of Empress Shui Lan wasn't like this. But how could she have foreseen the current situation in her lifetime?" The fishfolk angrily retorted, "Where did I say wrong?" Others joined in, saying, "Exactly. Tyrant Shui Lan is the root of all evil. If it weren't for the protection of this tyrant, those damn kingdoms and nobles would have been destroyed long ago." The fishfolks were filled with righteous indignation. The Azure Water Empress, who was worshipped like a deity by various sea nations, was seen as a tyrant and the source of all evil by these tribal villagers. Watching the plight of the fishfolk refugees, Shui Lan was deeply moved. She realized that the prosperity and harmony in this sea area were just illusions. Countless small and medium-sized forces, numbering in the tens of billions, were living under oppression. Angry and hateful sentiments had accumulated for generations and spread to every corner of the ocean. Most of the sea kingdoms had already decayed beyond recognition. Once the fragile balance was disrupted, this ocean would erupt into a war more devastating than ever before, possibly directly destroying all current civilizations. Shui Lan felt a chill throughout her body. Could it be, as the Demon King said, was she wrong? Like the story of Gun and Yu, she had adopted Gun's method, and the covenant was like the Shirang soil. Although it could temporarily take effect, it might trigger even greater disasters. Half a day later. You have conquered Tian City. You gained Stardust Diamond Chest X1. Zhang Nu received a conquest notification. He was not surprised by the capture of Tian City, but what astonished him was the high quality of the loot this time. He obtained a diamond chest. What's going on? Why was the quality so high? The territory of Tian County was not high level, and in terms of scale, it was the smallest among the nearby county territories. Zhang Nu speculated that it might be related to the city's large number of reinforcements, which increased the level of the city, thus boosting the quality of the reward. Not bad. A pleasant surprise, indeed. Zhang Nu directly claimed the reward. You opened the diamond treasure chest. You've gained gold x 30 million, blueprint, elemental sanctuary x1, level 5 building upgrade scroll x1, life gems x10, 000, fire gems x10, 000, earth gems x10, 000, water gems x10, 000. Not bad at all. 30 million gold, a level 5 blueprint, a level 5 upgrade scroll, and 40,000 gems of various attributes. The total value was quite astonishing. Among them, the level 5 blueprint was a blueprint for a level 5 special building. Blueprint, Elemental Sanctuary, level 5 special building blueprint. Costs gold x 9 million, light gem x 1500, life gem x 1500, elemental gem x 2000 each. You may construct an elemental sanctuary within your territory. Although it was a special building, the construction cost was quite cheap. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu immediately constructed the building. You've constructed the elemental sanctuary. You've unlocked the ability to summon human units. You've gained a new summonable population, level 1 elemental mage plus 30,000, level 1 rare elemental mage plus 15,000, level 2 elemental mage plus 15,000, level 2 rare elemental mage plus 8,000, level 3 elemental mage plus 8,000, level 3 rare elemental mage plus 5,000, level 4 elemental mage plus 5,000, level 4 rare elemental mage plus 3,000, level 5 elemental mage plus 3,000, level 5 rare elemental mage plus 1,500. Clearly, the elemental sanctuary possessed a barrack summoning function. It could unlock approximately 100,000 summonable units in one go. This quantity was quite astonishing, but all of them were elites, without any Lord or Overlord units. Zhang Nu had a level 4 building, the High Mage Guild, which also had the ability to summon human mages. However, the difference lay in the fact that the mages summoned by the Magic Guild were relatively more expensive but generally had rich knowledge reserves and production skills. The Elemental Sanctuary could summon elemental mages. Their combat power was higher than the High Mage Guild summons, the prices were cheaper, but they lacked the scholars' rich knowledge and had no production research abilities. In essence, the Elemental Sanctuary summoned units that were specialized in single-element magic and had high combat power. The mages from the Elemental Sanctuary were divided into regular elemental mages and rare elemental mages. The regular ones covered the wind, fire, water, and earth elements, while the rare ones included light, dark, and thunder elements. One could customize the choice of elemental attributes as needed. For example, if one aimed for high damage, Zhang Nu could summon only fire and thunder mages. With tens of thousands of fire and thunder mages on the battlefield, a single wave of magic could flatten a city, displaying terrifying power. Therefore, the Elemental Sanctuary's appearance effectively increased the strength of the Darkness Legion. However, the functionality of the Elemental Sanctuary was not limited to recruitment alone. It could also be a place to learn various elemental magic. All citizens, all races, and even non-territorial citizens, could go in and study. The higher the level of magic, the longer it would take to learn. C-rank magic would only take a week, A-rank magic would require a month, and at least a level 4 Lord's strength. In summary, the functionality was quite powerful. The cost of constructing this building was not high but could effectively enhance the magical strength of the territory. Zhang Nu expressed satisfaction with the Elemental Sanctuary's functionality. This time, the chest yielded another level 5 building upgrade scroll. Zhang Nu already had 3 level 5 upgrade scrolls in his possession, 1 for special buildings, 2 for regular buildings. The special building upgrade scroll was particularly valuable, and Zhang Nu had not yet decided how to use it. Moreover, upgrading special buildings was extremely expensive, and he needed to keep some funds for upgrading his subordinates. Therefore, he did not plan to use it immediately. As for the level 5 regular building upgrade scrolls, they could be put to use immediately. Zhang Nu had been expanding his influence over human territories, cities, and domains. With more territories under his control, he needed additional manpower for management and maintenance. With this in mind, Zhang Nu made a decision. He would upgrade the Sacred Knights Sanctuary and the High Mage Guild to level 6. Both of these were regular buildings with the ability to recruit human units, and once upgraded to level 6, their recruitment capacity would significantly increase. The High Mage Guild was a level 4 building, so it needed to be upgraded twice in succession. Zhang Nu used several building upgrade scrolls to carry out the upgrades. You've gained a Radiant Knight Sanctuary. Radiant Knight Sanctuary's current summonable population: Squire Knight plus 80,000, Junior Knight plus 40,000, Intermediate Knight plus 20,000, High Knight plus 10,000, Grand Knight plus 5,000, Knight Commander plus 500, Titled Knights plus 100, Holy Knight plus 10, Titled Holy Knights plus 1. You've gained an Archmage Guild. Archmage Guild's current summonable population: Mage Apprentice plus 30,000, Junior Mage plus 20,000, Intermediate Mage plus 10,000, High Mage plus 8,000, Grand Mage plus 2,000, Archmage plus 50, Grand Archmage plus 10, Titled Grand Archmage plus 1. The upgrade of the two buildings significantly increased the recruitable human population. Zhang Nu planned to deploy over 100,000 summoned human elite units and some infantry to the human-occupied areas, with a total estimate of 200,000 to 300,000. This move would further strengthen Zhang Nu's rule in those regions. Among the newly unlocked units, the titled Holy Knight and titled Grand Archmage were both level 6 overlords. The advanced units could be upgraded from lower-level units, but the cost was quite high, requiring the consumption of a level 6 soul. Zhang Nu checked the gains from the recent battle in Tian City. Despite not killing all the heroes, he managed to eliminate a substantial number. A total of 4 level 6 heroes, 12 level 5 heroes, and 384 level 4 heroes were slain. Additionally, he obtained 523 skill stones. Considering the need for a stronger human elite force, Zhang Nu decided to increase the high-end combat power among the human ranks. He summoned the Grand Archmage by Jia stationed in the Citadel of Eternity and the Holy Knight by Jean guarding the Alpha City, and upgraded them. The upgrade costs for the titled Grand Archmage were 30 million gold, 5,000 elemental gems for each of the 7 elements, and 1 level 6 soul. The upgrade costs for the titled Holy Knight were 20 million gold, 5,000 light gems, and 1 level 6 soul. After the upgrades, both individuals experienced a significant surge in power. They became the strongest among the level 6 overlords under Zhang Nu's command, capable of jointly facing a Dragon King. Their enhanced strength further solidified Zhang Nu's dominance among the human forces. Among the two, Bai Jie gained the most significant improvement. Previously level 4, she now ascended to level 6. This upgrade not only brought a substantial increase in combat capabilities but also greatly enhanced her knowledge and production skills, making her the foremost scholar in the Chaos Federation, with the potential for significant contributions in the past. Thank you, my lord. 2 powerful humans, their imposing auras overwhelming, knelt respectfully before the Demon King. Zhang Nu spoke, "By Jean, I appoint you as the overall governor of the human race. Continue to guard Alpha City and coordinate with the Darkness Legion in battles." "Yes, my lord." The formidable Holy Knight immediately accepted the command. Zhang Nu then turned to Bai Jia. "How is the progress at the Citadel of Eternity?" The titled Grand Archmage Bai Jia quickly responded, "My lord, everything is progressing smoothly. Currently, the total number of researchers has surpassed 30,000 and is still increasing." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Additionally, the Citadel of Eternity is collaborating with Thousand Fangs City. The magical weapons production line in the Imperial Workshop of Kolo has started production." As she spoke, Bai Jia opened a sealed scroll, revealing several weapons resembling guns. Fine Magic Ray Gun, Level 1 Magitech Weapon. It can be charged with various elemental energy gems. Each gem provides 20 elemental shots. Each shot deals a minimum of 300 fixed elemental damage to targets within 300 meters. Gnome's Flameblast Magitech Cannon, Level 2 Magitech Weapon. Consumes 1 fire gem for every shot fired. It can fire a flameblast shot towards its target with a 500-meter range, causing up to 1,000 points of fiery explosion damage, as well as an area of effect burning status. Zhang Nu's eyes lit up. "Has production already begun?" He immediately inquired, "How is the production output?" Bai Jia immediately replied, "We have recruited tens of thousands of human workers locally and dispatched 10,000 known Magitech technicians and alchemists. Currently, we can assemble 1,000 Magitech ray guns and 100 Flameblast Magitech cannons per day. This is just the beginning. The efficiency of the Imperial Workshop is very high, and there is enough human labor locally. Our production capacity will increase over time." Zhang Nu was very satisfied. "Good, very good. Seize the time to expand production at the maximum speed and let the Gnome Magitech Research Institute develop more Magitech equipment." While these weapons were almost junk to Zhang Nu personally, they held great value for the territories. A single ordinary Magitech ray gun had attacking power comparable to a level 1 elite mage's magic. This allowed the direct arming of a large number of seemingly powerless humans. Of course, what Zhang Nu valued more was the arms trade market. In a world filled with conflicts, there was a constant demand for weapons. While the traditional weapons, armor, and staff markets were already well established and the Ironheart City was already doing a great job, creating a renowned brand in this field was challenging. On the other hand, establishing a high entry barrier, low volume, and practical equipment market was crucial. Zhang Nu planned to establish a Magitech weapon manufacturing center in the Kolo region. In the future, he intended to export Magitech weapons as a distinctive product of the Chaos Federation, earning a substantial amount of gold for the Federation. Compared to ordinary weapons and equipment, the potential in this market was immense. It was enough to drive the economy of human territories and stimulate an increase in the working population. Zhang Nu assigned detailed tasks to his 2 human subordinates, and they immediately left without delay. There was much work to be done for the prosperity of the Darkness City and for the Demon King. While Zhang Nu was completing the deployment of the new plan, in the main city of Bachor, Grand Duke Bachor's expression changed as he received news about the defeat in the Battle of Tian City and the fall of his Blood Lion Knight Order. What happened? Why did we fail? Duke Bachor felt a sense of powerlessness. The battle should not have ended in such a tragic defeat, no matter how one analyzed it. At that moment, an intelligence report was delivered to Duke Bachor. After reading it, his expression immediately turned grave. The Chaos Forest has an elven king, and she's a level 6 elven king. Unbelievable. In the surrounding areas of the Thunder Empire, there were indeed habitats of the elven race. However, elven kings had not appeared for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Now, not only had a king appeared, but she was a high-level elven king. Even the renowned mage king of the empire had died at her hands, leaving no remains. The terrifying strength of this person made Duke Bachor feel a sense of powerlessness. Even if he were to face her, victory would not be guaranteed. Duke Bachor began to realize the complexity of the situation in the Chaos Forest, which shook his determination. Should he immediately seek help from the Empire? The Battle of Tien City made the Elven King famous overnight. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Empire in a matter of days. The situation in the Chaos Forest was far more complex than anticipated. People initially believed that the Chaos Federation was just an organization established by the Demon King. Now it seemed that behind the scenes, there were other forces at play, with the Elven King possessing strength even surpassing that of the Dragon Kings of the Darkness City. What did this imply? It suggested that the Darkness Trio of the Chaos Forest could be mere pawns, with the true puppeteer being the mysterious Elven King. She stayed in the shadows all along to avoid premature exposure, fearing heightened vigilance from the Empire. However, after the Battle of Tien City, where the Darkness Trio succumbed to the Mage King Halifax, the mastermind behind it all had to reveal herself. That's right. This must be the truth. It was the only reasonable explanation. No one expected the Chaos Forest to be so formidable, concealing such a super powerhouse capable of suppressing an entire region. The main city of Bachor, along with other cities in the Empire, was abuzz with rumors. The latest updates on the southern front became headline news. Tragedy. The Empire's one and only Mage King falls. The mastermind behind the Titan trio of the Darkness City has emerged. All 12 provinces in the south have fallen, and the Empire has lost over 10 million inhabitants. The Chaos Federation's Elven King exclusive leak. This Elven King has lived for 1,000 years, a shrewd and unpredictable strategic mastermind. The true archenemy of the Empire has appeared. The ancient elves, after millennia of silence, might attempt to reclaim this land. In no time, rumors and speculations about the Elven King filled the air. It was not just the major cities with well-informed sources, even remote places and inconspicuous tribes near the Empire received the news. Take, for example, the Moonwell tribe, an elven tribe bordering the eastern edge of the Empire. The Moonwell tribe was of considerable size, divided into 12 clans, with a total population exceeding 300,000. For the elven race, this was a significant community. Great news! Huge news! The Elven King has emerged from the Chaos Forest. Not only is there an Elven King, but I heard there's also the ancient Tree of Eternity. What? The Tree of Eternity? How could something like that exist in this day and age? This might be false information intentionally spread by the Empire. No. It's definitely not false. The High Elder sensed the aura of the Tree of Eternity. The news might be fabricated, but this aura cannot be faked. By the grace of the goddess, if this is true, it's a blessing for the elven race. The Moonwell tribe erupted in excitement. Tens of thousands of elves began planning their migration. The Moonwell tribe was just one of the elven tribes that caught wind of the news. With the news of the Tree of Eternity and the emergence of the Elven King spreading, all elven clans and tribes could not resist the pull, initiating a massive elven migration. In the future, within 1 or 2 months at most, millions of elves would surge into the Chaos Forest. This colossal population would easily establish an elven kingdom. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The elven population under the control of the Darkness City would continue to grow, making the power of the Darkness City even more formidable. The Battle of Tien concluded with a great victory. The Darkness City Legion suffered some significant losses, and Zhang Nu needed to resurrect approximately 25,000 units, costing him around 42 million gold. Compared to previous battles, this one incurred relatively larger losses due to the presence of many skilled participants, including the Blood Lion Knights. Despite the considerable losses, the gains were substantial. The 50,000 Blood Lion Knights, all starting at the minimum rank of level 3 elite, generated a total income of 110 million gold from killings rewards alone. Therefore, the income easily covered the costs. The resurrection altar immediately came into play. One by one, fallen warriors were resurrected and summoned to the Darkness City Grand Plaza. "I thought I died in battle," exclaimed an elven mage, his face filled with disbelief. "How am I alive again? This is the Darkness City." "Me too. I actually came back to life. It's unbelievable. What's going on?" Unit after unit that should have perished appeared on the Darkness City Grand Plaza. After exchanging information, these soldiers quickly realized the situation. They had indeed died in battle, but due to the intervention of the Demon King, they were all resurrected. "Praise the Demon King. He actually resurrected us. What a miraculous and powerful ability." These resurrected members of the Darkness Legion were all astonished by the Demon King's incredible power. They were just nameless foot soldiers of the Chaos Federation, yet they received the privilege of resurrection. Truly unheard of. Inconceivable. The soldiers' awe and loyalty to the Demon King immediately reached a new level. If they could be resurrected even after death, what couldn't the Demon King do? Charging into battle, whether summoning units or vassal subordinates, would no longer carry the concern of death. Instead, falling in battle became a matter of honor. The Demon King's method of resurrecting fallen combat units proved to be more cost-effective than summoning new ones. The cost savings amounted to approximately 1/3 to 1/2 of the expenses. Given the advantages of these resurrected soldiers who had spent considerable time in the Darkness City and the Chaos Federation, it made more sense to revive them. Additionally, many units in the Darkness City Legion were not directly summoned but affiliated as vassal units, and the ability to resurrect them ensured a steady and experienced force. Moreover, since the Darkness City Legion comprised both directly summoned and vassal units, resurrecting fallen soldiers became a preferred option, allowing the Demon King to save substantial resources. With the resurrection altar in place, the worry of depleting population forces due to war was eliminated, provided there was enough funding. After resurrecting the fallen troops, the Demon King bestowed a sacred king's baptism upon outstanding soldiers among them, granting them a rapid increase in strength. Following the resurrection of the army, the Demon King proceeded to enhance other units. He spent 30 million gold and materials to bestow the title of Dragon Elder upon Long Yi. Although a regular Abyssal dragon could be directly upgraded to Dragon Elder through the Demon King's altar and further to a level 6 unit, Long Yi was already a monarch. Upgrading him to a higher level proved challenging. Nevertheless, Long Yi experienced a noticeable improvement in talent, attributes, and mastery of over a dozen new magic spells. Not content with these enhancements, the Demon King initiated a super baptism for Long Yi. Despite having undergone several cleansings before Tian City, combined with the power of the Dragon Elder, Long Yi's strength had neared a bottleneck. However, with the super baptism, Long Yi underwent a significant transformation, instantly breaking through the bottleneck. A formidable force, 10 times stronger than before, erupted from Long Yi, radiating a terrifying draconic pressure felt by all residents of the Darkness City. Abyssal Dragon King, Long Yi, Level 6 Monarch Unit. Seeing the current information, Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. Long Yi lived up to expectations by breaking through to the Level 6 Monarch. Although he, as the Dragon King, had not yet unlocked the potential of a mythic dragon, even in this state, he was not to be underestimated. Acquiring the skills of the Dragon Elder and the new talents of the Level 6 Dragon King, coupled with the inherent advantages of his race, Long Yi, in his newly attained Level 6 status, was on par with Duke Bachor, if not superior. In addition to Nancilia, the Darkness City now had another Level 6 Monarch unit. This significant addition substantially increased the strength of the Darkness City. Zhang Nu then subjected Zhang San and Li Si to a super baptism. While unable to achieve a breakthrough, it effectively enhanced their abilities. In the future, advancing along the promotion path through the Demon King's altar would also reduce the cost. Upon being upgraded through the Demon King's altar, Zhang San and Li Si would directly gain mythic level talents. However, given the high material resources required for this path, the current state of the Darkness City could not afford it, so a breakthrough was temporarily unfeasible. Nevertheless, their current strength was more than sufficient. Moreover, in the upcoming week, Zhang Nu planned to elevate the remaining Abyssal Dragons, Long Heir to Longshire, to Abyssal Dragon Elders, enabling them to possess the combat power of Level 6 Overlords. The cost for upgrading each of them to Dragon Elder was approximately 30 million gold, totaling a staggering 270 million gold coins for all 9. Although the actual cost would be reduced due to their prior exposure to the Demon King's baptism, it still amounted to around 200 million gold. This expense was significant for Zhang Nu, but the substantial gains from the operation in the Abyssal Trench and the victory in Tian City made it manageable, albeit challenging. After this round of upgrades, the high-end combat capabilities of the Darkness City would undergo a qualitative improvement. In the past period, the Darkness City has conquered one marquee territory, 4 counties, along with several viscounties, totaling at least 12 imperial provinces and 50 cities, with a population exceeding 12 million. With so many cities, such a vast population, and such a large area of newly acquired territory, it would take time for the Darkness City to fully digest and integrate its conquests. Conquest was not always better. What matters for the Darkness City was how to gain more benefits. Therefore, Zhang Nu was not in a rush to consume everything at once. While enhancing the strength of the Darkness City, he was simultaneously managing the consolidation of new territories and populations, observing changes on the imperial side. The grand strategy of attacking the empire was temporarily put on hold for 10 to 8 days. During this period, the acquired gems began to arrive, and the Darkness City could finally construct its first Rift Tower. For a territory, the Rift Tower is an open instance and an endless resource production site. Zhang Nu immediately spent gold and materials to summon the Rift Tower. The residents of the Darkness City felt a strong magical fluctuation, and soon, 10 towers emitting a mysterious aura emerged from the forest not far from the Demon King's castle. Upon seeing the information about the Rift Tower, Zhang Nu was also greatly surprised, finally understanding why the construction cost was so high. Rift Tower, the Remnants of the Stars, Level 5 Mythic Rift. The Rift Tower, Ancient Lands of the Stars, Level 5 Mythic Rift. A 5-person team Rift Dungeon. Each entry costs 2 million golds. The entry fees were exorbitantly high. For a single entry, the cost was 2 million gold, and for a 5-person team to embark on a dungeon run, the expense soared to at least 10 million gold. Although there are no prerequisites for entering the rift and failure does not result in death, an implicit barrier still exists. If the challengers are inadequately skilled, they risk failure immediately upon entry, rendering their substantial investment in the ticket futile. The Darkness 3 dragons were recently in the main city. Counting himself, Zhang Nu's group totaled 4, lacking 1 more for a full team. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nu reached out to the Succubus Queen with a proposition. We're about to start a dungeon run and are short by 1. Would you like to join us? Han Kursen's response was prompt, hold on for me, I'll be right there. Count me in. Just 2 minutes later, Han Kursen made her appearance. She exuded a significantly more formidable aura than just a few days prior. Zhang Nu, noticing the change, commented, oh? It's been only a few days, and you've grown much stronger. With a touch of humility, Han Kursen replied, you flatter me. In recent days, Gloom City conquered the Mountains of Madness, reaping an abundance of souls from 1 million tribes, which led to a modest enhancement in my powers. Despite her modesty, it was clear to all, especially in the presence of the great Demon King, that her capabilities had not just improved marginally. Her attributes had significantly increased, accompanied by the acquisition of a formidable level 5 talent. Eternal Charm, Succubus Queen level 5 talent. Consumes 90% of MP in one use to imprint a permanent mental mark on her target, with a cooldown period of 7 days. This ability had an incredibly long cooldown time, yet its effects were terrifying. What did a permanent mental imprint mean? All units summoned by the Demon King bore a mental imprint. Essentially, a mental imprint was a locked-in 100% loyalty. After unlocking this talent, the Queen could permanently turn any target weaker than or nearly equal to her in strength into a fiercely loyal unit. The skill's cooldown was very long, but it was capable of producing astonishing effects. As a level 5 monarch in strength, the Succubus Queen had a 99% success rate of using Eternal Charm on units below level 5, and a 50 to 80% success rate on those of the same level with similar strength. Of course, the skill was ineffective on targets already bearing a mental imprint. Overall, the Succubus Queen's new ability was incredibly powerful. If used wisely, this skill could be extremely beneficial. The Great Demon King's regard for Queen Han instantly rose a notch higher. For such a talent, Zhang Nu was not content with just a cooperative relationship. Perhaps he should consider a way to bring Queen Han directly under his command. As for Han Kursen, she was only 1 level 5 talent away from advancing to level 6. Such progress was undeniably fast. Han Kursen had not had the chance to personally witness the Potato Great Demon King in action in the Calamity Trench, but she speculated that the Potato Great Demon King had already reached level 6. It was impossible for him to be lagging behind her in progress. Everyone's here. Let's head in. I paid for your ticket for now. Remember to pay me back after we come out. Han Kursen pouted, 2 million gold is nothing for you and me now, to fuss over such a small amount, such a stingy man. Zhang Nu justified himself confidently, even a mosquito is meat. The Rift Tower activated. Prepare yourselves, challengers. The level 5 mythic rift Ancient Lands of the Stars is opening. Han Kursen almost lost her balance. What? A mythic rift? Was there a mistake? Why was the level that high? Can we really beat it? She did not know that the Calamity Trench was a level 5 mythic area yet. Without much time to think, they were transported to a desolate, silent world, full of ruins and devastation. A blood moon hung high in the sky. Countless irregular fragments, like small asteroids, floated in the sky. The entire world exuded a sense of apocalyptic decay and desolation. At the same time, information about the Rift Dungeon nearly simultaneously appeared in the minds of the 5 challengers. Old gods are awakening, stars are perishing. In the dark and desperate corners of the world, some small and ordinary beings are struggling with all their might, attempting to fight against fate. The challengers will play the role of saviors summoned to this place. Your task is to help the few survivors resist the invasion from the rulers of tomorrow. Rift Dungeon time limit, 12 hours. Current round, first attempt. The place where the 5 appeared was a large summoning magic circle. Thousands of spirit bodies floated nearby. These spirits seemed to have been human-like creatures in life, and now they gathered around the huge summoning circle, their blurred faces showing tension. Zhang Nu glanced over. Soul Guardian, Moji, Level 3 Lord Unit. Description, Moji, the leader of the few surviving natives of a planet named Zar. Some of the Zarians were born with unique talents. They possess a racial talent to transform between soul and physical forms. It is this special ability that has temporarily saved them from the corruption of the evil gods in this catastrophe. NPC? There were intelligent NPCs inside the rift? This no longer seems much different from a game dungeon. Moji spoke, respected beings from another world, on behalf of the few survivors of Zar, I extend our deepest gratitude for answering our call. You've come from distant realms to this land of darkness, to help us withstand the impending disaster. There's even interactions? Even Han Kursen was surprised. Her Gloom City's rift did not have this functionality. Immediately, Han Kursen asked, what enemy are we facing? Moji answered angrily, the Unity Cult, the wicked Unity Cult. This planet has been completely destroyed by this evil god cult. I will lead the remaining members of our tribe to use the Soul Transmission Formation and establish a new home on an unknown planet deep in the galaxy. The Unity Cult has discovered our plan. What you need to do is buy us time, to allow us sufficient duration to activate the formation. Of course, as a reward, we will offer due compensation. Zhang Nu and Han Kursen exchanged knowing looks, quickly understanding the situation. The structure of this rift dungeon was straightforward, revolving around successive rounds of fending off monster attacks. The conditions for failure were clear, either their team would be entirely annihilated, or all the survivors would be lost. Zhang Nu learned from the prompt information that if they could eliminate more than 10 rounds of monsters within the time limit of the rift dungeon and keep the casualties among the survivors below 10%, they would trigger a boss battle. Defeating the boss would yield more substantial rewards. The level of the boss was not fixed, it depended on the challenger's speed in defeating the monsters and the number of survivors. The better the performance, the stronger the boss that appeared, and the greater the rewards they would earn. It seemed simple enough. Han Kursen said to Moji, you and your people can activate the formation without worry. No matter how powerful the enemies that arrive later, we will hold them off outside. Moji gratefully responded, thank you. Kind beings from another world. May reason and wisdom be with you. This was interesting. It did not feel like an NPC at all. These beings were fully interactive, not just pre-programmed with set responses. Was this the difference between a high-rank rift and an ordinary level 5 one? Han Kursen did not have time to ponder further, her expression suddenly changed, a powerful presence is descending, are the monsters coming so soon? Around the ruined base, the ground churned tumultuously. About 2,000 monsters emerged. At first glance, these monsters appeared humanoid, but they had 4 to 5 heads, dozens of arms, and numerous mouths. Their forms were irregular, some crawled like spiders and crabs, others ran swiftly like sprint champions, and some jumped and flew. Zhang Nu took a quick look. Distorted Unity Follower, Level 5 Elite Units. Description: these are followers of the extraterrestrial evil god cult, the Unity cult. They worship the evil god, the unifier of all, and voluntarily fused with each other to become the god's kin, eventually turning into their current forms. Zhang Nu felt it was important to take this seriously. The name of this rift dungeon was Ancient Lands of the Stars. What did Ancient Lands of the Stars mean? It referred to a group of planets destroyed by evil forces, entering an apocalyptic state. Each entry into the Ancient Lands of the Stars instance was random, meaning challengers could enter hundreds or thousands of destroyed worlds. Zhang Nu believed that the worlds in the instance, although being mirrored replicas and just a fragment of the real world, must be based on some segment of reality. This implied that what they were witnessing could indeed exist. These destroyed worlds could be real, revealing and outlining a mysterious unknown world. He speculated that this mysterious unknown world lay beyond the world rift at the bottom of the Calamity Trench. It was a starry world akin to a previous life, filled with evil gods, twisted kin everywhere, fanatical worship, and pervasive evil distortion, a completely irrational and dark world. Perhaps the evil gods appearing in this world, whether the eight-eyed evil god or the source of corruption, were connected to that world. Therefore, the monsters and information encountered in this rift dungeon might help understand that dark, mysterious place. Zhang Nu glanced over and asked, "Who will go?" Long Yi volunteered, stepping forward. "Master, let your servant handle this." Zhang Nu nodded. "Go ahead." Long Yi had just leveled up and was eager to show his worth. With his master's permission, he instantly transformed into his dragon form. As a level 6 dragon, his size had increased significantly, reaching a length of 150 meters. Each black scale emitted smoke, with firelight flowing through the gaps. A huge purple-black column of fire poured down from the sky like a waterfall, hundreds of meters high. This was no ordinary dragon flame, it was infused with immense dark energy. Wherever it passed, these distorted followers screamed and turned to ash. You've slain distorted Unity followers. Rift dungeon points, plus 1,000. You've slain distorted Unity followers. Rift dungeon points, plus 1,000. You've slain distorted Unity followers. Rift dungeon points, plus 1,000. The Rift dungeon did not produce gold, but it did generate Rift dungeon points. The higher the Rift dungeon points, the better the quality of the final Rift dungeon reward box. Additionally, these points could be exchanged for Rift dungeon resources, equipment, or other items. This is a level 6 monarch? Han Kursen was surprised to find that Zhang Nu's dragon subordinate actually possessed the strength of a level 6 monarch. Her expression became strange. "So you're really level 6 already?" If it was just Zhang Nu being level 6, Han Kursen could accept it. But having a subordinate with the strength of a level 6 monarch was both shocking and disheartening for her. Their gap was growing wider. It was no wonder Han Kursen found it hard to accept. This woman had a very high opinion of herself and was not willing to be outdone by anyone. If it were only about losing to Zhang Nu, that would be one thing. Over time, she had gradually come to accept and adjust her mindset. But now, one of Zhang Nu's summoned units was stronger than her. How was one supposed to compete with that? What Han Kursen didn't know was that Long Yi had not advanced to level 6 through the usual promotion pathway of the Demon King's altar. Instead, he had been elevated through multiple rounds of Demon King baptisms and enhancements by the Dragon Elder title, which was much cheaper than the standard upgrade path. Among Zhang Nu's subordinates, Zhang San and Li Si had fixed promotion paths. Upon advancing to level 6, not only would their strength increase significantly, but they would also acquire the potential of mythic dragons. However, the cost and sacrifice were too high. Even the wealthy potato Great Demon King was currently finding it difficult to afford. Zhang Nu asked, "How about it? My subordinate is decent, right?" Han Kursen gritted her teeth with irritation. What's there to show off about?" But then she thought about it. She was only a level 5 monarch. Even though she had recently become stronger with 3 pieces of epic grade equipment, she wasn't too confident about defeating this dragon in one fell swoop. The best case scenario would be an even fight. What was happening? Was she now not even able to defeat a subordinate of this potato seller? At that moment, Zhang Nu said, "You might want to think about my proposal." "What proposal?" she asked. "Of course, to join Darkness City." Han Kursen then remembered that Zhang Nu had mentioned this when they were at the bottom of the sea, but she hadn't taken it seriously at the time. "You, a potato seller, dare to think about annexing me?" "Absurd," she exclaimed. "It's not annexation. It's a merger," he corrected. In a merger of a large group acquiring a smaller one, by scale, Zhang Nu would definitely be the chairman, and Han Kursen could be the CEO. Joining forces for business, wouldn't that be delightful? Recently, the Darkness City forces had been developing too fast. Its territory was expanding, and its influence widening. As Zhang Nu was somewhat hands-off, he felt the need to find a competent CEO, and Han Kursen was not only powerful but also had exceptional personal abilities. If she agreed to formally join under Zhang Nu, becoming the executive vice-lord of Darkness City would be no problem. This would also benefit Han Kursen, offering her a larger platform to showcase her talents, and Zhang Nu could easily elevate her to level 6. Han Kursen wouldn't even consider such an offer in the past. She might even have felt insulted. But now, she found herself somewhat tempted. Zhang Nu indeed intended to recruit Han Kursen under his command. Securing the Succubus Queen would not only greatly enhance the strength of Darkness City but also allow direct amalgamation with the Gloom City and its million inhabitants, gaining an opportunity to develop in the underworld. However, there was no need to rush. Both were powerful demon kings with extensive enterprises. Even someone as decisive as Queen Han would need to seriously consider giving up independent development to become a second-in-command. At that moment, the rampant flames were engulfing the base's vicinity, turning it almost entirely into a fiery battlefield. The dragon fire, not extinguishing quickly, consumed the distorted followers who lacked intelligence, walked into it in rows, receiving a grand cremation package. Soon, most of the distorted followers were reduced to ashes in the attack. As one wave calmed, another arose. Thousands more of the cultists emerged, not only the ordinary distorted followers but also Distorted Unity Priest, Level 5 Lord Unit. Distorted Unity Warrior, Level 5 Elite Unit. The Unity Priests possessed the abilities of summoning, energy attack, and energy shields. Furthermore, they had a certain level of judgment, not mindlessly charging like the ordinary distorted followers. Unity Warriors, towering at several meters tall and formed by the fusion of dozens to hundreds of bodies, were shrouded in a powerful demonic aura and could withstand the fire for several seconds. The proportion of these two types of Lord-level monsters wasn't high, only about 50 in total. Yet, the intensity of the second wave was significantly stronger than the first. To speed up efficiency, Zhang San and Li Si also joined the battle. Han Kursen laid down a large number of colorless and transparent hyperenergy silk lines, her level 4 skill. These lines were invisible to the naked eye, sharp as divine weapons, slicing through any solid material as if it were tofu. However, Han Kursen soon discovered that this high-intensity attack seemed ineffective against these distorted evil god monsters. Dozens to hundreds of followers would shatter upon hitting the web of silk, but they quickly reformed, merging into Unity Warriors. Ordinary slicing was useless. Han Kursen released her domain. Hundreds to thousands of spiritual soul silk lines were unleashed, controlling hundreds to thousands of Unity followers, freezing them in place. "Hey, what are you looking at? Help me out," she called. Zhang Nu conjured an Abyssal Thunderbolt, channeling it along Han Kursen's silk lines, instantly reaching all the controlled distorted monsters. With his current strength, the effect of the godly thunder was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, all the distorted bodies turned to charred remains. Han Kursen didn't expect the potato seller to be so powerful, instantly electrocuting all the controlled distorted bodies. Such damage output truly unmatched. These monsters don't seem to be that difficult to deal with. Don't let your guard down. The real challenge has yet to arrive, remarked Zhang Nu. After the second wave of monsters was cleared, the third wave immediately emerged. This batch had more variety, with an increased number of Unity Warriors and Unity Priests, and many other types of massive, mutated creatures, making the challenge even tougher. However, they were still not enough. With this number, it was impossible to defeat the 5-person team. After all, the weakest among them were monarchs. With flashes of lightning, storms of fire, a single magical attack, this batch of monsters was also dealt with. Zhang Nu didn't even need to step in, the Queen and the Darkness 3 dragons were more than enough. While fighting, Han Kursen grew curious, what exactly is this unity cult? Why do all its followers look so grotesque? Zhang Nu, having access to hidden information, could easily look up various data, but he thought it best not to tell Queen Han directly. He pondered for a moment and said, according to the information revealed by Moji of the Zarians, the Unity cult seems to worship a terrifying evil god known as the Unifier of All. Just from the name, it's apparent that this evil god is dedicated to unifying everything, that is, merging all life and even matter into one. Judging by the behavior of these followers and minions of the evil god, he continued, they seem to fit this pattern. Han Kursen also noticed that the most striking feature of these evil god followers was that they were all monsters created by the crude fusion of a large number of beings. The more beings that were merged, the larger their size and the stronger their power. The evil god was truly an irrational being. Is there really such an evil god as the Unifier of All in this world? The 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 9th wave. The level of the monsters kept increasing, and the difficulty rose sharply. By the time Queen Han and the Darkness 3 dragons reached the 9th wave, they were feeling considerable pressure. Even these 4 monarchs were strained. It was clear that ordinary challenge teams couldn't possibly get past the 9th round. Finally, the 10th round arrived. This was the last one. Zhang Nu witnessed a spectacular scene. Thousands, even tens of thousands, of evil god monstrosities emerged simultaneously. 30 of them stood nearly a kilometer tall, resembling flesh mountains with bodies as vast as the mountains themselves, all stitched together with limbs and flesh, like 35 gigantic wriggling worms emerging from the ground and heading towards the base. Where they passed, the psychic contamination was extremely severe. Anyone who got close or even saw them could fall into hallucinations or madness if their willpower or strength wasn't sufficient, eventually becoming part of them due to the contamination by the evil god's aura. Distorted Unity Cult Archbishop, Level 5 Overlord Unit. So these 35 flesh mountains were the archbishops of the Unity cult. True to their title as archbishops, they had managed to merge into this form, representing the top tiers of Level 5 overlords. They had extremely thick HP pools and strong attack capabilities. Apart from their lack of mobility, they virtually had no weaknesses, being not only hard to kill but also able to devour nearby followers to rapidly heal. Even someone as strong as Han Kursen found it difficult to handle such massive creatures. She attempted to extract the souls of the Unity cult archbishops for an attack, but their souls were fused just as their bodies were, interconnected, making it extremely hard for even a level 5 monarch like her to pull them apart. The number is too great. This won't be easy to handle. Especially the 35 giant meat mountains. Their power was indeed formidable. The Darkness 3 dragons and the Succubus Queen, even if capable of dealing with 35 archbishops, would probably struggle for a long time. And there were thousands of other level 5 monsters. This was beyond the capability of these 4 monarchs. Seeing this, Zhang Nu immediately took action, summoning a crystal of ice containing energy powerful enough to make even a level 6 monarch tremble. This was no ordinary magic, it was an S-rank spell, Glacier Descent. Every S-rank skill was incredibly precious. Among S-rank attack skills, Glacier Descent might have one of the lowest damage effects, but it possessed unparalleled control and sealing abilities. Zhang Nu opened a space, using his teleportation ability to instantly cast the spell into the center of the monsters. The next second, a burst of cold wave erupted, freezing everything in its path, creating an apocalyptic scene where even the archbishops were immobilized once frozen. Han Kursen was astonished. She was also proficient in elemental magic, but had never seen a skill with such an exaggerated range and effect. Zhang Nu's Glacier Descent, spanning at least several tens of kilometers in diameter, immobilized all targets, robbing them of their mobility. Such a powerful control technique. The area of effect was massive. The amount of mental power required for such a spell must have been immense. The Dark 3 dragons and the Succubus Queen immediately took action. Most of these powerful monsters, especially the archbishops, were dealt with in their frozen state. You've slain it, Distorted Unity followers. Rift Dungeon points, plus 1000. You've slain it, Distorted Unity priest. Rift Dungeon points, plus 3000. You've slain it, Distorted Unity warrior. Rift Dungeon points, plus 3000. You've slain it, Distorted Unity cleric. Rift Dungeon points, plus 9000. You've slain it, Distorted Unity cult archbishop. Rift Dungeon points, plus 30,000. Under Zhang Nu's powerful crowd control, the 10th wave of monsters was safely overcome. Han Kursen glanced at the time and said, "Hey, it's a miracle. We completed the 12-hour time-limited instance in less than 3 hours, and not a single survivor died. We should receive a high rating for this Rift Dungeon." However, Zhang Nu cautioned, "You're relaxing too soon." "What do you mean? Isn't it over?" Han Kursen hadn't even started to speak when suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. To her horror, she saw mountains collapsing, and an unbelievably huge entity rising from the earth. Its size was colossal, 100 times larger than the 35 archbishops combined. The mere pressure from such an enormous being was suffocating, not to mention that it was composed of severed limbs, indistinct bloody heads, and flesh of unknown origin. It was too massive. Creating such a thing must have required sacrificing millions of people, effectively grinding millions into a gigantic meatball. This absurdly large, almost inconceivable meatball was now slowly rising from the ground, breaking free from the Earth's crust and ascending into the sky. It covered the huge blood moon, replacing it with its red glow. Almost instantly, the entire world was enveloped in a bloody light, as if soaking in blood, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt suffocating. Zhang Nu looked up, and information about this formidable opponent immediately appeared. Ruler of Tomorrow, Flesh Moon, Level 5 Mythic Unit. Description: the Flesh Moon is the initial ultimate form of a unity cult worshipper. It is the ruler of tomorrow, and when the blood moon rises, it signifies the end of civilization, and the world will become a wasteland. All life on this planet will become its nourishment. Once it absorbs the nourishment of the entire planet, it will travel to the dark depths of the cosmos to merge with the unifier of all, becoming a part of the evil god and thus achieving ultimate unity. You are being corroded by evil god aura. HP -0. You are being corroded by evil god aura. HP -0. You are being corroded by evil god aura. HP -0. Zhang Nu knew this was the trigger for the boss battle, but it was spectacular beyond imagination. The level and performance of the boss in a boss battle are directly correlated. The 5 had obviously triggered the highest level boss since the maximum level of this Rift Dungeon was level 5 Mythic, and this Flesh Moon was probably an overwhelmingly powerful existence even among level 5 Mythics. Under the coverage of the Flesh Moon, the Zarians screamed in agony, unable to withstand the contaminating radiation for long. Han Kursen was stunned. What kind of monster is this? How are we supposed to fight it? Let me handle it. Zhang Nu stepped forward, his third eye on his forehead opening. A death stare landed on the Flesh Moon. -52,321. Such terrifying damage only caused a giant wound on the Flesh Moon, like a canyon, but it quickly began to self-repair. Han Kursen could see that the Flesh Moon emitted a strong gravitational force, sucking in countless distorted beings from the planet. They crazily filled the canyon, allowing the Flesh Moon to rapidly heal. The HP of the Flesh Moon was not only in the hundreds of thousands, but its healing blood bags were literally everywhere. Unfazed, Zhang Nu activated Death Sacrifice, instantly converting all his HP and MP into power. During this process, his rebirth from within the flames activated, allowing him to instantly recover all his HP and MP. This cycle effectively created an abundance of energy out of thin air. Arcane Avatar. Zhang Nu, utilizing the tremendous energy from Death Sacrifice and his own MP of tens of thousands of points, summoned a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant, almost tangible, had every inch of its skin brimming with the power to destroy mountains. The effect of this same magic, when used by Zhang Nu, was far more potent than when used by Luo Xing. Zhang Nu commanded the giant to charge towards the Flesh Moon. The giant, overflowing with energy, caused the earth to tremble and the space around it to distort with every step. It summoned a war spear, its surging energy erupting and rapidly converting into force. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it ultimately pierced straight through the moon. The next second, a terrifying explosion erupted from the center of the Flesh Moon, ultimately shattering it into pieces. You've slain the final boss, ruler of tomorrow, Flesh Moon. All obtained Rift Dungeon points are doubled. The avatar summoned by Zhang Nu destroyed the Flesh Moon with a single attack. This level of power was unprecedented and unheard of for both Han Kursen and the Darkness 3 dragons, leaving them utterly astounded. The magnitude of the shock was immense. Flesh and blood rained down from the sky, falling to the earth like raindrops. The arcane giant landed steadily, still brimming with powerful energy. The arcane giant wasn't a summon that could last a very long time, but it certainly wasn't a one-hit wonder that would be useless after a single attack. Maintaining it for 10 minutes was not a problem. This meant that not only could the flesh moon not withstand this round of attack, but even if it had, Zhang Nu could have continued his offensive until it was completely obliterated. The gap in their strengths was just too vast. After all, one was a level 5 mythic unit, while the other had already stepped into the threshold of a level 6 legend. Of course, the Flesh Moon, with its enormous size and strong vitality, was a top contender even among its peers in the level 5 mythic class. It can be said that without Zhang Nu, the Darkness 3 dragons and the Succubus Queen, having to face such a monster, would likely have been unable to deal with it. Even if they had the ability to protect themselves under the onslaught of the Flesh Moon, they might have still failed the Rift Dungeon challenge due to the death of all survivors. But now, such a terrifying existence was so easily dealt with. Han Kursen could hardly believe the reality before her eyes. Done. Let's wrap this up. Zhang Nu focused his will, and the arcane giant rapidly disintegrated. The residual energy was recollected into Zhang Nu, bringing him back to full strength in an instant. The newly acquired skills were all quite useful. Glacier Descent was a large-scale control skill. Although its destructive power wasn't strong, only capable of freezing targets rather than killing them, such a wide-ranging freezing and sealing ability would undoubtedly be a divine skill on the battlefield. As for the arcane avatar? Even more so. It was a skill that released all power to gain tremendous burst strength in a short time. The strength of the summoned arcane giant was directly proportional to one's own power and mana. With Zhang Nu's power, if he converted all his mana into an arcane giant, its destructive and explosive power would be significantly stronger than his evil dragon's descent mode, capable of instantly crushing powerful enemies. Of course, this skill had its risks. While the arcane giant had strong offensive and defensive capabilities, it lacked the innate abilities or talents of the originals. If too much power was used at once and it failed to defeat the opponent in one round, the original's combat ability could be greatly affected afterward. Fortunately, as a summoning and avatar incarnation skill, it differed significantly from regular magic. The arcane avatar could be deployed remotely, anywhere within the direct perceptual range of the original, allowing for unexpected effects in many situations. After Zhang Nu dispelled the magic, Han Kursen couldn't help but ask, "What level has your strength reached now?" It's definitely not just a level 6 monarch. It must be at least as strong as a level 6 mythic. Zhang Nu didn't answer directly, but just smiled and said, "How about it? Do you want to be the CEO of our group? If you're willing to join, I can help you reach level 6 in minutes." Han Kursen scoffed, "What's so great about level 6? I can achieve it on my own. Thinking of recruiting me to be your CEO? It won't be that easy." Zhang Nu just smiled. The queen's lack of an outright refusal indicated that there was hope for this proposal. She must be feeling quite conflicted at the moment. Zhang Nu wasn't in a hurry. After all, such a significant decision and merger required careful consideration by anyone, and there were many details to negotiate. Haste doesn't bring success. The five returned to the base. Moji of the Zarian, still shaken, said, "When the moon of flesh and blood appeared, we thought we were doomed. We never expected you, the otherworldly ones, to be so powerful as to defeat the Blood Moon." Zhang Nu replied, "The Blood Moon is formidable, but it's just one of the evil god's minions. Defeating it isn't something to be particularly proud of. How much do you know about this unifier of all?" Moji paused for a moment and said, "We only know that the unifier of all is the evil god worshipped by the Unity cult. Legend has it that its true form sleeps deep in the vast cosmos, having destroyed and absorbed millions of civilizations. It might be one of the most powerful evil gods in this world. The Unity cult appeared on Zar 100 years ago and completely spiraled out of control in the last decade, leading to catastrophic consequences. Now, there's no hope for this planet." Zhang Nu further asked, "How many such evil gods exist in this world?" Moji shook his head. "Evil gods cannot be looked at directly, cannot be peeked upon, cannot be comprehended. Everything about them is taboo. We don't know how many there are in the world, only that the vast cosmos is overshadowed by their presence." Although these words didn't provide Zhang Nu with much new information, they did give him an insight into the nature of this world. Every world has a different structure. The main world of Darkness City, where he resided, was composed of nearly endless lands and oceans, with corresponding subterranean spaces underworld beneath it, divine or abyssal realms above, and stars and moons that were not celestial bodies. This world of stars, however, was more akin to the universe where Earth is located. Countless stars floated in the vast expanse of space, but this world was filled with eeriness and silence, dotted with ancient and forbidden entities. For billions of years, all beings had to tread carefully. This world was vast but consumed by darkness, and no one wished to venture far because exploration into the unknown often led to disastrous consequences. Such an environment led to a situation where, although there were countless civilized races, there was almost no communication between them. Zhang Nu felt that under these conditions, civilizations would inevitably be diverse and imbalanced. For instance, some planets resembled classical martial arts worlds, some resembled the Victorian era of the steam revolution, others seemed like information age societies, and still others appeared as primitive wildernesses or post-apocalyptic wastelands. Zhang Nu suddenly became interested in the world rift beneath the Calamity Trench. But of course, it was just an interest. Zhang Nu hadn't even conquered the Thunder Empire yet and was already thinking about causing a stir in other worlds. That was perhaps too big a step, especially considering the danger of the world of stars, filled with ancient and unknown gods, where one could easily capsize. Soon, the teleportation formation was activated. Moji said, "We are about to head to an unknown star domain to seek a new home, to spread the seeds of Zar. To express our gratitude, here is a gift for you. May reason and wisdom be with you. You have cleared the Rift Dungeon. You received a perfect rating. You have obtained a Rift Dungeon treasure chest. Do you wish to open it now?" Zhang Nu opened the treasure chest. You opened the Rift Dungeon treasure chest. You gained Gold X 80 million, Blueprint, Blood Moon Altar X1, Sword of the Stars X1, Level 5 Building Upgrade Scroll X1, Spirit Gems X 8000, Soul Gems X 4000. The rewards from the treasure chest made the 20 million gold entry fee seem trivial. Although the rewards were slightly less than those from clearing a Level 5 Mythic Wild area, this was a Rift Dungeon after all, and Rift Dungeons could be run repeatedly. This meant that once the cooldown period for entering the Rift Dungeon was over, Zhang Nu could return for another perfect rating. However, this Rift Dungeon, named the Ancient Lands of the Stars, was quite unique. Each visit presented different environmental scenarios due to its randomness, which meant there were no guides for this rift, significantly increasing its challenge. Not everyone could achieve a perfect rating. If the average power level of the team was at the Overlord class, then managing around 6 rounds within the control time should suffice. The earnings from a Rift Dungeon are mainly divided into 2 parts. One part is the direct rewards from the Rift Dungeon treasure chest. The other part comes from the rewards exchanged with Rift Dungeon points after leaving the Rift. For a regular team clearing 6 rounds, the treasure chest's rewards roughly cover the cost of the entry ticket, while the Rift Dungeon points gained within the realm represent the net profit. Upon exiting the Rift Tower, Zhang Nu immediately checked his points earnings. This instance run had accumulated 95 million points. Since he defeated the Flesh Moon boss, all points were doubled, resulting in a total of 190 million Rift Dungeon points. Zhang Nu then checked the Rift Dungeon exchange list and found a variety of exchangeable items. There were at least dozens of types, including B-rank skill stones, purple-grade equipment, high-tier potions, and consumable magic scrolls. For the vast majority of people, these items were incredibly practical and valuable. However, for Zhang Nu, they were of little worth. What caught Zhang Nu's interest were items like ordinary elemental gems? Points each. Rare elemental gems, 10,000 points each. Spirit gems, 20,000 points each. Soul gems, 30,000 points each. The options to exchange for normal elements of wind, fire, water, earth, and rare elements of light, dark, and thunder, along with spirit and soul gems, all available for points, piqued his interest. This meant that for future gem acquisitions, besides purchasing, there was now an additional path to obtain them. Apart from the 9 types of elemental gems, there was a very special material among the exchangeable rewards in this Rift Tower. This material, known as soul crystals, was previously quite rare and unknown to most demon kings. Level 1 Soul Crystal, 5,000 points each. Level 2 Soul Crystal, 50,000 points each. Level 3 Soul Crystal, 500,000 points each. Level 4 Soul Crystal, 5 million points each. Level 5 Soul Crystal, 50 million points each. These soul crystals had a straightforward function, they were used to enhance the quality of souls. A level 1 crystal could upgrade a level 1 soul to level 2 and so on. Therefore, a level 5 crystal could elevate a level 5 soul to level 6. This presented another method for improving soul quality, besides soul altar synthesization, and it did not consume any souls as well, which was significant for a demon king. Zhang Nu had felt pleasantly surprised because the soul altar was incapable of synthesizing level 6 souls. He had been considering using his only level 5 special building upgrade scroll to upgrade the soul altar to level 6 at a great cost. However, it appeared that this was no longer necessary. With the new feature of the Rift Dungeon Exchange Store, Zhang Nu could steadily acquire soul crystals to upgrade soul levels, fully meeting his need for level 6 souls. With enough level 6 souls, the upgrades for Zhang San and Li Si had become imminent. Once the strength of the Darkness 3 dragons uniformly reached level 6, even if the Empire were to launch an assault with all its might, there would be nothing to fear.